As Nigeria marks another Democracy Day, the spotlight turns not only to the right to vote, but to the system that gives democracy its structure, the party system. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye traces the evolution of Nigeria's party system, a journey that reflects both the nation's resilience and its political complexities. The history of Nigeria's party system is a story of transformation from colonial resistance movements to complex democratic structures. It is a reflection of how the country's politics have evolved through time, marked by regional loyalties, ideological shifts, and national aspirations. In the early 20th century, nationalist consciousness began to rise across Africa. In Nigeria, this took the form of the creation of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons in 1944, led by Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe. It became a rallying point against colonial rule and a symbol of political awakening. As the independence movement gathered momentum, regional formations began to emerge. In the Western region, Chief Obafemi Awolowo founded the Action Group in 1951, promoting federalism and free education. In the North, Sir Ahmadu Bello championed the conservative cause through the Northern People's Congress, while the Middle Belt region saw the rise of the United Middle Belt Congress, which advocated for autonomy and resisted dominance from the North. Though ethnically influenced, these groups were united in their call for independence, a dream that came true in October 1960 with the birth of Nigeria's first republic. But the dream soon encountered difficulties. Electoral malpractice, ethnic tensions, and political distrust. 13 years later, a second attempt at a democratic governance emerged in 1979 with the birth of the Second Republic. New parties and platforms were created. The National Party of Nigeria, under the leadership of Alhaji Shehu Shagari, preached national unity and economic growth. Chief Awolowo returned to the political scene through the United Party of Nigeria, promoting progressive ideals. Malam Aminu Kanu, known for his grassroots activism, led the People's Redemption Party. Other players, like the Nigeria's People's Party and the Great Nigeria's People's Party, contributed to a colorful but fragile democratic environment. Unfortunately, that experiment too collapsed under the weight of corruption and electoral fraud. A military coup in 1983 brought an abrupt end to the Second Republic. In the early 1990s, under General Ibrahim Babangida, Nigeria attempted what he called a guided democracy. Two government-formed parties, the Social Democratic Party and the National Republican Convention, were introduced to simplify the system. It was under this structure that Chief Moshood Kashimawo Olawale Abiola emerged as a presidential candidate. He won the June 12, 1993 election, widely regarded as Nigeria's freest and fairest. But instead of a celebration, Nigeria was thrown into chaos. The military annulled the results. The hopes of a third republic were dashed. Protest erupted. Abiola was detained, and Nigeria once again slipped into political darkness. After years of activism and civilian pressure, the military handed over power in 1999. The Fourth Republic was born, the longest uninterrupted democratic era in Nigeria's history. The People's Democratic Party quickly rose to dominance, producing 3 presidents and controlling most states for 16 years. But in 2013, a group of opposition parties came together to form the All Progressive Congress, a major political force determined to unseat the PDP. In 2015, the APC achieved a historic victory. General Muhammadu Buhari became the first opposition candidate to win a presidential election in Nigeria, signaling a significant shift in the party system. Since then, Nigeria's political space has grown more competitive. In the 2023 general elections, the Labour Party, once relatively quiet, surged into the spotlight, driven by a youth-led movement championed by former Anambra Governor Peter Obi. From regional power blocks to national mergers, Nigeria's party system continues to evolve. It remains a mirror of our society, defined by ethnicity, shaped by history, and driven by the quest for inclusion, justice, and representation. But the journey is not yet complete. For the party system to truly serve democracy, it must be reformed. Internal party democracy must be strengthened. Ideologies must be clear. Youth and women must be given seats at the table, and institutions must be strong enough to protect the system from manipulation. Only then can political parties rise beyond being mere vehicles of power and become true instruments of national development. As Nigeria celebrates Democracy Day, we are reminded that democracy is not a destination, but a process, a system, a structure that must be protected, refined, and redefined by the people and for the people. Happy Democracy Day, Nigeria. This is a report written by Bayo Olaoye for SOUQ News Television.
There was a hush, almost sacred expectation in the air across Nigeria on June 12, 1993. It was more than election day. It was a moment when suppressed hope surged forward, when Nigerians dared to believe in unity beyond the divides that had long fragmented their nation. At the first presidential election after a decade of military rule, it was pivotal under the novel option A4 open ballot system introduced by Babangida's regime. Voters lined up behind candidates' portraits. It was simple, transparent, and effective, helping curb fraud and violence. At the center of this historic vote was Moshood Kashimawo Olawale Abiola, a businessman, philanthropist, and a man of the people, born the 23rd child, yet the first to survive infancy. Abiola's life of struggle built empathy. He funded schools, mosques, libraries, and his generosity earned him nearly 200 traditional titles. His reputation stretched across all regions. His campaign slogan, "Farewell to poverty and at last, a rays of hope," resonated deeply. Abiola chose diplomat Babagana Kingibe as his running mate, signaling a commitment to national unity and religious balance. His appeal defied old divisions, and Nigerians responded. On June 12, millions turned out. Local and international observers hailed the elections as free and fair, with immediate public vote counts at the polling units. The people's voice was loud and clear. As early results emerged, Abiola was winning nationwide, from his southwest base to Tofa's Kano stronghold in the north. He secured 19 states and the FCT, cutting across ethnic and regional lines in a rare moment of national census. But then, 2 days before the vote, a group known as the Association for a Better Nigerian, obtained a court order to halt process days later. A second injunction blocked vote counting. On June 16, the NEC suspended announcements. Then, on June 24, General Babangida annulled the election, citing irregularities. The move shocked the nation. Widespread protests followed, especially in the southwest, where security forces killed over 100 people. Journalists were detained, media outlets shut down, and public discourse silenced. The state moved quickly to erase the people's will. Abiola, however, stood firm. In 1994, he declared himself president in what became known as the Ekpete-Edo Declaration. Forming a government of national unity, he was swiftly arrested by the military government of General Sani Abacha and charged with treason. Abiola would spend 4 years in prison, mostly in solitary confinement, until his sudden death on July 7, 1998. His wife, Kudirat Abiola, was assassinated in 1996 while campaigning for his release. Though annulled, the June 12, 1993 elections remains widely regarded as the freest and fairest in Nigeria's history. It marked a turning point in Nigeria's democratic awakening. Abiola's sacrifice gave meaning to the struggle for civil rule, and the pro-democracy movement gave momentum until the military finally ceded power in 1999. In 2018, President Muhammadu Buhari posthumously honored Abiola with the GCFR and officially moved Democracy Day from May 29 to June 12, an overdue recognition of the people's mandate and Abiola's unmatched legacy. 32 years later, former military president Ibrahim Babangida personally apologized and acknowledged Abiola's victory. June 12 was more than a date. It was a declaration of dignity, of defiance, of democracy. And though the man is gone, the dream lives on.
Whether it is May 29 or June 12, democracy remains a defining part of Nigeria's identity since the historic 1993 general elections. For many Nigerians, democracy represents the freedom to choose their leaders, a voice in governance, and hope for a better future. It embodies civil rights, accountability, and the rule of law, even though the journey has been riddled with challenges. While expectations often clash with realities, like corruption and poor service delivery, democracy still symbolizes the possibility of change, inclusion, and progress through the people's will. As we mark Democracy Day, one legendary figure who comes to mind is Chief Anthony Eromosele Enahoro, a journalist, politician, and erudite statesman who contributed immensely to the growth of democracy and Nigeria's political evolution. He was an embodiment of loyalty, patriotism, and the enduring dream of a Nigeria where, as the anthem says, no one is oppressed, though tribe and tongue may differ. According to Bayo Olaoye, it is well documented that Anthony Eromosele Enahoro, born on June 22, 1923, and passed on December 15, 2010, was a towering figure of Nigeria's pre-independence era. He famously moved the motion for Nigeria's independence, and there is much to reflect on in both his personal life and the political environment that shaped him. To remember this father of Nigerian nationalism is to revisit an era where courage and conviction define leadership. As a pioneering journalist, politician, and champion of independence, Enahoro's unwavering commitment to Nigeria's self-rule left an enduring legacy that continues to inspire. His life story is a testament to leadership, perseverance, and the relentless pursuit of freedom. He later served in various key national roles, building on his commitment to democratic ideals. His involvement with the National Democratic Coalition, NADECO, during the dark days of military rule further proved his mettle. Alongside the late Alfred Rowane, Enahoro fought for the return to democracy, following the annulment of June 12, 1993 presidential election. They risked everything for the sake of popular democracy. Though Rewane lost his life during the struggle, Enahoro escaped a similar fate. Yet, he remained steadfast and unshaken in his beliefs, refusing to compromise in the face of adversity. Unlike some who conveniently aligned with oppressive regimes, Enahoro stayed true to principles, not personalities. A close associate, Olukayode Ogunkeyede, described him as a man of brilliant humor who often brought light to even the most serious moments. When reflecting on iconic leaders like Enahoro, Rewane, Herbert Macaulay, Obafemi Awolowo, Aminu Kano, and Maitama Sule, it is vital to remember the philosophical foundations of their activism. These men were guided by convictions, not convenience, and were ready to sacrifice personal comfort for national progress. This is why society, though imperfect, appeared more orderly during their time and more capable of achieving sustainable development. Enahoro became the youngest editor of Nnamdi Azikiwe's newspaper, The Southern Nigerian Defender, in 1944, at the age of 21. His brother, Peter, would later become editor of the Morning Star at just 23. Anthony also worked with publications like the Daily Comet and African Pilot before eventually joining politics. His experiences in journalism laid the groundwork for his work with the Action Group, a political party that shared his vision to make life more abundant. To Enahoro and the AG, development was not random. It had to be intentional, structured, and grounded in ideals. Enahoro's life and legacy embody how individual agency and historical forces shape the direction of nations. As a staunch anti-colonial and pro-democracy voice, he played a pivotal role in Nigeria's journey from colonial rule to independence. The Adolo of Urumi and Ajulo of Onewa was a fierce critic of authoritarianism and a passionate defender of human rights. His endurance through imprisonment and suppression revealed the grit required for true transformation. Today, we honor Anthony Enahoro, a pioneer who gave his life to the dream of an independent and democratic Nigeria. We remember not just his contributions, but his unbreakable belief in justice, federalism, and national unity. As we celebrate Democracy Day, let us commit to upholding the values and vision that guided him. May the spirit of Anthony Enahoro soar on the wings of eternal peace. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekpetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State, on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with the Daily Service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo, early into the Adeniji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street, SOUQ Enlightenment.
The National Theatre, Igomu. Built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged FESTAC 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Expert Stroll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theater complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of large green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, SOUQ Enlightenment. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello and welcome to SOUQ News Television. We're reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Olumide Shokoya. Now the news. President Bola Tinubu. We'll go on a short break and we'll be right back.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshi. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Anthony Onyemachi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills.
Welcome back to SOUQ News Television. Apologies for the break in transmission. Now the news in detail. President Bola Tinubu has launched a national empowerment plan targeting 400,000 Nigerians, including those under the Community of Practice for Africa. Speaking at the National Assembly on June 12, Democracy Day, he announced the access to consumer credit and expanded funding for education, vocational training, and entrepreneurship through Nigeria Education Fund. The initiative aims to prepare the youth for a future-ready economy and drive sustainable job creation. As part of digital transformation agenda, the government has begun laying fiber optic cables across Nigeria to enhance internet access and bridge the digital divide. This infrastructure upgrade is expected to revolutionize business operations, improve digital education, and support innovation among entrepreneurs. It is also intended to give Nigerian youth a competitive edge in the global economy. The president reaffirmed his administration's 7% growth target, supported by increased manufacturing and agricultural reforms. He pledged more tractors for farmers, tax policy reforms, and critical infrastructure upgrades across roads, ports, rail, and power. Despite a recent World Bank report showing Nigeria as top cereal importer in sub-Saharan Africa, Tinubu insisted that the country is on track to achieve food sovereignty. Nigeria exported crude oil and other petroleum products worth 12.96 trillion naira in the first quarter of 2025, accounting for 62.89% of total export. This is despite the continued failure to implement key policies aimed at ensuring steady crude supply to local refineries, which still struggle with limited feedstock. The National Bureau of Statistics data shows a trade surplus of 5.17 trillion naira, with crude oil remaining Nigeria's top export despite a 16.35% year-on-year drop. India, the Netherlands, and the United States were among the top buyers, while all the crude products generated 4.48 trillion naira, marking a 134.24% increase from the previous year. However, domestic refiners continue to face supply challenges. The Crude Oil Refinery Owners Association of Nigeria blamed policy gaps and weak enforcement for the crisis, as producers reportedly prefer exporting crude for foreign exchange. Refiners also criticized the government's selective crude for Naira deal, which favors the Dangote refinery. Now, the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, has announced plans to enforce the drill or drop policy, compelling all companies to either commence production within a specified period or forfeit their operating license. The chief executive of the commission, Benga Komalafe, disclosed this during a meeting with Independent Petroleum Producers Group at the commission's headquarters in Abuja. Komalafe stated that the policy is designed to revitalize Nigeria's oil sector, maximize the use of undeveloped assets, and increase government revenue. He reaffirmed that the oil well left idle by operators will be taken over by the government in line with the policy that supports active development and discourages asset hoarding. The policy was discussed alongside other reforms introduced under the Petroleum Industry Act, including the automation of licensing processes to reduce delays. The delegation from the Independent Petroleum Producers Group, led by Chairman Abdulrazak Issa, pledged support for the Commission's push to raise daily crude oil output and deepen indigenous participation in the sector. Now, the National Institute of Marketing of Nigeria has announced that it will promote environmental, social, and governance practices at its 2025 Annual Marketing Conference, an annual general meeting scheduled to hold from June 19 to June 21 in Lagos. The registrar, Patient Sado, said the event will focus on driving sustainability for businesses and the environment through innovation and collaboration. According to Sado, the conference will feature key discussions on climate responsibility, digital transformation, and ethical marketing, while providing a platform for professionals to exchange ideas and network. She noted that marketing should contribute to long-term societal impact, not just brand growth and profit. Institute members Bolaji Junaid and Telma Okoli said the event will advocate for personal responsibility in environmental care and show how recycling can create jobs. Okoli added that the orientation campaigns on climate change will target communities with low awareness, stressing that every citizen can play a role in environmental sustainability. The Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Bank of Industry, BOI, Olashupo Olusi, has announced plans to launch a youth bank and an impact fund aimed at supporting enterprise development and youth-led industrialization across Nigeria. He made this known during the inaugural Innovation and Entrepreneurship Development Annual Lecture at Obafemi Awolowo University in Ile-Ife, Osun State. Lucy stated that the initiative are part of the federal government's renewed hope agenda and are designed to close funding gaps for innovations-driven and youth-owned businesses. He explained that the BOI Impact Fund would use debt and equity tools to support high-growth enterprises and revive struggling companies in key value chains. In addition, Lucy revealed that a separate industrial innovation fund will cater to the entire innovation life cycle, especially in the digital and creative sectors. He stressed the urgency of investing in youth entrepreneurship, warning that economic stagnation for Nigeria's growing youth population could lead to insecurity and hinder national development. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television. Just Africa comes up after this. I am Olumide Shokoya. Good morning.
When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture at large. From annual big shows like the Lagos Theatre Festival, Celebration at the Lagos Poetry Festival, to local festivals that celebrate literature, music and arts, Freedom Park is one of the most visited recreational sites in Lagos, for both local and tourist people alike. A place to mingle, unwind, or simply just have fun. Freedom Park, however, hasn't always been a place of fun and games. It has a history that dates to 1861, when Lagos was made a British colony. In 1885, Freedom Park was built as a fortified prison from imported bricks. It was referred to as Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison. Some prominent political prisoners were held in the prison, people such as Herbert Macaulay, Michael Imodu, and Obafemi Awolowo. In 1979, Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison was destroyed, reduced to a dumping ground. It was later rebuilt in the 1990s, celebrated in 2010, Nigeria's 50th Independence Day. Freedom Park still holds a bit of its history within its walls. In the museum, where there are pictures and artifacts. Some of the old prison facilities have been converted into leisure facilities that people visit and enjoy today.
Well, I would say now he's gotten the job. If this question had come before now, I would be able to say that I do not think we need him. But he's there now, so all we need to do is see what best he can do or what best we can do to support him to succeed. Now, going by his previous records, going by all that he's achieved in sports, ordinarily one wouldn't have said he's the best for the Super Eagles at this time. But here we are. Decision makers have made their decisions. They've taken the decisions. We can only talk, but they already have their way. Well, I think his assessment will start when he starts playing games. He's not had any game with Nigeria, so we can't assess him. But going by his previous records, I don't think he would have been the best for Nigeria at this time. Not against other homegrown indigenous coaches who have had better records within and outside Nigeria. On a scale of 1 to 10, I don't think Shele will fit in at any point. But of course, having him been appointed, all we need to do is give support and see the best that we can get from him being Nigerians. And of course, at all times, irrespective of whatever decisions are taken, we want Nigeria to excel. Because in Nigeria's excellence, we are proud. In Nigeria's excellence, those of us that are in the media and sporting media, to be precise, we can do business. If Nigeria is not winning, the biggest brand for Nigeria is the Super Eagles, sports-wise. So if Nigeria is not winning, if Nigeria is not making waves, then we don't have business to do. So it's in our interest that he succeeds. So to that extent, I would say yes. But looking at his appointment, I think it's just a part of the over-politicization of the sporting industry, power show by the immediate past president of the Football Federation, Melvin Pinnick Amaju. Having failed in his 2 terms, continues to transverse the terrain to show he still has power. And of course, he brought Shele. And of course, the Gusau, the incumbent president of the Football Federation, has to listen to his master. So his master's voice, that's what we're experiencing. If they like, let them bring the Herusadi. You see, there are things about Nigeria and Nigerian sports that should not surprise anybody. Politics are played everywhere, and balancing of acts are played everywhere. Federal character everywhere. And the federal character thing is just all very pretentious things they do. Definitely not for the interest of Nigeria. Just to show that, okay, we've taken somebody from the south, or we've taken one from the west, or we are now taking from the north. Who will we take in the north? Let's bring Ahmed Musa. He's calm. He'll be able to talk to the players. What is he going to say to the players? He's past his prime a long time ago. So it's all politics and not in the interest of the nation. I can tell you that. But for Chele going around Europe, yes, he has to. Because everywhere you go, to be the chief coach of the Nigerian national team, senior national team, can be a huge task. Because every day you have Nigerian boys showing up in big leagues, in small clubs, in championship clubs, even around the country. You find players everywhere. Nigeria, I think today, if we are not exporting oil, I think we are exporting footballers to everywhere, even those that are born abroad. I mean, you can imagine this young boy at Arsenal, 17, Ethnan Waneri, and there's an Okoli, there's Ndidi, both at Leicester City. So everywhere you go, you see Nigerian boys showing stuff. So to be the coach of a Nigerian team at the level of Super Eagles is a huge task. One would expect that we should have a scouting department. One would expect that we have a department that should take charge of team psychology. We expect that we have the technical department or the directorate for technical at the Football Federation to be well equipped with people that are sound in mind, sound technically, and have capacity to work and deliver. With all of that put together, then they should be able to advise and situate the coach at the point where he can deliver and work well. Well, you see, I said yes, because I've been one of those that have always been clamoring that there's need to have a National Sports Commission. Now, having a National Sports Commission that is populated or that is headed by politicians, it's neither here nor there. It may not take us anywhere. We need to separate our sport. Yes, sports, you cannot do away with politics at some level. But in terms of the administration, in terms of the management, in terms of the execution, there's need to be able to separate sports and politics. In the days where we held sway in sports, where the National Sports Commission functioned effectively, all of those that occupied the position as Director General, as directors in the then National Sports Commission, were professionals. If you recall from the days of Abraham Odia, Awotro Eleya, and of course Isaac Akioye, that laid the structure and foundation for a proper National Sports Commission just after the All Africa Games was a thoroughbred professional from the University of Ife. And there are other such professionals all around this country. And you need to ask, if we are not able to seek and give these people jobs and give them tasks to deliver, we always will go look for political loyalists to put in positions so that they answer to us. Politics is just, to me these days, it's more like a window for public relations for political parties and individuals that are into politics to express themselves, or maybe also at the same time also reward loyalists. That's what we find. So in terms of the technicalities on administration and management of sports, in its true sense, we're still very far from it. Plenty improvement, I would say. The current managers of the league are doing everything they can to ensure that our league gets back to a competitive level at the continent, gets back to a competitive level at the rate at which we, those of us local people like myself, can appreciate our football and our footballers once again. The question to ask is to say, are we doing enough? The answer will be no. Who are those not doing enough? The media, the sporting media in Nigeria is not doing well enough. Would I say sporting media? Yes. And also the bigger media is not doing well enough. And because we are not doing well enough, that's why our league is still where it is. We would have gone further than this. The other aspect of it is government. Government across the states. Football business is supposed to be good business. Football business is supposed to be run by private individuals and clubs. There's nothing wrong to say that the people of a particular state cannot run a football club in conjunction with other private individuals who will be stakeholders and are interested in the promotion of sport and football in the sense that we're talking about it now. But what we have is that we have state governments owning football teams, and those that are administering the football teams are SA this, SA that have been appointed as a reward, that have been appointed because they are loyal, that have been appointed because they can talk a little bit about foreign leagues. Somebody can talk about the league, talk about the La Liga and the EPL, and that qualifies him to be SA in charge of sports in some states of the federation. And these are the bunch of persons, or the group of persons, who are running our football around the country. So who runs the clubs, the texture of the clubs, what names the clubs are bearing, what history behind the clubs, and those are the things that tells you that the states are not doing enough, the Football Federation not doing enough, but I think largely the media, check out our sports programs. All you find are talking heads talking about who scored the best goal in the world, who scored the best goal in Europe, who scored the best goal in England, and all that. That's what we find. You hardly will see shows, package shows about the best goals of the Nigerian league over the past weekend. The best goals, the best dribbles, how many passes, proper statistics, because the media is not doing enough. The sporting media, that is journalists, that are practitioners, they are not doing enough because they are not tasking themselves. They just go on the internet, download one or two things, watch and everything. All you know is you take, as a content creator in sports, you need to just take a shot of the goal that, the assist that Nwaneri gave, or Merino scored a goal for Arsenal, and you superimpose yourself and you talk over it. And that's content, and you post it, and there are likes and there are followers, and that's it, what we do. But you do not have individuals going to places to take content. All around Lagos, that's we look at as we are now, all around Nigeria, sports is going on every day. As a practitioner myself, in those days when I used to be the street reporter, we covered football from everywhere. From Abeson, from Bagada, from Volkswagen, down on Ojude, Abeta, anywhere. All of those places, and boys are still playing football. You go to Evans Square, boys are still playing football. Go to Lafayette, they're still playing football. Go to Alakoro, you still see boxing. So all of these sports are still going on. But where are the journalists that will cover these events and bring them to the fore and package them? The journalists are not ready to do that job. Even those that are ready are not funded. Even those that work are not paid salaries. So everybody is just finding the easy way out, cutting corners and doing their best. Now for our league and our sports to grow, there has to be heavy investment in the media. Because everything you see about the EPL, the La Liga, you take the EPL and analyze it, you see a variety of shows all about the weekend games, the weekend wrap, the best goals, the best flops, the referee angle, even the advertising and marketing. Because when all of this are put in a fray, then people can relate to it. People can leverage on it. Brands can come and give sponsorship. But we are not able to attract sponsorship because there's nothing for the brands to take away. Because if you give brands value, they will attach to it. And it never used to be so. Before 2006, the La Liga was not popular. The EPL was not popular. The Champions League was not popular. What were Nigerians watching? Because the media itself sold out. By investing, Nigerian media organizations came together, put money together, and went to buy rights of the EPL and started broadcasting it on Nigerian television for the consumption of Nigerians so they can make cheap money from telcos and from the brewing industry. They made more money for themselves, the media houses, rather than invest in the local league. Then they will tell them, who will watch Nigerian league? Those are the questions they asked at the time. Some of us that were able to find courage. We found courage and we asked them, why would we be doing this? But of course, we were not many enough for our voices to be heard. And that's why we're here. We are where we are. So it's not far when we lost it. Can we redeem ourselves? Yes, we can. If we want to. But it will take a whole lot of courage. It will take a whole lot of work. It will take a whole lot of commitment. God help us.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. To better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board, CMB, was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the board's abolition in 1986. This resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the Millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, herders' attacks on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers and more stakeholders in the value chain, improving their living standards, enabling them to provide education for their children, cover medical expenses, and build better homes. Concerning the future of cocoa farming in Nigeria, there are mixed opinions among farmers. Some are hopeful that government reinvestment and addressing current challenges can revive the sector's past success. Others are pessimistic due to the persistent issues and the trend of farmers shifting to other crops. Regardless, hope remains for the sector. Solutions like improving land-labor relations, infrastructure, and financial support could revitalize cocoa production, reduce out migration, stabilize prices, and enhance value chain development, ultimately securing a brighter future for Nigerian cocoa farming and its stakeholders. Ojude Michael, reporting for SOUQ News.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannahs, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative, ACI, must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi, reporting for SOUQ News. For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copper Belt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, holds majority foreign ownership, with Zambia consolidated copper mine investment holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copperbelt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Given copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, SOUQ News.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once small calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem-solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together to develop and implement AI solutions responsibly. By addressing ethical concerns, investing in AI research, and creating supportive regulatory environments, we can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, SOUQ News.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
At the African Development Study Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing.
Yes, a very good morning to you and welcome to Just Africa, your compass to navigating the content or the continent's transformation through innovation, creativity, and strategic development. Today, we explore a compelling frontier reshaping how African cities grow, creative cities, urban innovation through culture and design, from Cape Town to Lagos, Kigali to Nairobi, and Accra. African cities are redefining the meaning of urban living by embedding creativity into the very core of their development. In Cape Town, that's in South Africa, the fusion of art, fashion, and architecture is driving tourism and urban revitalization, making the city a cultural powerhouse in Southern Africa. Lagos is a high-energy commercial hub where music, film, and digital content drive economic innovation and job creation in the creative industries. Over in Kigali is a smart city. Vision is seamlessly blending with the traditional Rwandan design, bringing together technology, sustainability, and cultural preservation. Nairobi's burgeoning tech scene coexists with vibrant art districts and co-creation hub, making East Africa's creative and digital nerve center. Meanwhile, Accra is asserting itself through Afro-urbanism, using contemporary African art and design to reshape inclusive identity, rooted development, and the likes. But our focus is going to be in Nigeria. We will be considering, one, a monument, and two, a festival. But what's common within these two concepts is art, culture, and what else will I say? Art, culture, and economic development. How it impacted economic development, how it impacted our pockets, and how it impacted the creative industry and makes our pocket to swell. I won't be the only one having the conversation this morning. What you see different on set today is that they said I'm looking Western, but you know what? My two co-anchors fit into the core of the conversation this morning because they are looking African, Nigerian, and they really are going to facilitate the conversation this morning. Good morning to you.
Hello, Kumale. Nice to be here.
Emmanuel, right? But your name is not African.
You chose to pick the way you wanted.
I am Oyin Krumale.
So you want me to go down Emmanuel. To the roots. By the time I begin to give you my names.
I am Bayo Lawi. But
very African.
There's a Joseph before it.
I know, but you don't need to let them know that.
I mean, by the time we start to go down into culture, using our names, which have meanings, you know, I will give you like 5.
I know.
I can't imagine bearing Joseph, but it's long, so Bayo Lawi, it's okay.
Okay, I see. So, gentlemen, we're talking about culture, because before we bring the real core of our conversation today, we're talking about culture. And one thing that experts and pundits seem to say is that, most African countries, Nigerians, They are departing from the culture of our forebears. Africans are completely moving away. We are completely westernized. The way we dress has even changed. You put on suits from Monday to Thursday. It's only on Friday you are allowed to. Is it allowed? Is it just a company policy or is it a national outlook?
Usually a company policy. Some would even, I think there was a state governor that even made it mandatory that the civil servants must, that one he made it compulsory that they must wear cultural attires. In fact, even, I think it was SOUQ or Adire, one of the two. He made it, I can't remember, it was Ondo State. He did make mandatory that they must wear it at least twice in a week.
But talking seriously, we must take cognizance of the fact that the Western culture, Western influence, social media, the environment, our educational system is eroding our culture. It's not a question of teaching a child how to say good morning and prostrate for elders, whatever. The essence of our culture is missing. Recently, it was said that Igbo language is going to extinction. The same thing is also going to Yoruba language because it's not spoken. Parents don't encourage their children to speak so-called vernacular languages. And so there's a fear that the coming generation, if we don't take time, will not be able to hold firmly to the tenets of our culture.
I think when we expand the thought, when we talk about culture, we know it encompasses language, it encompasses culture. It has things like the food that we eat. Take for instance, 20 years ago, nobody thought about things like pasta to become part of our diet.
Okay.
Now we're changing the language we speak. You need to sound a certain kind of way to get certain kind of jobs in kind of places here in Nigeria. I don't need to mention some brands. You need to sound Western to get certain kind of jobs. You need to be able to eat their own way, holding cutlery. We are used to eating with our hands. They came and told us that it is bush-like, right? And then when you want to even worship, they even told us now that our way of worship is, they've demonized it, let me use that word. So they're now having to do their own culture, by the way. It is their own culture that they're giving to us as a Western idea. So by the time you see a generation, all new Western ideas, what do you think they want to transcend to the next generation coming? And we are millennials. I know Baba was not millennial. I don't know what you want to value. It's not even a baby boomer. But imagine the Gen Zs are now old. Because if you calculate that, the Gen Zs are now old. So we are here Gen Alpha, we are here Gen X and Gen Alpha. Those ones who don't even, all they know is technology. And technology now has made the world a small place. So they are now marrying. I was having a conversation with a colleague of mine, and she says she knows how to write Korean. It wasn't even something that we talk about.
Like, can you
she
write
didn't say speak. She can literally write the alphabet and make words of Korean. It's not Chinese. It's Korean. And we all know the advent of K-drama came in the last 10 years. K-drama is now something. So they've somehow given us this culture, and then we are slightly just moving, gradually just moving away from ours. And losing our identity by borrowing theirs.
I think it's the business of government and institutions.
But if you talk about
institutions.
If you talk about government, Mr. Bayo Olaoye, if you look at the Nigerian National Assembly and look at the way, most of them, the way they are attired, I would say institutionally, they are the one doing the most. Because the way they are attired, about 98% of them put on the traditional attire. Just 2% of them put up suits and all of that. So I can say from the executive to the legislature, they do that, except for the judiciary that you must be attired in a certain way. I would say even the civil servants are more culturalized in the African setting. So the government, I would say, is playing its role. It could be that maybe, like they say, media, through which the Western culture has been sold to African, could be the vehicle through which they are eroding.
I'll talk about institutions.
Okay.
These are hubs where people can come and learn and promote and patronize the media. And patronize the arts and the culture. I'm talking about dancing. I'm talking about paintings. I'm talking about drama. I'm talking about books. I'm talking about literature itself. There should be a place where people can come together and promote this for the young ones so that the bits and pieces can be put together and we can have these children thinking more of their culture than the Western orientation and influence.
Yes,
I think that,
okay.
for instance, the National Orientation Agency, this is one of the things it should be doing.
Okay.
Should be doing, promoting our native languages, our native songs, our native folklore, and our native arts and culture.
All right, thank you so much. Now, okay, for those who are watching us at the moment now, I am sure you heard of a particular festival, cultural festival, traditional festival that took place 3 days after the religious festival, the Eid al-Kabir. And it should come to mind, Ojude should come to mind since you can hear me say that. But you know what? We will delve into that conversation, Ojude. We're off for a break. When we return, we will jump into that conversation and talk about the culture, the festival, its influence and its impact in business, economy, and development locally. We're going to break. We're back in a moment.
At the Africa Development Study Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website, www.adstudycenter.com, to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ojude, now Anambra State, Eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluebunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli, and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrosely University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on the show, rather. Ojude Oba, its translation means the King's Court. It's an ancient festival celebrated by the Yoruba people of Ijebu-Ode, a major town in Ogun State, southwestern Nigeria. This annual festival usually takes place the 3rd day after Eid al-Kabir, popularly called Ileya, to pay homage and show respect to the royal majesty, the Awujale of Ijebu land. It is one of the most spiritual and glamorous festivals celebrated in Ijebu land and centrally in Ogun State as a whole. What many know today is that the horse riding display at the Ojude Festival is part and parcel of the Ijebu tradition, especially from ages back when royal families and warriors were accorded their well-deserved respect. The Baloguns, the Eleshins, their equestrian parade on the pavilion is a symbol of strength, unity, and most importantly, power. The women were elegantly turned out in colorful traditional attires known here as Iro and Buba, along with the gele or head wrap. Their outfits were made from laces or ashoke, a locally sourced fabric woven by the Yoruba people. Now, so when we look at these, lady and gentlemen, so it's, when we look at that festival, you sometimes show things to people and you let them make the conclusion that, okay, what can you tell from this video? What can you tell from the clip we just played when we were talking about Ojude Oba? And they can write a whole essay on it.
It's a tribute.
Go ahead. Yes. So they can just write an essay, a full page of things about it. So, Baba, let me come to you since you wanted to say something on that. Yes.
Because I've been in so many Ojude Obas, so I know the excitement and the color. If you want to call it razzmatazz, it's a tribute to the Ijebus because it gives them a sense of community and a sense of togetherness. Regardless of where they are from, every year, people come, the Ijebus come to identify themselves and pay homage to Kabiesi, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetono. But although he was not there this year because he's aging, he's 90 years now.
Okay.
But it is a tribute to the Ijebus that is unique in Nigeria for a group of people to have that sense of belonging and decide on a date where they will celebrate themselves, celebrate Kabiesi, as they celebrate the Regberegbes. They are called Regberegbes, the groups. And it's a healthy competition of color and gaiety. And it's like I said, it's a tribute to the Ijebus. And you can see that other traditional groups are more or less following their footsteps of bringing their people together through culture, dance, drama. And you can see the horse riding is unique. See women controlling horses. And that's part of our culture that we should be proud of.
Okay, so Swift.
Yes.
What's from this Ojude Oba? Because I know it's almost like maybe in the southwestern part of the country, it's something that everybody can relate to. 2-3 weeks, in fact, months to that time. I was told they spent a whole year preparing for this. So.
All right, so the first thing I want to say is if you look at Ojude Oba has crossed boundaries of just a South-South thing. Because of the internet now, people have taken culture global. So you're looking at people in America, in the diaspora, like I saw that there was a live link where people in the diaspora felt they were participating in Ojude Oba. People dressed up in UK, in Italy, in Paris. That's people from Ijebu. In fact, right now, it's not more an Ijebu thing. It's now a Yoruba thing because I have friends who are from Lagos who travel to Ijebu. It's now a custom. It's a custom to eat traditionally pounded yam, amala from the soup. Now, we are not looking at culture and we are looking at investment, infrastructure, development in our culture.
Yes.
We are looking at the fact that a lot of big brands, like I don't want to mention names, but some of the top 10 biggest brands in Nigeria put in money. So it's not just a sensation for Yorubas again, it's global. Even in the north, so on Twitter, you have the Hausas, they tweet, you have the Igbo groups that tweet. Everybody was posting pictures and videos. You are looking at the economical impact. You are looking at the fact that brands are coming. You are looking at the fact that the people there is opening Ijebu people to the world. Because right now, somebody in London is asking, oh, why is there a woman riding horses, like Papa said? Oh, women ride horses. Wow.
In Africa.
In Africa. And you tell them, look, we've always had warriors in Africa. You know, that land, we never said women can't ride. It was a place where women and men, if you proved yourself in society...
Moremi was a female warrior in Yoruba land.
and you can stand, you can do what you have to do. So it's a beautiful thing. Cultural integration is working. The city is opening up, and I can just imagine how big next year's Ijedu Festival is going to be.
Yes, please.
I was going to even leapfrog from what she said, because sometimes when the conversation happens with festivities like this, people want to also limit themselves to just the festivity itself. But when you expand the conversation, you could see that almost every strata of life is involved. I remember we were having conversation about how we treat our women.
Yes.
And then the conversation came, do you know how much honor that we give to our women?
Yes.
When the wife of Shango, for example, how much we adore her, or the goddess of the water or the sea. And then you now say, we've been treating our women so much that we won't have the female king.
Wow.
Not queen, the female king. And then when Wakanda came out, many people know Wakanda the movie.
Yes.
It showed them that, oh, this still looks like a bit of African, because we had many blacks. Where is Wakanda in Africa? It actually brought spotlight to Africa itself. And that was one of the greatest things that happened to our culture, because you now saw people now embrace going back to where they were. And our women now had this, oh, okay, that means in Africa, they revere the women. Because women as they are not just the female gender. They are the embodiment of life. And when you think about it, they are the ones that carry your culture to your kids. Traditionally, men don't teach.
Yes.
Because we don't spend so much time with our children. So you expect the women to do that because they spend more time with the children. So when you see cultural things, like, you know you have to put your women in the spotlight. And you need to see that you do. Just for example, just look at, I'm not saying the men didn't do their own, but when you check what the women were doing, the way they were mixing colors, you know. I we need to do more. I know it is a one-time event in a year.
Yes.
But if you think, there are so many other cultural events that happens. If we take from the southeast and the southwest, the north as well, all of them have some of these festivals that somehow will tell you, come back to your culture. If you want to replicate something, if you want not to just replicate, if you remember, the southeast also have the Ofala, which is almost significant to what, because Ojude honors the king and the Jeru people, the Ofala. Also honors the king, his transition from one period to another, and also to revere him.
And I think tourism will benefit.
Great. That's it.
Because we have been very negligent of the potentials and the viability of tourism.
Yes.
I think now the state government should be thinking about building infrastructure around Ojude Festival.
Yes.
It's a one-day affair, but before even the day of the festival, people are in hotels 3 or 4 days before that.
Yes.
So infrastructure has to be in place, and government should get professionals. There's still the problem of space, venue.
Yes.
And that's why you had that little incident where you have an explosion or something like that.
Thank you.
Government should be able to provide the infrastructure for the festival, because it's getting bigger and bigger every day.
Oh, yes.
And no visitor or no guest will want to come to a festival with fear, not sure of the security.
Yes.
So the space has to be, the normal space has to be expanded, and government in its magnanimity can provide a space for that festival.
Great. Now, so I'm glad Mr. Bayo Olaoye actually make reference to that. That, Swift, there's one thing that we must pay attention to here. Everybody in that vicinity. Now, I can't say whether they are up to 50,000 people.
Okay.
I'm not certain about the number of people,
yes.
but the attire they were putting on,
Yes.
those are all traditional attire. True. Now, and I begin to look at the Nigerian textile industry.
Yes.
And if all those attires were sourced locally,
Yes.
then I can say within this specific period of time, just because of this festival, there was a boost in that industry. So, Swift, you want to say something about
So
that?
talking about the attire, there are some people that wore designer. I don't want to call names. We have 1 or 2 celebrities who turned up and they were designer. Let's not yab anybody. But they did well. At least they came. Talking about the attire. The challenge we have in Africa right now is Chinese people have picked a market for African attires. So a lot of our African attires, unfortunately, are being exported from China into Nigeria. You are looking at laces. Yes, there's still the regular tie and dye, our weaving. But if you look at some China fashion weeks, we are seeing, and because of who Nigerians are, we also talked about a lot of people coming in from the diaspora. Why some people came and were able to pick their fabric from here. We have people who bought their fabric from there, yes, and brought it in. But for a boost for the economy, like you said, I know in Akure, they do a lot of weaving, dyeing, and all that. The adire material, which is a traditional material known for Nigerians, we floated our gele, all these outfits, coral beads, which are very important, which are locally made and also internationally made. You can't get coral beads. Original coral beads are from the elephant tusks. So automatically, like you said, the economy was worked on. I would want to take us, I want to take us a bit away from this, because I'm very close to the Edos. And I want to talk about the Igwe Festival in Benin. It's the same thing you are talking about. The Igwe Festival is a festival that honors the Oba of Benin, like saying thank you throughout the year. It's very colorful. People are coming from Europe, Italy, because Edo people are very well traveled. They were the first set of people that Europeans touched ground with when they came to Nigeria. So you are looking at fabrics. A lot of Edo people, like compared to here, people in Edo would not buy fabrics over there. They will make sure they buy from Benin. You sew in Benin because of how some even want their fabric blessed by their Oba before they wear. Cultural beads, it has to be from home. Yes, we still have people who buy. But Edo people are very, they are very conservative. Oh, God. And which is what we are hoping Yorubas become with Ojude. Because you notice that Yoruba people, they are very enlightened, and the younger generation especially, they are quick to kick their culture to the curve. Like I told you, we saw some celebrities wearing designer. And it was embarrassing. Because when Rihanna was doing her Barbados carnival, she was not wearing designer. She was wearing the costumes that the typical Jamaicans wear. So it's an edge. For me, I'm coming from the fact that economy is being grown, but we also have to educate. Like people like Baba, we, the media, we need to educate our young people that, look, if you have a festival, invest in local tie and dye. Invest, don't import your fabric from China. Don't do that. Wear Nigeria. Be proud of Nigeria. So that's what I think we should push for.
Wear Nigerian. Be proud of Nigerian. Yes.
Interestingly, the president recently just passed a bill, or not even made it a law, that everything has to be Nigeria first. If we remember, Nigeria first. And similarly, we've done that thing before.
Yes.
But bringing it back again, you'd have thought this kind of conversation should just mirror around that, because it makes the festival not just our own. It now gives us that identity everywhere we go. Interestingly, the Nottingham Festival in the UK, right? When Nigerians want to represent there, you will know Nigeria. First of all, we are loud. When we now start to put our Afrobeats has now transcended beyond the shores of Nigeria.
Yes.
That even foreigners want to listen to Afrobeats. That's the way we are selling our culture. Now you're now coming to a festival that is your home, and they are now mixing it with a bit of Western. It means you didn't even know why you were there. Because irrespective of how much you bought the cloth, right, or the materials used in wearing it, so you don't mix your culture. It means you're now losing your identity. Your culture is supposed to be who you are. I can't remember the reggae musician that said, no matter where you come from, so long as you're a black man, you're an African. That one is debatable anyway, but some will argue it, because anywhere you see a black person, most likely descendant of slaves. And where did they come from? From Africa. Yes. But then that conversion is different. But when we say things like, oh, this is a particular culture for these people, don't come there and come and wear, you're supposed to, for example, wear Iran Buba. You now come and go and wear a kaftan, or you go and wear an Igbo Ishiago. You understand? Because the purpose of that thing.
Because even if you're an Igbo and you're attending, you're supposed to adorn a Yoruba attire.
When Baba mentioned the Regbe people, these are friends of, they're not necessarily from there. Yes. They are friends of the people.
Age group.
The age group, where you put it, but friends of the age group can come. People are not necessarily from that place, but they attend. And then if you're going to attend, please be as part of them. Because you're supposed to, it's even funny enough, it's just one day. There are some that take 2 days, a
7
week.
days.
And if you have to be there, be there. When you go to Rome, behave like Romans. We've gone to side. I said, when you go to Ojude State, behave like Ojude State. Behave like Ijebu. But anyway, you know what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
It's a one-day thing. Leave whatever sentiments you have. If you want to participate, be there 100%.
Yes. But moving forward, I think Ojude Oba should be bigger and better. And it should not be a one-day affair. Okay. Activities should revolve around it, like
lecture,
fashion parade,
Okay.
A food fair.
But I need you to take that again, please. You said fashion parade, lecture,
food fair, and a cultural, a drama depicting, reflecting on a particular theme of the Yoruba culture.
Yes.
Gone are those days when we used to have beautiful drama sketches.
Yes.
We go to the National Theatre, we go to J.K. Randall Hall here to watch plays. For goodness sake, that is missing. And we need that kind of thing around Ojude. So Ojude Oba has gone beyond just one day affair.
Yes.
We should make it 6 days, 5 days, whatever. Okay. But we should go beyond that.
Okay. So, Swift,
Yes.
Baba mentioned lecture.
No, you have to say Baba rolled out a full political strategy.
I hope that the Prince Dakwa Abiodun, who is the executive governor of Ogun State,
yes.
he actually, before about 2-3 days to that day, I saw him. He already had donned his attire, and there were several photographs of him, on social media.
Yeah.
And I like the fact that the government actually participated actively. However, the lecture, the fashion parade, the movie for local art needs to be inculcated into Ojude Oba, so that if it can last for a week or 5 days, and they are picking each day for those specific purposes, I'm wondering the kind of positive effect it will have on the economy.
And the economy,
Yes,
exactly. So you see, all the things Baba said, there are things that I would say they are already in the works or people have talked about, because there was a time I was watching something from the Oni of Ife, and a group of reality show people went to visit him, ladies, and he had this conversation that, look, in festivals now we want to have education, we want to have this, but sometimes you need approval from government. This is the bottlenecks we are talking about. We need government funding and government support. So to build a hall where you can educate young children, because children nowadays, the children want to see visuals. So it won't be the regular hall where you just take children. No, there will be TV, they will be showing. You would have crafted works of an Oba with a sword, a lady riding a horse, so that when you show them like a museum, you can say, oh, this is what this means. Now, those things cost money, because you would not just build anything. You have to have a standard learning that can be global.
Yes.
I'm bringing my child from the UK. My child is used to seeing a museum that is AI operated. Now my child is coming to Nigeria and they see one dirty man that is sweeping the floor saying, pass here. And you're mommy, why are we here? And so we need to put it, like Baba said, it's not just having these ideas. Government needs to pump money. Government needs to be very intentional. Because,
and
yes, sir.
I was with Jaman and Nikulapo at the Freedom Park.
Yes, sir.
And I met 2 drummers there. Drummers. Fantastic, And the man was telling me that even drumming, the younger ones don't want to. So that the act of drumming is missing, is dying. And in a festival like Ojude Oba, where you have a whole day of prominent drummers and people teaching people issues like that. The talking drum. The talking drum.
Yes. So
it's an art on itself.
Let me even jump into what Baba said. I remember having a conversation. I don't know. I like to mix myself with older people, even he knows.
No, younger people at heart, please. I don't like to call them older people.
My bad. I take it back.
I
remember when he mentioned this talking drum thing, I remember having a conversation with an older person, and he said, "Do you know that it is called a talking drum for a reason? It talks.
It tells a story.
So there's something that they can play, a note that they will play, and the Oba would know
what exactly
not to maybe sit at a place or come to a place Yes.
So it can guide. When you are going to see their life for you, when you are going to see their life for you, a talking drummer will tell him, Kabisi, Alejo Mbo.
So what does that mean?
Those things
a visitor is coming.
Okay. That's
there's a guest coming.
There's a guest coming. Or you have a visitor.
Yes. You can also warn him and say, oh,
and if there
are enemies here,
if there are enemies here,
do not approach.
This kind of
just
people
by the sound.
The sound of the drum.
It's something that people
and the drum doesn't speak English; it speaks Yoruba.
I don't know.
What language?
No, you need to.
Baba,
it's a language.
Mr. Bayo Laoye, in what language does the drum speak?
It speaks Yoruba.
It speaks Yoruba.
It speaks Yoruba.
Yes.
So it's not just a talking drum. It talks in a specific language.
Yes.
When Baba also mentioned the structure, because we didn't structure, like you said, template, and then he mentioned something about the arts that we could use. I remember, I know it is something that they are doing now. Nollywood itself and some of the producers have now learned to now use our movies to tell stories.
Yes. Great.
And the truth is, look, let's be honest, not everybody loves to read. As much as it's a culture that is dying, but you can find a way around everything.
Yes.
And I referenced Wakanda because it brought a different kind of consciousness that came out because it just happened after George Floyd died.
Yeah.
They're now doing Black Lives Matter. Wakanda now came out. It now brought the black race to come out. Then come down to Nigeria. We're now having movies like Eleshoba, House of Ga, Agnikolakpo.
Yes.
There is another one that was done by...
Thinking about the fact they were shot in a film village in Ibadan.
Shout out to the likes of, what's his name again? One of these...
Femi Adebayo.
They're not using our movies to tell us stories about history. They used to do it, I think there was one they did back there with Shango.
Yes.
But I don't think they've done any recent one. But these movies I just mentioned are like House of God. When I watched House of God, I was like, the fact they told me, oh, it was actually a person in our history. I said, there's so many people in our history that we can tell stories about.
They are not in the history books as well.
Yes.
So, yes, when we are saying, oh, bring back history, you seem to forget that there are already options that we have.
Yes.
Correct. You don't necessarily have to have history as a subject per se. Everything about us should be able to tell our history. The media can do more.
Yes.
It's not just movies.
Yes.
We can have a talk show, and all we're addressing is maybe we'll pick on one of our deities, or one of our goddesses, and tell the story around it.
Yes.
Back in the days, when, funny enough, we used to do Tales by Moonlight.
Yes.
We all grew up with Tales by Moonlight.
Yes.
Where you used to tell a story and then you give a moral message to it.
True.
Children back in the days, we grew up understanding these things.
Yes.
Values, how not to take things that don't belong to you,
Yes.
the repercussion, consequences.
Yes.
Now, unless you're watching a foreign movie, okay, but for example, I want to just be entertained right now. But back in the days, you are both entertained and educated.
Okay, so...
Because I'm watching Spider-Man. If I watch Spider-Man in Nigeria, what do I want to do? I'm going to be jumping from fence to fence.
So let me butt in here. Like you said, our artists too need to do more. We have people like Sir Victor Wifo tell stories. So that's Joromio. It is actually a story of one of, in quotes, the kings in Edo. Yes. So he was telling a story of how Joromi was fighting spirits. So when you are hearing, Kese, it is the fight they were having.
Describing them.
So he's telling you the story. So this, like, our musicians can do more. Let's, like, right now they were doing an Afrobeat. There's now an Afrobeat section with the Grammys. And I'm looking at people like Chris Brown being nominated, Jeremy for Afrobeat. What our Nigerian artists? Because if you're not careful, these people have no they're going to take it over. So we can do more. Yes, sir.
SOUQ, you know something is happening on Lagos Island now.
Okay. Yes.
And the Kabesi of Rilwan Akeodu is very worried about it. When you do this karita every year, there's something called Meboy. It's a dance step. Now, none of the youth can dance Meboy anymore. So you find that people at my age, 75, 80, are now teaching 18-year-old, 20-year-old how to dance Meboy in Brazilian quarters, Brazilian descendants in Lagos Island. It's unbelievable.
Wow.
That art alone can be taught Now, people are thinking that when you do a year, you don't do a year one day. Now, before 1 or 2 days, things like this will be taught to these young ones. So that it doesn't
go into extinction.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I wish we have time. I wish we have time. We can just go on and on and on. And the producer is saying we have 6 more minutes. Let's see. Let's see. So let's see if we can make 3. Let's make use of 3 in there. You spoke about the movies and you spoke about how we can you spoke about telling stories. I think learning, you spoke about learning also in language.
Yes.
China, the reason why they were this developed is because they learn in their own language and they are taught.
Yes.
They didn't use English to learn, even though they were colonized.
Oh, yes.
The Korean, you also speak. So I was wondering, imagine a speaking, because I've heard of a graduate, a youth corper who went to teach English. He was sent to go and teach English in these places.
Yes.
He used Yoruba to teach the children English. So I begin to wonder.
Let me sweeten the deal. God bless her soul, her blessed memory. Baby Baba will know her. Professor Sophie Oyewole, one of the lecturers in SOUQ.
Nice.
She will not even communicate to you. Professor! And she will tell you the best way to teach Nigerians is by their local language.
Yes.
And what inspired her, she started teaching in Yoruba. Professor! And many of her books are written in Yoruba. Of course, it's Yoruba, so you can understand why. She said what triggered it was she was traveling on a journey and then had to stop somewhere to make purchase along the road. And then she saw a native village. And then she saw that child. She said, according to her, she said, that child cannot be more than 6 years old. That child knew how to calculate money in Yoruba. And the grandmother left the child there.
To the market, to
sell
the market.
Sell things. And the conversation, see, this girl was so smart, and all the girl was speaking was Yoruba, but she understood everything.
The transaction.
The transaction, like, she was like, am I transacting with a 6-year-old, like, or a 5-year-old per se? But once she now went back, she now said, many of what this child knows is what the grandmother knew. And it was communicated only in that language.
And the grandmother might be an illiterate.
I
will not use the word illiterate. She might not go to the corner school.
Yes. But everything she knew, she passed it on. And somebody as young as 5 was able to grasp conversations with an older person transacting business with you simply because everything she understood was from the culture, from the ground. So what she was always promoting is anything you want to teach, teach in a local dialect, they catch it better. Because first off, your brain will first, if you try to speak in English, your brain first want to translate it from what you know first to English before they actually process it to understand. So that gives you like double work what your brain is supposed to do. We have left and right brain. Each of them is supposed to do different capacity in our heads. So when you now say, first off, I have to now understand what you're saying in my language, then put it to English and then answer you back in English. It's already brain work.
I see. So Swift, as we round up.
Yes. Okay, so as we round up, I'm a fighter for culture because I was one of the people that I suffered from cultural loss. My father is Yoruba, my mother is Edo. And my mother felt the best way to bring us up was to teach us English and not let us speak our local dialects. And then she now regretted it. I think when I turned 16, my cousins came from the UK and they were speaking Benin fluently. And their mother said, look, because when you are there, they don't know you are Nigerian. They know you are African. They know you are black. They call you monkey. So the children say, no, we are not monkey. We are from Edo State. And they speak their language. And they say, Ogba, Tokpe. And the Yorubas too speak their language. And when they are going for school events, they dress up in their attire. And my mom was so ashamed of herself. And at that point, she started trying to get us to learn how to speak Yoruba and English. So I would always encourage people, your culture comes first. Nobody knows your name. Nobody knows who you are. But they can identify you by your culture, your language, and where you come from.
We have to promote the language. We have to promote the language.
Yes.
And I think we need writers. D.O. Fagunwa, if you remember, was a legend. Yes. Up to now, I don't see people producing literature in our languages. Where are the writers? The writers are not there anymore. So government should give incentives, banks should give incentives to boarding writers to churn out literature for these children.
Maybe we should wrap up with saying our local names.
My names are already local.
My local name is Akoni. My wife calls me Akoni. That's my local name.
So, Bayo, Olaoye, Akoni, or Bayo, Akoni.
Akoni is exclusive.
It's exclusive. Okay.
When you are calling me Akoni, you are going to
Okay. Anyway, bless my parents. I'm from half Anambra, half Delta. My dad's Delta. I'm half caste. Okay, so I've got like 5 names. Interestingly, because my grandparents are giving me as well. So I've got Namdi, Ikbamanam, Chikodele. For I'm going to take all the
that one is long.
No, it's all the So there's Namdi, there's Chikodele. There's Ikbamanam, because the Namdi and then the Ikbamanam were for 2 grandparents.
And remaining 2.
The surname is Amamife Chukulo. Yeah, as long as it is, we have to now make it shorter. I just say Amolu. So when I put those names together, everybody's just confused. Like, where is it from?
Okay, Swift, your local.
So it's Adetola Omoyekeme Osakpolo, which is a Benin name. Then Aderito, then the English is a Swift.
So please do not be deceived by the English or the grammar, the Queen's English we speak here. We are Africans. My name is Oyimpriye Krumale, core African from the Nigerian.
Give us the middle name.
No, you have to give us the middle name.
Yes, the middle name is somewhere. So you know, this is a good place for us to wrap it up, because this conversation will never cease, and we will not stop talking about Africa, monuments, festivals. You can send us messages, and it's there. You can reach us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television. Many thanks for watching. Do have yourself a splendid weekend.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Directors, President, Nigerian Guild of Editors, distinguished editors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mr. Chairman, as part of your engagement, to engage with various stakeholders, you have met with various groups, and another critical group that you are meeting today are members of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. Of course, you had a meeting with NUG, where they selected journalists from states of the Federation, where you share your vision and also seek for their support. It's the same thing we are here today. Editors, before you is the chairman of the ICPC. Before becoming the chairman of ICPC, he was the Commissioner of Justice in Jigawa State. And he has a vision that he intends to unveil, or he wants you to help him so that he achieve this vision. Dr. Musa Ali San is currently pursuing a vigorous restructuring of the ICPC that requires your support, your understanding. And that is why I came to Lagos purposely to meet with you and to seek for that support. Distinguished editors, I present you as one of you. I present you the chairman of ICPC and Dr. Musa Ali San. Mr. Chairman, you are welcome, sir.
The management staff of ICPC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy and delighted to be in the midst of these distinguished Nigerians. And I have to say that we at ICPC, we really cherishes and greatly values the partnership with you all, because we know that you are really great and valuable because of the role which our Grand Norm has given to the media. And there is no doubt that your dedication to exposing corruption and enhancing our efforts has been crucial in fostering a more transparent society. And our decision to come here today is part of our determination to strengthen our partnership. That's why this breakfast meeting is not merely an event, but any affirmation of our shared mission to combat corruption and uphold integrity in Nigeria. And your support for the ICPC in delivering its statutory mandate, including its robust activities and initiatives in fighting corrupt practices and other related offenses in Nigeria, is really commendable, because you have been really helpful in enlightening Nigerians about the problem of corruption. And I'm personally filled with gratitude that the media has continued to positively boost the ICPC's anti-corruption public communication efforts. Your investigative reports, analysis, and overall dedication to truth have helped in exposing corrupt practices, because there are a lot of stories that you published which help us in our investigation. And most of these stories, they have led us to discovering some massive challenges that is facing, or that are facing our public sector. And if I may recall, there is one whereby it has to do with our youth. A contract supposed to be executed for the benefit of our youth, but the humongous amount of money was diverted. And it was as a result of one of you we discovered the challenge. So I thank you for the contribution. As we salute your commitment to the crusade against corruption, ICPC under my leadership is really serious to ensure the sustenance and heightening of our collaboration with you. And the media is not merely an observer, you are a frontline partner in the fight. And over the years, ICPC has adopted a strategic communication approach in line with Section 36 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, and Section 27, Sub 4 of the ICPC Act. And these laws ensure the protection of suspects' rights while remaining strict, diligent, and stern in our actions. And ICPC will remain resolute in propagating the rule of law and protecting human dignity. And also, ICPC under my leadership prioritizes the protection of whistleblowers, and the integrity of investigations. And transparency is a cornerstone of our work, and we will continue to provide verified information through official channels, which include press releases, newsletters, and our digital platforms. May I quickly review some of our engagement last year? Last year, because I was the Attorney General, and I rallied my former colleagues, we had a meeting in Abuja whereby we look at the challenge of corruption at subnational. We reviewed the problems and also agreed that we need to work together. As a former Attorney General, I know that they are critical because they are the chief law officers of the states. That is why I engaged them, and after the meeting we had in Abuja, we started the zonal engagement. We had one in Kano for the Northwest, where we discussed challenges around corruption within the zone. And also this year we are going to the other geopolitical zones to have similar deliberations. And also in September this year we are going to sit down and review what we have done to see how can we partner. Because I feel the attorneys general are critical. And as chief law officers, they need to work together with us, because by section 15 of the Constitution, all of us are supposed to put hand on deck in order to fight corruption and also to see how can we tackle abuse of office. And also, I had engagement with Nigerian Institute of the NIPR, the Nigerian Union of Journalists, ICANN, Nigerian Bar Association, and various stakeholders on how can we partner in the fight against corruption. Because no single entity can fight corruption. We need to work together. So that is why I reach out to various stakeholders to ensure that we are on the same page. And last year, we were able to reach out fiscally 1,458,000 individuals through our 579 sensitization exercise conducted under our community engagement programs. And we issued about 188 press releases. And also the Commission experienced increased followership in our social media platforms. And also we introduced what we call ethics pods, a podcast, whereby we are sensitizing Nigerians around the issue of corruption. And also, there is no way we can succeed without having planning. Our strategic action plan 2024 to 2028 was unveiled last year, whereby we gathered stakeholders and discussed it, because that will be our focus on how we can work. And our strategic action plan is in line with the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, which has 5 pillars: corruption prevention, issue of enforcement and punishment, ethical orientation, and also enlisting public support of Nigerians, so that, and also recovery of proceeds of crime and management. And this is the area whereby we have upscaled our activities to see that we trace, recover, and manage the process of crime, and also to remit it back to the Consolidated Revenue Fund, so that we won't allow those allegedly took away what did not belong to them to go away with it. Because if you allow them, once they accumulate the process of crime, no doubt they will use it and also to fight back. And also they will deprive Nigerians with what they are supposed to have in the issue of infrastructure. So that's why we focus seriously in that area of recovery or proceeds of crime. And also ICPC, as you know, that it has laudable programs. And one of the key issues which I focus is that I ensure that I consolidate all what the previous chairman of ICPC have done, from late Justice Mustafa Akambi to Professor Wasson. I ensure that all their programs are intact and I'm building up, so that I want to ensure that we maintain that organizational culture of ICPC, and also for me to enhance what they did, most especially to focus on digital transformation, because this is an area whereby we need to use technology in the fight against corruption, most especially in the area of analytics, artificial intelligence, but we'll be able to analyze huge data. And I'm sure you're aware of the constituency and executive project tracking, which ICPC is well known about it. And I know last year we were able to track over 1,500 projects, which has value of over 600 billion naira. And so that at least Nigerians can get good quality projects that is in the budget. And also the Ethic and Integrity Compliance Scorecard, which is an initiative of ICPC, which measure institutions' adherence to ethical standards. We released the results, and I have seen the impact, because most of head of agencies that have not done well, they reach out. Chairman, why? What are our challenges? Can you help us to see that we overcome these problems? Which is really good, because I have never thought that it will have that impact. And why? Because of you here. You have gave it wide publicity. So because of that, most of the head of agencies now, they reach out. Please, how can we do well next year? So I thank you for the assistance. And also our sexual harassment prevention program, which is tackling corruption linked to abuse of power. Last year, I know that we had engagement with the one civil society, where the ministers of the Minister of Education, then Professor Tahir Mamman, and the State Minister Yusuf Tonko Sununu, they were there. The former Minister of Affairs was there, and also over 20 commissioners of education across the country, they attended, because we discussed the challenge around the problem of sexual harassment, most especially in our tertiary institutions, because our students are victims of this challenge. So that's why ICPC has been doing its great in that area, so that we ensure that we help our students, we protect them from sexual harassment. And I'm sure that you are aware that currently there is one of the senior academics that is facing trial at Abuja Federal High Court on this issue of sexual harassment. So, and we are determined to ensure that where there is credible evidence, any sexual harassment complaint tabled before us, we will make our efforts to ensure that we investigate it and also take the matter to court where there is evidence. Then there is our Anti-Corruption and Transparency Unit, Act 2, that they have been doing well in the various MDAs in order to help in ensuring that there is transparency and accountability in MDAs in this country. Then, when I came in, I tried to bring up my policy, which I call it Care for Impact, to ensure that ICPs as an agency, I consolidate the good culture of that agency, and also an agency which is accountable, responsible, and efficient in approaching all issues that are tabled before us. So that one too is something that I unveiled last year, and we have been using it. Now, recently, we are aware of the decision of the Supreme Court about the local government autonomy. So we have looked at the decision, and also we have been having various engagement with civil society to see how can we give our quota, how can we control our quota in ensuring that the local government autonomy operates the way it's supposed to. And also, how can we follow what are happening in the local government councils. And we are trying to bring up what we call corruption prevention program for local governments, whereby we will monitor activities at all the 774 local government areas in this country. One problem we notice is that in this era of technology, there are only 7 local government areas in this country that have functional websites. So we feel that is not right. So we will now try to see how can we use technology to force the local government council to make information available to Nigerians so that Nigerians can follow what they are doing. You, also the editors and other media stakeholders, can be able to follow what are they doing so that we will monitor if there are issues, questions can be asked. We too, we can follow because we don't have the enough manpower to go over all the 774 local government areas. But we feel technology can help us. And we know that practically, I don't think there are procurement processes in our local government councils. This is an area where we need to look at. And also we will ensure that there are mechanisms around control of corruption, around the issue of finances of local government councils. So we will team up with the media, with the civil society to ensure that information are available. Nigerians know what is happening so that at least it will reduce the challenge of corruption at local government level. Last 2 weeks, we are in Gombe, myself and Ola, the chairman of the EFCC. And we discussed around the challenges at local government level. So, and we are determined to ensure that we focus there so that Nigerians at the local level can give the dividend of democracy. And even recently, we have been facing challenges around the issue of this local government autonomy because there is even one caretaker local government chairman whom we charged to court because after the decision of the Supreme Court, he continued to spend government money to award contracts despite the fact that the Supreme Court said, look, stop. And also we know how challenging this issue of local autonomy has been since 1999. But ICPs as an agency, we will ensure that by virtue of Section 287 of the Constitution, we have the power to ensure that the decision of the Supreme Court is implemented fully. And also, I'm appealing to those who are making attempts not to comply with the decision of the African Court to please desist. Because Supreme Court is the last court. Once it delivers a judgment, we must comply. That's what is rule of law. Because ICPC will continue to monitor and investigate because any caretaker local government chairman from 11th of July 2024 who spent public funds, who award contract, that is corruption because you don't have the mandate. And also the Apex Court has already spoken, so we must comply. Now, in my 1 year in office, there are a lot of international engagements which ICPC engage in. And in one of the engagements is that last year in September, we had an event in Beijing, China, whereby there is Global Network. Global Network is a coalition of over 200 anti-corruption agencies across the globe from 124 countries. And I had the privilege of leading ICPC delegation and Nigeria, whereby Nigeria participated in an election of steering committee member, and Nigeria was elected as one of the top steering committee member of that global network. And also, one area which I made mention that we have been focusing is the issue of asset recovery. Asset recovery is really area whereby we in Africa, we must focus on it, because we have seen how our own resources have been taken outside the continent, going to the global north. So that was why at the African Union level, if you may recall, in 2015, there is Thabo Mbeki high-level committee, whereby the heads of state of African countries agree that there is need for a forum of asset recovery practitioners in Africa. And the processes of bringing up the forum, it was last year that the forum was established in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, and I was elected as one of the representatives of West Africa, whereby we met in Arusha, Tanzania in November, whereby I was elected as the interim chair of that forum to try to galvanize the 55 African countries and corruption agencies to ensure that we come together to see how can we help Africa to recover and repatriate stolen assets that are kept somewhere else. And we agree that, look, apart from slavery, which is our own human resources that was taken to other continents, there are a lot of stolen assets of Africa outside the shore of Africa. And we know what is happening. Whenever you want to trace and recover, the experts outside Africa will charge you huge amount of money to recover all professional fees, to recover those stolen assets. So that was why we say, no, we need to come together as Africans. Let us identify our experts within the continent. If we need somebody to trace, Nigeria doesn't have the expert. It can look for Ghana, Kenya, or any other African country. Do you have the expert? Yes. So that's why we are coming together to see that we trace, recover, and repatriate the stolen assets. Also, we will keep on raising this issue of stolen assets at various fora, because the United Nations Convention Against Corruption has already backed the issue of stolen assets that we need to recover it. So this is an area whereby that I'm chairing now, and we are trying to see how we will make efforts to see that it has seen the light of the day. And distinguished editors, we know that corruption thrives where there is silence or in silence. But your voices are the ones that can shatter that silence. Your role in shaping public perception and holding institutions accountable cannot be overstated. The more Nigerians see what you write, what your opinion about this issue of corruption, the better for us. Because they will be enlightened, they will know what is happening, they will ask questions, and that will put us on our toes. That will minimize the challenge of corruption. Because we at ICPC, we are trying to see how can we use our mission to diminish corrupt practices through our public mobilization, our own doggedness in investigation, and also to ensure that we follow rule of law. We will be patient in investigation. No matter how long it will take, we will do it slowly but surely. We will reach our destination. And also, we at ICPC will ensure that we deepen our own relationship with you, the media. And I'm appealing to you to come to our aid. Try to understand the terrain we are walking. It's not easy terrain. Whoever worked within that corruption cycle will know that it is not easy, because it is an area whereby you are fighting those who are already determined to continue to pilfer our resources. is an area whereby those who engage in corrupt practices are really determined to peddle information that are not correct in order to try to bring controversies so that to divert the attention of the main issue. So fairness, hearing from the other side, is what will help us to discharge our mandate. And ICPC, for the past 25 years, has consistently maintained ensuring that there is fairness and the fair hearing, and also we do not engage in anything that will bring damage to people because of allegation against them. We will continue to ensure that we will be fair. If you ask questions, we will answer. And like I said, we are appealing to you to reason with us because of the terrain we are operating, which I know I don't need to elaborate. So that's why there is no way we will not come close to you. There is no way, because we need you, because Nigerians need to know what is happening. That will project the good image of our country. That will make foreign direct investment to come into our country. That will make our youth to have job. We know what is happening in this country. We know that a lot of youth are roaming on the streets looking for job. And the youth are the future leaders of this country. So, and it is through you, by helping us to propagate our activities and also to bring issues that will project good image of this country. By doing that, we will make Nigeria great, and also will tackle the challenge of corruption. And conclusively, I want to emphasize that you mean a lot to us, and that we count on you as dependable partners in ensuring that Nigeria is corrupt-free, and also I'm sure that partnering with you will continue to help ICPC to move forward, and also ICPC will continue to record achievements, and we hope that the aspiration of Section 15 of the Constitution will be realized, where Nigeria will be a country free from corrupt practices and abuse of office. Thank you so much. Money and property last year, and I even know even this year too, we recovered some amount of money and also property. Even currently, we are tracing and marking some assets in one of the states where some people diverted public funds. Even this morning, I know that there is an amount of money which we recovered from the diversion of public funds. So we are talking about both the fixed and movable property. That's if you are talking within Nigeria. Even abroad, it is the same thing. Although during my time, ICPC did not recover any assets from taken outside the shores of Nigeria. But I know that we are collaborating with one of the African countries about money that was brought into Nigeria from that country. We are tracking and to trace the money so that we will see how the money can be taken back to where it was brought in here. So this is what I can say. And some of the issues you raise are part of the problem. Like I said somewhere else, and I kept on saying, I will say it here. My first contact with public office is when I was Attorney General. That was when I now realized that all what I was thinking, when I came into contact with the reality, then I now realize that we Nigerians are part of the problem. One of the issues you raised about societal pressure. I'm not saying that it's a justification for any public officer to engage in corruption. But if you, I'm sure you have had one or two discussions with those who are holding public office. The kind of stress and pressure that public officers are undergoing in this country is too much. Because the family, the friends, associates expect you to give them money. And this is one of the factors that is now pushing those in public office to go into that. And I noticed that any public officer who resists, you are considered as awkward, very difficult, and they will keep on pressurizing you that if only people that are strong that can stand that pressure. And also some people too, they are even daring, will tell you, I was a victim when I was Attorney General. And I want to say it here, maybe the person who did it will hear an issue which I say, look, AG, we want you to do this thing. I say, sir, it's not even in public office, it's not even a public officer. I say, sir, I can't do this thing because my conscience will not allow me to do it. After they put pressure from different angles, okay, you are a young man. How? I don't want to destroy your career. And I say, sir, my career is not in your hand. It's in the hand of God, my Creator. And I left. What followed, it wasn't pleasant. I had to battle for more than 1 year of series of blackmail, from one blackmail to another, just because somebody wants to get money, and you can only get that money through me. And I was put under intense pressure to succumb, which I did not. What followed was I was put under serious stress. Now, the second problem is there is this theory. Whenever the corruption, if you look at it, if the benefit is high, the risk is low, people will keep on to engage. If people know that if you engage in corruption, it is really highly risky, you will lose your reputation in public. People will never consider you as somebody who has reputation in the society. People will be careful. If you know that the punishment is going to be very harsh, people will be careful. But if the risk is very low, the benefit is high, so people will continue to engage. So that is why we need to look, how can we strengthen our laws to ensure that those who engage are punished seriously. And also, you, the media, you have the role to play in sensitizing Nigerians that those who are trying, please try to support them. And distinguished aides, I want to tell you that there are good people in this country. Every part of this country, there is no part of this country that I did not come across people that detest corruption, people that are serious, people that help me. I met a lot of people that at trying to see how can we help this thing? How can we fight this corruption, Chairman? But the problem is that the support from the public, sometimes people are not willing to support because they feel, you know, what you are doing is not worth it. And also because of the pressure, so people feel like, okay, let us leave you, go and do what. So this is second problem. And also, we need to see how can we fasten the judicial process. Because it's law. It is not the law that is the problem, but rather some of us within the system, we try to put stumbling block in the judicial processes, bring in series of applications, truncate, so that you will see one case will take many years. Even the witness will be frustrated. You call a witness today, the matter is adjourned, and I'm not saying that it is the fault of the judges, no. It is all of us, the lawyers, and also other stakeholders, that we know if your client has an issue, as a lawyer, you know, because once you look at the facts and the proof of evidence, you'll be able to know that my client has an issue. Okay, how can we help him to face justice so that all the process of justice, the court and the system should be fair to him? But you will see that that slowing down is also another factor. That you will see somebody engage in corruption, when you take him to court, it will take many years. And before you know it, you will see another corruption case. And also another problem, especially in the public sector, I now notice, is that our public service rules also has a problem, because it has given a leeway that people engaging in corruption, there is no specific provision which provides that, look, once you are engaged in corruption, you should automatically be dismissed. But some, you will find that after ICPC are investigating an issue, it has taken somebody to court, even if you secure conviction, you will not realize that the agencies are not willing to edge out those people. They will leave them to continue working. Because I feel any public officer that is convicted, he is not supposed to continue working in public agency. He should go. If the Constitution will say that conviction of embezzlement and fraud attracts disqualification for a certain period of time, I think there is need. Any convict should not be allowed to work within the public service. It should just be aged out. And that is why now, as chairman of ICPC, we are now going to exploit the Code of Conduct, Bureau and Tribunal. Any public officer with secure conviction and the agency refuses to edge him out, we will send him to Code of Conduct, because they have the power to edge him out. So there is another way, so that we don't allow people to continue. So these and other issues are part of the problem, why the problem of corruption will keep on coming and coming and coming. And also the institutions are really weak, because there are a lot of vulnerabilities where people are exploiting in order to commit corrupt practices. That is why we need to focus on technology. Technology will be able to give you the trend. You will be able to know some of the things that are happening, most especially around procurement. This is an area whereby there is serious problem because of the laxity and the challenge around that. So that's why you will see that almost you will be seeing issues around procurement be raised in public sector. So this is also another factor that is bringing this issue of corruption to keep on going. And also there is international dimension too. Because if those who are taking or stealing the humongous amount of money, they don't have a place to hide it, then it will reduce. But they know that they can wear it somewhere else. And those countries, I keep on saying, when you say that we have challenge of corruption, why are you keeping the process of crime in your country? Why can't you turn them back? This is process of crime. Please take it back to your country, because there is United Nations Convention Against Corruption. And it is a global legal instrument. But you will find out that when they wear the money outside the country, there are a lot of technicalities. MLA, other things that will be frustrated, because the legal mechanisms are made in such a way that it's even very, very difficult for you to recover. So if they know that they cannot take it somewhere else, I think the problem might reduce. Okay, the constancy project, like I said, we have been investigating the issue because it's a challenge that has been with us for a long period of time. And from what I notice of why the challenge keep on coming is one of the issues you made mention. Because there was a time when member of National Assembly, he told me, say, Chairman, I have concern. I say, what is your concern? He said, it's about this your concern executive project tri-kill. You people are doing well. But I know why this issue will keep on coming. On that day, he was telling me the challenge he was facing. There was burial in his hometown. You need to contribute. He said, look, somebody had domestic accident. He called me. And so he kept on mentioning. He said, I'm not justifying, but the societal pressure on us is too much. That's why only those who are strong will resist. And I don't know whether that is part of the reason why we are having this challenge. And to be frank with you, we have noticed areas whereby some of them did not execute the project. We have noticed whereby some of them, they did shoddy job. We have noticed whereby some of you notice that, like I keep on saying, a well is supposed to be dig in one place and somebody will just take it to his home farmland. We will see whereby street lights, instead of to be installed on the streets, somebody will put in his house. So these are challenges that are keep coming. And I know that there is one of the newspapers last year, they made a front page story that ICPC has failed to tackle this challenge. And I know that we have been doing our best. And we did a lot because we have recovered a lot. And even currently, I know that there is somebody who's facing trial. A child will file a charge against one of the former members of National Assembly. A former member is facing trial because of diversion. And also, we know that we have been going to ensure that if you do not execute the contract, you must go and do it. I know that there is a state whereby an ambulance was diverted. We ensure that it was taken to the hospital. I know where a lot of things. And that's why the strategy is good, in the sense that let us recover the proceeds of crime and put it into use. Because if you keep on filing charges and all these things. You will spend many years in court while the actual project will not be executed. And to be fair to them, if you confront them, you show them the proof. Honorable or distinguished, this is a project you're supposed to execute, you do not. Please direct the contractor to go back to site, or contractor go back to site. They go back. And recently, those who are being used, the contractors, I have been hard on them. If you allow money to be diverted through you, we are going to charge you now. You want to refund that money because you allow yourself to be used as conduit pipe. So we have been doing that and we have recovered a lot. And if I may say that the societal pressure, in my view, is one of the challenges and also the weakness of the institutions. Because, to be frank, some of the heads of agencies, they allow themselves to be used in these challenges of constituency projects. Because if the head of agencies insists, once there is a contract awarded, that contract must be executed to the latter. Or you insist that you're not going to allow anything to be inserted in your budget, which is not out of your mandate. So if we will do that, then this thing will minimize. But if the head of agencies allow themselves to be used, then this thing will keep on happening. And ICPC, all the corruption agencies, we don't have the capacity to follow all the projects. That's why you, as the media, you can expose. The public too, they need to follow their project, on your project. If there's a project which is supposed to be done in your constituency or in your sector district, it was not done, raise it. And I don't think there is any public officer that you confront him with evidence that this amount of money was appropriated for a particular project and you don't execute, please go back and execute. You will not say, no, I'm not going to do that. I hope I have answered. We are doing it in such a way that we don't disrupt the financial system. So we do it in such a way that we don't allow you to continue with illegality and committing crime, so that we will save the banking system and also the public sector fund. Then on issue of Dubai, like you made mention, in my speech I made mention of proceeds of crime. And I alluded to the fact that the international legal regimes, the various laws of countries are the problem. Because for me, I kept on saying in various fora of anti-corruption that look, if somebody steals our money and take it to your own country and you keep it, why are you telling me that we should come together and fight corruption? Why? Because you know, because your own, there is no your money in my country. So that's why you are saying we should join hands. Why I have traced and point out to you, this is the public funds taken to your own country. Why can't you give us our own? But because of the legal regimes, sometimes it's tedious, it takes a lot of time, and there are a lot of, it's not even law alone, there are politics, there are diplomacy, so it is something which is even outside the realm of anti-corruption agencies alone, because you need a lot of stakeholders. I know recently there are countries that I am the one who have been following that, look, let us sign an MOU with you, because we have noticed our funds are being taken to your own countries. And they agree. There are some 1 or 2 countries that I know that we are about to complete sign an MOU because of what we have noticed.
Also here, as a media owner, I here with my team, we have a radio station and also a television station. I want to commend your efforts. For you to meet with the media shows you are transparent. It shows you are accountable. I don't have any question to ask you because I'm part of the team. It is not cheap to fight corruption. It's very, very expensive. Fighting corruption is also very, very complex. It's not as easy as we used to say it. It is only the person that is wearing the shoe that will know where it pitches. So I commend your efforts and I pray for more grace that God should color your efforts. Everything is in your favor, the age, the energy, you have the capacity, and you have the right team to help you to drive it. You have the right team to drive it. Finally, I have this advice. You can't do it alone. You need to also rely on the outside team to help you to drive your dreams, your plans, and goals, especially in the area of the media. I suggest maybe you could have something like a strategic media public enlightenment committee. Comprises, of course, the media team as well, stakeholders. You have a committee who also help you spread your good news. Also help you spread your good news either in the public sector, in the private sectors, and all that. Because if you say you want to work with media like you would like to work to, it's very, very expensive. But when you have the committees, selected committee, media team, editors, and also for the private sector and public sector, they will help you to achieve your dreams and goals. So you have our support, and like I said, God will color your efforts. God bless you, sir.
Thank you. Angry ones and the pastors. Let me just add to your to-do list. I had 2 questions written down, but after Ikechukwu gave his lecture, I decided to calm down. You talked about, before I round up, and thank you for coming, judges advising you to go settle out of court. The biggest problem, one of the biggest problems with corruption in Nigeria are those judges. Recently, I think it was the Chief Justice of Nigeria who said election cases constitute about 70 or 80% of the cases they have in their docket, which suggests that election cases are very lucrative for them. So you have to put your searchlight on the judiciary. Then number 2, your constituency, the legal profession. Please, MBA has, from all accounts, a vibrant lawyer, Afam Osigwe. Engage, collaborate with him. MBA too has to deliver. Plea bargaining takes place and judges advise you to go settle out of court. It's because the judges too are corrupt. The appointment and promotion mechanism on the bench is also corrupt. Search the NJC. Today, the type of, what's the word now? Corruption in terms of judicial promotion in Abuja is huge and impacts on the quality of judgment delivered. So, Mr. Chairman, the biggest thing you have done is to come here to show transparency. You said corruption thrives when there's. I also say this, I'll add to that corruption thrives when there's darkness, when it's hidden. So you're coming out here suggests that you really want to fight corruption in partnership with my colleagues. And it's a brilliant thing you have done. I know you met some of my colleagues in Abuja, and that's why the Secretary of the Guild and the Deputy President of the Guild are here. You have to continue. Because if you want to work with the media, honestly, the way you have shown, the media will work with you, and Nigeria will be better for it. Thank you for coming.
And I will do my best to discharge my duty to the best of my ability. together with the officers of the ICPC. That is why if people are raising the issue of bias, the issue of all this lie, you cannot prevent people from raising those kind of issues. But one thing I know, that if I satisfy my conscience, I'll go to sleep. And like I said, there is somewhere else that we are going to account somewhere. And that is why I try as much as possible to be fair in what I'm doing. And also God knows what I'm doing, and also know my ability, because the anti-corruption is a very complex and difficult thing. Sometimes getting evidence, getting things is difficult. Even if you're investigating issues, somebody will look like you are targeting you are targeting somebody, or you have a motive, all these things. So on my own part, I will do my best, and also posterity will judge. Because that's the only thing I can say. On the other issue, which like the president said, that the lecture you gave us, and some of the things you raised, I quite agree with you that those are the challenges, and we need to work on them. And in my view, that is why the Constitution is structured in such a way that the Chapter 2, it is left in such a way that is you, the leader, that should strive to ensure that Chapter 2 is realizable. You attain that aspiration: education, healthcare, good environment, all other social amenities. You as a leader, you must think outside the box to ensure that you reduce the poverty level, which I agree with you. The level of poverty is really high, and we need to tackle it, because without tackling the poverty, we will continue to face this challenge of corruption that keeps on coming. And also, we are not justifying or depending the public office holders or the politicians, like you said, that we are saying that there is societal pressure. Like you said, it's a fact. We can't deny it. Myself as ICPC chairman, if I show you the number of text messages people are sending to me every day, you'll be shocked. In fact, I am even thinking that some they have even forgotten that I am the ICPC chairman. Maybe they are thinking that I am chairman of one local government or a state governor, because they will keep on sending. So, and also they will keep on calling, because the number of calls are such that they are unbearable. And we are part of the society. Even if we deny, there is such a thing that even if you deny, is a reality. And I agree that poverty is one of the factors. But also we have to keep on telling people that they need to consider public holders. And also, we, the public office holders, also, we need to live a simple life. Because some of us, the way we are living a very larger life, that's why people will keep on patronizing you. But unfortunately, it is also us, the Nigerians, that are pushing people. Like that member I cited an example, he told me that my constituents were telling me that, look at this man. He has finished house order, he has an old car. Up to now. So people are even look at you, there are certain things that even if you exhibit as a public officer, people will look at you that is strange. So why? Because it is the society that are pushing people to adopt a life that will put you in trouble. And once you resist, like I said, they will say you are awkward, you are difficult, you know, all these things. And we are all human beings. And that is why we need that support from you, the media, in your own writings, articles, and opinions, and also the public too. They need to support public officers that are transparent, that try to live within their means and within the ambit of the law. But without that, you will find one or two people that because of that, they will derail. Because of that prejudice. That's why always I will raise this issue of prejudice. Last week when I was in Gombe, and I told the chairman, don't allow anybody to put pressure on you to dip your hand in public purse. Let them say whatever they want to say. Because one day you are going to leave. It's better for you to leave, you go home and sleep well, than for you to leave and something to follow up which will not be nice.
In 1957, just a greenhorn, leaving school and looking for a job, going into broadcasting was something that I dreamt of. But that's only meant going into radio, because my old school, Holy Child College, still on the same site in Obalende, 2 streets away from the old NBC. I still can't forgive whoever changed the name to something else that is being called now FRCN. Because if the BBC remains BBC 100 years after the founding fathers, dreamt of starting television, radio from, all the war years, learning a bit from America. It all started from America. Because we were taught about all this. Every time they took us from school to take part in, school's debates on radio, we just walked across. It's all in Obalende and Ikoyi, Balende/Ikoyi. So I dreamt of doing something along the line. And then one of my teachers left us high and dry, went to be a newsreader on radio. Marie Tabio, who later became Mrs. Irikefe. Then we had people like Tung Adedoyin and SOUQ. We used to listen to them on radio on the old, you wouldn't know anything about that now, the rediffusion. It was just, a little box in your home, and everybody looked forward to either listening to the 7 o'clock news in the morning or 6 o'clock or 7 in the evening. So that was all I had to do with broadcasting. And who was going to take me there was another matter altogether. Who would take you, little 16, 17-year-old girl, into broadcasting? But one had been bitten by the bug then. So, and only God knows where whatever dream you had was going to lead to. We read poetry, we did radio show, stage shows in school. Catholic schools were very good for that. And my old school
just celebrating 150 years of its existence, just down the road from here on Broad Street. The nuns, they were all white nuns. No Nigerian nuns at the time that we were growing up. So all the dream they had, this kind of dream that we have now, going to England, but they were coming here to teach us. So I had learnt a lot of poetry, I had taken part in Festival of Arts, and I had gone to, the biggest hall we had then was at King's College, which is also down the road. Means of transportation was your SS foot. No BRT, no bicycles or whatever. So we did it all just walking around and learning from our teachers. And of course, our mentors were the nuns, like I said. So in my wildest dream, there was no way that I was thinking of going into anything like broadcasting. That is going back to answer your question. But they had a lot of plans for the girl child. And not along the religious lines now. But actually, they came to actually engender this whole idea of pushing the girl child forward. And not just me, a lot of us. People like Mrs. Francesca Emanuel, they also went through the whole gamut of all this dream that I'm talking about. Television itself was brand new in the world. I have to talk about radio because that was what I knew as a child. But television, when it started, we didn't even know. Maybe in America, and then it went to Australia, and then to France. No. France came after Nigeria. You wouldn't believe that, would you? That we were number 6. America, Britain, Germany, Australia, one other country, and coming now home to Nigeria, where you cannot help but give a lot of credit to the dreams of people like the late Chief Obafemi Awolowo and one of his ministers then, Chief Anthony Enahoro. So that's how I believe this whole package was placed on their laps and sold to Nigeria, to the Western Nigeria government. On the radar were lots of other people like me who had dreams about becoming Miss Nigeria. So maybe that will now give you a little background about how I took part in the Miss Nigeria pageant, Western Nigeria, and I became Miss Western Nigeria. Somebody must have fine-tuned some little knots somewhere and said, okay, you probably might be able to deliver. Because you are being interviewed when you go before the panel of judges. And somebody must have said, okay, that's a good material, you can come and take part in this. Before then, we had other people, Anike Agbaje Williams, Poliola Sokwe, who were working on radio. My dream was to work in radio, but then I missed that. And I was nursing, that dream of still going to radio. Never knew what television was all about. So maybe that answers your question, I'm not sure. But I took part in the Miss Western Nigeria pageant and I won. Took part in the Miss Nigeria contest and came second. So that meant that I didn't win. And if one of the, maybe the prize was to go on TV, it wasn't even there. It wasn't written into the, program that whoever did this, but the person was going to go to England. And so Helena Yemeluna, who won that contest, went to London and fulfilled her own dream. But I was still biting my nails, waiting for when I'll be able to get a job. There were other things that girls could do. You could be a nurse, you could be a teacher, you could be an assistant, a dental assistant. All those were things that young ladies, can, you know, fulfill their dreams along those lines. They're still there. You know, you still have young ladies. Mrs. Muritala Muhammad, the first time I met her, she was a dental assistant. Little did we know that her husband was going to be the head of state and she would be first. So you see, lots of things were there for the young girl who wanted to learn, who had the talent, and who wanted to perform, and who wanted to work hard. But now I don't know if girls want to work hard. All they want is, you know, the table to be set, and then they come and, you know, partake of whatever is there. It wasn't too difficult at the time that I was picked as one of the people to come and appear in WNTV. The audition was actually carried out before my time. I got involved in so many other things, you know, trying to get a job, something to secure, you know, something, you know, to alleviate poverty. There was not too much poverty in Nigeria at the time because people could still eke a living for themselves and, you know, get by in society. But I was lucky that I had an aunt who was a nurse in the hospital in Ibadan, UCH in Ibadan. And she was married to an Englishman, and the man's friend happened to have been the man, Mr. Mathers, who was brought as one of the technical partners to WNTV. So we met at a dinner party, and just as you and I are chatting, I was only 18 plus. I was 17 when I took part in the pageant. But by this time, I was growing up, and I thought I was a big girl. So I opened my mouth, and I said a few things. And the man looked at me and said, "How come you are not speaking with a Nigerian accent?" And I didn't know what he meant, because we were taught at St. Mary's to deliver whatever lines we were given to deliver. The Festival of Arts, I came second after an English boy from Corona School. And I was given a beating for coming second. Not because I didn't perform well, but because I forgot to curtsy. And one of the judges, I think, who was then Mrs. Abayomi, Lady Abayomi, said that I delivered my lines very well. So I was the Lord of Tartary, I would do this and that and the other. So I came second. And when I got back to the school, the nun, Sister Marieta, said, "You were not paying attention." So whatever you do in life, you have to be consistent. You have to perform well. The way we're trying to do now, the way we're trying to project your voice and whatever it is you have to offer with a lot of humility, not, you know, trying to show off or to project your own image, or whatever message you have to deliver, you have to make sure that it is well delivered. The following year, St. Mary's Convent School, which is my old school, which is 150 years old in existence, went to the same King's College Hall, and we beat a lot of secondary schools. We came first. Pied Piper of Hamelin. Have you ever heard of that poetry? Pied Piper of Hamelin was about someone who wanted to get rid of all the rats in Europe. And all he did was to play the pipe. So that is what we were more or less doing. That's what you and I have felt. Being a Pied Piper, trying to get off all the ills in society. That's the main job of a broadcaster. There's so many things happening in the country, and it's only TV and radio that binds the country together. If the country falls apart tomorrow, we will rely on someone from radio or from television to make the announcement, to introduce the head of state who has just won the election, or the one who has just taken over. It's a huge responsibility. At that age, at 19, we had to introduce people like Chief Obafemi Awolowo on TV. We had to introduce people like Akintola, Oladoke Akintola, as the premier. And when everything broke down and it all went into smithereens, they brought in Chief Majekodumi as the administrator of the Western region. All this happening before our eyes. There were no other stations in the country except WNTV. And we were there, so we learned quite a lot. In fact, I believe that the whole country revolves around broadcasting. And if you are part of that organization, how would you feel at my age, at 80-something? As young people, perhaps you don't know all this history that I'm telling you about. It's a long, long story. But when you sit down, you have to put it all into perspective. You see that, well, some people are actually meant to be in different positions. Some people are meant to be doctors. Some people are meant to be nurses. For those of us that are in broadcasting, it's a huge responsibility. It's a passion. Sometimes you don't even know how you got there in the first place. Or somebody may have discovered you. It's like being in Hollywood in those days. Someone has to develop, so you have the talent, the latent talent, and then somebody will discover you. So that's how I was discovered by Mr. Mathers at a dinner. I was put in that place because I had won the Miss Western Nigeria contest. If I hadn't done that, I probably would be somewhere in the kitchen washing plates, washing all the dishes. So there you are, if that answers your question. Well, there's no one that actually picks someone and puts you plonk without, I mean, of course, if you don't have any experience on the job, you have no business being there in the first place. But if I had taken part in Five of Hamelin Towns in Brunswick, I was only 13. By a famous Hanover City, I was speaking like an English person. When I was only a Nigerian, little girl being nurtured, by my mother, who was a seamstress, how would you ever get there? But you already have that background, that solid background on the rock, as it were. So, by the time I was ready to go on TV, I had learned from all the other, people that I mentioned their names earlier, like Anike Agbaje Williams. And I wouldn't say it was easy, because you always have that, butterfly fluttering in front of the camera or wherever. I think I took to television like I was meant to be there. With all humility. If I had been groomed by all these nuns that I have mentioned their names, they came to Nigeria to serve the people. They were not earning salaries, To become a nun, you have to take the oath of obedience, chastity, poverty, and all that. So you're not earning a salary. But whoever is there now is thinking of how much money he's going to get from whatever take comes from here, there, and yonder. So they taught us well. And nobody said you're going to go and appear on TV or you're going to be on radio. But just do what you're meant to do properly. It's a lot of sense of responsibility and diligence. And that stands at the back of your mind. That goes everywhere with you, wherever you go in life. Even when I was nursing a sick child, my late son was a sick child. And I was meant to take part in Verdict 79 with my colleagues Kerry Ahmed and Adamu Aogi. They all came with me to the hospital, which is just next door here. And then we came back and mounted the podium and continued our business as if nothing was happening. He didn't die at the time, of course, but the job must go on. That is always there at the back of your mind. So my first night, I wouldn't say that I didn't have any jitters, that I was not nervous. But I was able to deliver, and I think that was the staying power. That was what kept me going, because other people came on board I was not the only one. All the members of the board had their own, you know, little nephews and nieces that they wanted to project on TV. They all came and they couldn't make it. But Anike and I kept going. And if you gave me a script now, I think I would try and... We didn't have too many, what do you call it then, teleprompters. Well, I was very good at, you know, I had a photographic memory. So I was able to get hold of the script, and in less than 60 seconds, I'll be able to deliver it straight to the camera. That was one of the assets that I had also, which was God's gift. It's not by own might or whatever you think you have. You have the talent, of course, but also there has to be some other little bits of gifts that, you know, will help you to project the image of the professional. A lot of controversy. There is hardly any TV, radio, movie personality that can scale through that without any, because people are watching, people are trying to find their own little, you know, base of criticism here, there, and yonder. You can't be a goodie, you know, two shoots without, you know, any, how shall I say it, problem here, there, and yonder. So everybody has their own way of looking at people. People say, well, what has she got to do? She went to take part in Miss Western Nigeria the other day. So what's the big deal about her? And then somebody will still add their own salt and pepper here and there. But I was lucky that I was being nurtured by someone like T.O.S. Benson, who was then our Minister for Information. And he felt that, you know, everything should not stop here. There were things happening in America. He made sure that my name was there. I was at the inauguration of President Johnson, Lyndon Johnson. And we commanded a lot of attention there, myself and my colleague who came from Lagos, the station in Lagos. And for the president to notice that there were two black people sitting behind him at his inaugural ball, I think it was very overwhelming for me, because not many black people had invitation to that event. But Charity Adadevo and I were there, and he stood up and shook our hands where we were sitting behind, 3 rows behind the president. Then Kennedy had died, and we were still nothing, you know, we were still feeling very hot about, you know, the loss of Kennedy. And here was the new president coming up. We were not particularly keen on being welcomed by him. But then, you know, things like that happen to you, and it makes headline news. 2 black people, they didn't even say Nigerians. They thought we were from Ghana, because some journalists came around and said, how is your man Nkrumah? And we said, no, our own Prime Minister is Tafawa Balewa. They never heard of him then. But then they had to go and carry out their own study and find out who Tafawa Balewa was. And of course, the whole country was very proud of us that we went to actually stole the show at the inauguration of President Lyndon Johnson. So many other things happened. When I came to London, the British Information Office, they were trying to look for someone to host their program. That just happened to be around, so they picked me to host their program. But you don't ad-lib on any of those stations. Everything is written out. The questions, even your answer will be written. You can change it around a little bit, but they make sure that you said the right thing at the right time. So that was how we were able to gain attention German television also invited us because they were interested in Nigeria. See how the German chancellor came to Nigeria. That was what happened at the time. In 1963, we had just gained, we had just become a republic then, from being an independent station in 1960. By 1963, we then became a republic. And we were chosen to go and appear on German television in Berlin. And they wanted a little bit of culture. So Benson had his own band. So we were chosen to go and represent Nigeria then. Nobody knew who the ambassador was, but they wanted to know who was presenting something on TV. So that's how important television has been. And that, in fact, we were the first television in the whole of Africa. The very first station, WNTV, that was a call signal. WNTV, first in Africa. There's nothing like that now. Nobody wants to know whether you are first or second. But the station that is being run in Nigeria, I think, has the largest number of stations than any other country in Africa. We have about 21 stations, and now it's still, still counting. And yours is coming on board, and so many others. I think next to America, Nigeria should have been the best country for television broadcasting in the whole world. There's not so many countries in the world that has as many stations as Nigeria. We only have to put our heads together. We only have to find joy in whatever we're doing. Sometimes when it's raining, people say, oh, it's raining, and they feel very bad about the rain. But if you look closely, behind that rain, there will be sunshine, there will be something else coming on. You see some silver clouds coming during the rain, but Nigerians don't have the patience to wait for that kind of thing. That's what television teaches you. If you're in the studio, you don't know what's happening outside. You just get on with the job. That's what we were taught. We were taught not by Nigerians. Even when we started, we couldn't go on air and ad-lib. There was always someone there, Mr. Blackledge, to write the script. And if you can commit that to memory and deliver it, they're home and dry. It's not everyone that has a gift, not everyone that has a talent. It's God-given. And if you listen as a child at 17, 18, 19, at my own age, I learned from school, and I was able to impart this into the job. So within a few months, we got double promotion, all of us, because we were doing very well. Anika Agbadi was excellent. Olasope was superb. And so many other people reading the news. We were the first female to read the news. Women were not allowed to read the news. Nigeria started it. BBC wouldn't allow a woman to pick up a script and read the news. But we were already there. So that's how we were able to gain this global attention that you mentioned. It's not easy. Not easy. Like I said, when we were taught not by Nigerians. But somebody came along the line and said, we don't have to speak like English people. You can just carry on and use your own parochial background. If you are a Robo man, you can speak English the way you like. That was his own idea. Because he didn't believe in us doing all this la-di-da and trying to, say things the proper way. But that watered down the standards a bit. Because then everybody, maybe he had a relation who wanted to appear on TV, and he wasn't allowed to because he couldn't speak like Ikenanda Goba or Bodelalade and things like that, or Friday Fude or Mike Nahuru. So somebody must have gone to him and said, because he doesn't speak like any of those people who were taught by, foreign teachers, people who had learned, people who knew what a DJ, we had a Bible then, that you had to pronounce your words correctly. So he came and said, now that I'm DG, I'm not going to tolerate all this your English way of speaking. And some other people, of course, that watered down the standards. That's not our own making. We were still ready to continue the way we were doing, but then they pushed us to the background. But there were others who were able to perform well. Ruth Benamesia, Opia, Siene Oweber, and of course Bimbo Oloyede, who was born in England. If you already employed those people to deliver the goods and to present your programs, you're not going to sack all of them because they speak with English accent. I don't see how that can be an offense. You cannot be, guilty of speaking English well, like the English people. But they then brought out other people. And you had the head of presentation. I became head of the presentation after I came under Guba. And you're trying to prepare your roster. You wanted to put such people online to read the network news. And they say, okay, bring somebody who can speak like Gerard Didu and do a little bit of Ewe on the side. It's part of our culture. So that is what is happening to TV broadcasting in Nigeria. It's all very interesting. So, this cultural milieu and bringing, a touch of Nigeria. Nigeria is doing well. In that aspect, in the music world, I think we're leading. Some of us who grew up on Handel's Messiah and Mozart, we have to sort of put our hands behind our back now and watch, all the way things have turned around. And Nigerian music is doing well. Afrobeat is reigning everywhere in the world. So really you can't find faults with that. So when they watch a bit of Fela and his children and all his grandchildren doing well, then listen to the channels on TV, you have to take what you get from there as well. If somebody can wake up one day and say, why should your station be called the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation? I say it should now be Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. Tongue twisting. Takes a long time to come to terms with. If everyone wake up in the morning and say, this is Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, you have the call signal. Da 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 da. This is the Nigerian Broadcasting whatever. How are you going to put that, into context with the new one? First of all, when you wake up, you don't know whether you are even coming out of the right side of your bed or not. You are going to have to face your audience and say, we are no more the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation. We are now Federal whatever, which you don't even know where the man, who came up with the idea. He didn't even consult you, didn't even put it to test. If the British corporation, they are going to change from BBC after 100 years, they will ask the whole nation, they will say, where are we going to take this from? They will ask everybody, they will do a census, they will do all kinds of things, carry out all kinds of tests to see whether people will accept it from them. No. Nigerians are very hard and cut and dry. This is the way I want it. I'm the head of state, so I can change everything now and, all of you can start marching forward and march back again. Soldier go, soldier come. I think Fela would have been a good head of state for Nigeria because he would have got some people marching the right way. So, I think that is what has happened to this country. But we will still settle down. The soldiers that have been marching since, they will do attention one day. And then we'll be able to sort ourselves out gradually. I think we're going through the right process now. People are beginning to find their own feet. If things go around, price of goods go up, Nigerians will find a way to come to terms with that. When we were growing up, everything was done. We won't say according to the colonial rules and regulations, but at least there were standards that were set down for you and things that you had to toe the line. This is the proper way to do things. But if somebody says, no, 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 let's turn around and turn it upside down. First stack. It's the only thing that has moved to the whole world from Nigeria, that shook the whole world. That brought everybody attention to see what Africa has to offer the whole world. It happened here on this soil in Nigeria. I was a member of the ceremonial committee. I remember the opening ceremony. There were about 15 heads of state. We've never had anything like that since then. That is what we should ask ourselves. Every head of state that takes over from Nigeria should find out again. It's not from broadcasting that you can get the answer. You can get the answer from technocrats who had worked in all those areas. What happened? How come it couldn't happen again? It's like Armageddon. Every country was represented. Every culture was represented. Miriam Akiva was watching us and called us at the station one day and said, even from the way we linked programs, they couldn't expect that it could be happening in Nigeria. We received phone calls. People were sending us bottles of champagne on the air. The links. Bimbo Oloyede was there with me. I was at the opening ceremony. I was yanked from there to come back to the station. From, interacting with the head of state or with our head of state at the time to come and man the station because what was phenomenal. How come we've not been able to do it? 77 years, how long ago was that? I was only 37 years old then. I'm going on 90 now. It hasn't happened again. We should examine that. Even the head of state that was there is still alive. Let us ask him again. Let us put him down and say, Oga, please explain to us what happened. Some people came up with a theory that the symbol that was used was fetish, that is what has happened and Nigeria has turned upside down. If that is acceptable, it may be superstitious in your eyes, but let us find out. Let's go call the Babalawo. Is it bad that it is a Nigerian that carved this image? And it is making news outside the world. Now you say, no, it is not good that Nigeria should be able to project an image that would attract the whole world, something that will bring everybody on their knees. After the first attack, we were still recovering, just batting in the glory of first attack. What's this artist, the blind one, who was not part of it, who didn't believe in it? He came and had his own first attack, all on his own, from America. Stevie Wonder, he came with his whole team. We had to mount all the cameras back in the studio for him. He had his own 7-day festival here in Nigeria. What prompted him to do that? Other people came. They wanted to know what was happening in Nigeria. What has happened? We couldn't have another festival since then. What do you think went wrong? Nothing went wrong. Everything went so well that people wanted to destroy our own Nigerian people, wanted to destroy the glory that's this whole thing that's emanated from it. It hit the whole world. People are asking, when you go to Britain, you say, what happened? Why aren't you having? I had a friend who was head of the, he was from the British Guyana, a black guy. He was friends with everybody. He knew all Nigerians. Said, what happened? Why are you going to have another festa? Professor Ian Hall, he keeps asking me. Even if we can't have it because it was very expensive anyway, Nigeria had all the money. Even though we had a coup after, it was first of all the brainchild of Gawan, and then Muritala came on board. Muritala was killed, but in spite of that, they couldn't kill that dream of having a Festac in Nigeria. If we are able to bring out all those programs again, I think we'll be able to answer those questions. I'm still alive. There are a lot of people who will still want to know the answer to that. It's a very, very brilliant question that you have asked. I think if it was another country, we'll set up an inquiry and say, what happened? Can we resuscitate this whole dream? Some of the tapes that we had then in WNTV, some people put them in one place and set fire to them because they felt maybe somebody in their religious organization said, you are the one projecting all these things, so Nigerians are bringing idols around. Who gave them the idea to make the idol? It's God now. It's from God. Whatever thing you were able to put together. The Bible was put together because God loved the world so much, and He wanted us to learn about, things that had gone out from the time of Adam and Eve. God loved the whole world and created Muhammad and said, put people together and let them say Allah Akbar every day, morning, noon, night. God created so many wonderful things for us, so many images that we can imbibe from, so many things that we can learn from. People want to come and learn about our country. Instead, we say, we want our sculptures back. What are you going to do with them? You don't have a museum where you're going to put them to make them thrive and people come here to Nigeria. It's a good idea for them to come, but if they learn about your country, what your people have done over the past 2,000 years. 2,000 years of Nigeria image was put together by the BBC. Nigeria went and tore it up in shreds. He tore it up. He said, what are you doing with that? What you call bad belly. I don't know if anybody sang a song with that title. If we maybe start from there and say, what do you do with your own bad belly? Some people, National Stadium. There is no theatre in England, in London, that I know that I've gone to watch plays and things that have not been in existence for over 500 years. So many studios. We have one big one, the dream of Nigerians. And now we want to go and do banking there. We want to go and do trade. It's supposed to be for culture, for our own culture. Lagos State will be dragging federal government by the neck and say, no, we own the theatre now, and we want somebody to come and do something there. If we can only put all these things behind us, the evil that people have done in the past, people like Julius Caesar, when they were writing all those, when Shakespeare was writing all those things, things like that have happened in the past. We should examine them. Get people like Wole Soyinka to sit down and rewrite the whole history again. If they ask me questions like you're asking me now, I will be there to answer. Because I saw it all unfold before my eyes. The image of Nigeria will come tops. All the stations in Nigeria should get involved and do stories on this question that you've asked me. A very salient question, and I love it so much. That might be able to revive the image of this country and let us know where we are heading, in what direction, and bring us back to really the point of salvation. Well, I haven't seen it. I must have mentioned it somewhere. I think on one of the channels. When they was trying to build a scandal around it, and I said, and I tried to put the record straight. that wasn't really what happened. And that, it was from, I think it was from a book that was written by one of the wives that said that I was party to his breakdown of their marriage. And I was trying to put the record straight that that wasn't really the true picture. I have due respect. I have to, bow wherever I come in the presence of a president of this nation, past, present, or even present, yes. I hope I'll still be around when we have others coming on board. But I was taken aback that the head of state asked me a question that, because in the past, we were in the studios when the head of state came, and we were given scripts. If there had been, there had been several coups, and it's always the presenter or the station like that, the managers that take the brunt of the whole, the issue when things like that happen. You don't know who's coming. You don't know how many jeeps are going to be coming in. You don't know how many, what you call their, all those heavy equipment that they drive in as they are coming into the studio. You don't know where they are going to shoot the station down. Nobody knows that. It's only the people who have worked during that period that can relay those experiences. Sometimes you're at work in the morning, by the time you come back in the afternoon, the government has changed. And if you haven't got maybe your ID card, you won't be allowed into the station, or somebody can throw you in or into jail. So all this had happened in the past. Nobody has told any of these stories. People like Segun Lushola or Dr. Kolade. Somebody might come and say, so has happened. I was driving my former husband to work in the morning. I dropped him at the station. By the time I reached home, there had been a coup. Murtala had been killed. And they were under siege, the whole station. Just imagine that kind of scenario. Things like that had happened in the past. But Nigerians don't have that sense of history that wants to sit down and say, well, we want to ensure that it doesn't happen again. Of course, we'll pray that it doesn't happen again. And you wake up in the morning and somebody is announcing something else, different from what you have. A colleague of ours had been, pushed into something that he wasn't aware of. Those are kind of situations that have happened in the past. But this one, we were all dressed in ceremonial costume and trying to, I was the only one that was asked to stay in the presidential, what do you call it, special area that is demarcated for head of states on issues like that. And all of a sudden, the president is following me all about. And I said, this is getting too close for comfort. And I said, what's your name again? I said, my name is Julie Coker. I was trying to play innocent, that I didn't know what was happening. He said, hey, how much did this your dress cost? Sorry, sir. I don't think I'm the proper person to answer that question, sir. Yeah, you don't have answer. It's a bit unprofessional. I mean, not in the profession per se that we mean, but I wasn't prepared for that kind of thing. So I must have given a rude answer to that. And then, before I knew it, Ade Lanwa, who was then the head of Navy, came to me and said, you have been very rude to the president. The president said, he asked you a question and you couldn't answer. I said, good morning, Mr. President, sir. Because when we introduce them on TV, that's how we introduce them. We're now going to be addressed by a new head of state, Mr. So, sir. I And I said he should go and ask the president of SOUQ. I'm sure he has a record of what the question he's asking me can be answered, better answered by the president of SOUQ. If he finds that unbearable or rude, then either that one is not doing his work well or I'm not doing my work well and I don't belong here. But I carried on regardless. Shortly after that, another top army officer, Joseph Daruba, that one was the tallest man next to Ufwe Bonye, or the one from Mali. And he said, Julie, I know you can be rude at times. I said, not on this occasion. This is a wonderful occasion for the whole nation. And I'm trying to be my best behavior. And he said, the president said, you're being very rude to him. He said, I know you, maybe you can say things. And I said, no, I never. He asked how much the dress cost. And I don't think I have an answer, which may contradict what will be on record if you really examine it thoroughly. I was getting very nervous at the time. So I dropped everything and disappeared from the scene, and I never went back again. But the thing reverberated right down to all the committees and members. My late auntie, what's her name? Kentebe, which was a lady, commodore of their navy. She said, Julie, I think she heard that she was going to be sacked that day because the naval officer sent to her and said, you are the one that did this. And I said, can never, God forbid, can never reach me because I'm not in the forces. I'm doing my own job here as a professional broadcaster. Well, I think it has reached a stage now where whatever you say might be taken against you because there are so many people going to court now and people sent to jail, but things were not as bad as they are now because some of the gory stories we hear and people being, penalized and sent to jail, I think it has reached an astronomical level that it's something that's actually, maybe it was there and people did not want to open the canker worms and let us see what is really happening. In my own case, it was a deliberate attempt on the part of an aunt of mine who felt that there's no child that should continue going to school at a certain age. And they were trying to arrange for me to get married to somebody. And it's a tradition of our people, in Delta, to find out whether the girl is still a virgin. Then they go and look for one old man. It's not this, the one that is happening is child abuse now. I don't know what to call that one. There are other cases too of children being sold into, prostitution and to apply a trade that by some madams, which is not really acceptable. But there are other areas that maybe some parents cannot pay for their children's school fees, so they send them, into child labor or whatever. I think every child should be given a chance to have, proper education. If Awolowo can start free and fair education to children, whether all genders, boys and girls, see what the results that have come out of that. But in some other parts of Nigeria, they believe that that it's not acceptable in their religion, and so they still keep the children down and send them into early marriage. And a lot of people have dealt, people like Dr. Simi Johnson, they were in the front of that vanguard to liberate the children who have been kept into Corda at age 13. And when they have children, they are not able, either they die, premature deaths from, being too early to go into pregnancies and have the children properly and things like that. Different stages. You know, it's a very serious issue that actually I think has been well looked into, not by the United Nations or by, but Nigerian government itself should look at it more, more serious terms and try to find how to deal with it. But there's something that happened in some homes, which is now coming out now, which in the past, members of the family will not allow maybe a woman that is a victim. No, the child is a victim, but there are other, things that sort of trigger down the line, like a wife, for instance, who is watching her husband, trying to abuse children that are under their care. And the children definitely cannot, rise to the level that a child who is being abused at an early stage cannot continue with her education. So I have been involved in issues like that because I was affected as a 13-year-old when an aunt of mine felt that I should stop going to school. But I was rescued by another aunt. So I was lucky at the time. Not many people have been able to, get through all this kind of trauma. I was lucky that just at the time, the man was busy talking to some other people, and it's like somebody being kidnapped and another person coming to your rescue. So I was lucky at my own, to escape that unscathed and get on with my life. If I hadn't gone through, maybe I would have been having 13 children. It's good to have children so that the population will multiply. But then you have to make sure that the children are able to, get on with their education. And when you educate that child, he's able to look after other children. I've raised so many children in the process, because I was able to earn enough money to take care of members of my family. And that is what everybody should sort of, try and rise up to that challenge. Chief Folami Koka was the Babeto of Lagos. So, and I used to accompany him to the palace of Ojude. And someone then said, well, Yeto, why don't you he wanted his wife to be the Yeto, but she rejected it. She said she didn't want to because, she thought they were going to perform some fetish. It wasn't really fetish. My brother now turned to me and said, Julie, do you want the title? I said, no, it's not for me to say, because I wasn't terribly keen. But he said he was going to carry out all the preparations. And I said, well, if you're going to do that, why not? And the late Oba Adeyinka Oyeko graciously offered me the title. I accepted and went through the ceremony. So I've been in Yeto of Lagos now for getting on 40-something years. We only have one majesty in England. And that is one of the oldest institutions in the world. Some other countries are getting rid of their heads of their traditional rulers. France doesn't have one, for instance. There are some countries in Europe, I think in Finland, that still have, kings and queens and all that. But Nigeria, every little village, every doorstep has one title. This is the palace of the so. It wasn't like that in our own time. We had only one Oba in Lagos. Now you have so many. You have several Obas. This one claiming this and that. It's Osa. It's whatever. After a while, there's going to be a clash. Maybe not in our own time. So if they're playing traditional roles, Somebody will lay claim to some title that belongs to somebody else and another one. There's no end to it. So let them stay the way they are now. If they want to multiply, that has nothing to do with me because we don't have any say in that. It's not, because you can say now that this station is trying to sell this idea to be propagating an idea that should not be. I don't think anyone should play any constitutional role. If each one has its own, in the states, at the state level, they take it, I think it's rotated. After a while, one steps down, another one takes over at that level. If they want to go and attend the meeting at the House of Assembly, that's up to them. But at the federal level, I think, no. No. I don't approve of it at all. Because then you will have some woman coming on and saying that he's the one that is entitled to the title. It's not, I don't know whether any African country actually accepted that sort of thing. So Nigeria shouldn't start. Nigeria at certain points in any of these things. Once Nigeria starts, other people will start. And before you know it, the whole thing will skyrocket and another war starts. We have enough problem on our hands as it were now. No, we are lagging behind. It's such a terrible shame that we only have about 4 women in the Senate. It's ridiculous. We seem to be dancing backwards. In that regard, I think we're falling short. Totally. There was a time when there were more. There doesn't have to be more women in the Senate. I think there should be maybe 50%. Not even 30-something affirmative, whatever that they went to Beijing to talk about. There should be more. There should be more women participating in politics. I don't know whether it's because, no. I don't want, I just believe that we should have more women in politics. Because women are more sensible. Women are glamorous, they come out looking beautiful, but their contribution to national issues, I think, more. Look at a man who went to beat up somebody in the house. He says he's a hero. Hero of where? That kind of man should not be allowed to even come and address the press. Maybe the press find it funny, humorous to feature somebody like that. There's no woman that will come on TV and speak like that. If you examine every single one of the men, they all have different issues. Some of them have issues about wives and men and things that they have been doing, or they are corrupt and they have been taking money, dipping their hands into different coffers. No woman would do that. I think women are more, serious-minded, and they address issues the way they should be addressed, and they will take more care of issues that affect the nation, girl-child issues, health issues. The men don't even care about health issues. They don't even want to know what's happening. The men even wear bigger agbadas than when they are going to the house. First of all, they should cut down on the amount of clothing that some of them wear. They spend more time thinking of their image, how they're going to appear. Since television has now gone into the chambers, you find that they spend more time, on things like that. And it's ridiculous. We watch other countries, the way their parliamentary issues are being addressed. We're not learning anything from that. We shouldn't be learning from them. They should be coming to learn from us if we're doing the things we're supposed to be doing properly. But if women are really at the forefront of all this, I'm sure that they'll be able to calm all those hot issues that erupt sometimes in the houses. With worry, my mother. I was brought up as an Echekere child by my mother. I was taught to sing Echekere songs to speak Ichekiri well, to address issues that affects the people of Warri. My stepfather, who also had a hand in my upbringing, was an Ichekiri man. So I think that takes care of all those things. Well, I was brought up in Lagos, so I have this dual kind of nationality, and I knew my father came from Egba land, but I didn't have much to do with him. I only have connection with the family, like, Toye Koka, who was my uncle, who took care of me as well, but he was too busy doing other important things. But occasionally when they're having issues in the family, I'm invited like a stranger. But because I speak Yoruba very well, and I passed all my exams, and I used to do all my programs in Yoruba in Ibadan in those days on radio, WNBS. So I can still hold my head high in that regard. I think I function very well. It's like the King of England. He sometimes goes home to his Greek family. When, Prince Charles, when he was prince, he used to go on holidays with his family from the Greek side. And in fact, it looks like some of them sometimes when they are together. So yeah, I think it's allowed. Well, one of the first one, by 40 years in TV, which is actually showcasing all the my life in broadcasting from the early stages, which actually should have answered some of the questions, was a textbook in Kenya for many years, because the minister came to Nigeria, and my GG then, Mohammed Ibrahim, had a whole box full of the books, and he gave them to the minister. And when the minister got there, he requested for more copies of the book. I never got paid for it, but I was delighted that they found the book so interesting. So maybe I'll get someone to serialize the book on TV sometime. We tried to do it some years ago, because I cannot be telling the stories all over again. This is about maybe another 30 years story. Again, we've done another sort of edition. My Life in the Limelight, which is the latest one. So if you have time, if you create space, you might be able to tell the stories and take it stage by stage. That's why I sell the book, and also, we get some media attention from sponsors and get things going. The sky will be the limit then. Well, eat well, eat the right food, type of food, eat Ichekiri pepper soup, or anybody else who's cooking pepper soup now, because then you don't have too much oil. I think that damages certain things in the tissues. And if you want to avoid having cancer, there's nobody in my family that has ever died of cancer because of the type of food we eat. So get someone, to prepare. There was a time when Ichekiri food was being prepared in the museum, and people used to go there to collect the ingredients and the menu, and people live well. So people are eating Chinese food, which is good. It's healthy, and lots of vegetables. I recommend that for people. I'm not saying that very good health, but I still walk about on crutches. I don't know, my knees are not functioning very well. But still, if you say you paid me compliments, I accept it. Thank you very much indeed.
Dr. SOUQ A. Adedeji,
whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS.
I firmly believe in the wisdom encapsulated in the statements. Revenue growth is the lifeblood of the national economy, providing means to fulfill essential duties to its citizens. These words capture the core principle that will guide us as we navigate the challenging terrain ahead, ensuring that our nation thrives and fulfills its obligations to its citizens. In our pursuit of greater fiscal future, we are determined to align ourselves with President Bola Tinubu's Extreme Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. This collaboration will enable us to shape the prosperous fiscal landscape that will empower our nation's growth and development.
Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adedeji is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adedeji introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adedeji as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council (NSCDC). In this capacity, he founded the Nigeria Sugar Institute and spearheaded the Sugar Backward Integration Program, which sought to enhance local sugar production and reduce reliance on foreign imports. In June 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed Adedeji as Special Advisor on Revenue, and by September of that same year, he had ascended to the position of Executive Chairman of FIRS, Nigeria's leading tax authority responsible for the assessment, collection, and management of federal taxes.
The focus will be on these indirect taxes, so that as long as you consume, you have to pay. As long as you have interest on your investment, you have to pay. And this is echoing Mr. President's message that we are not going to tax the seed, but we are going to tax the fruit. The fruit is what we focus on. So all those things, when we have this holistic process, it will be captured, and that the vision is to have a progressive tax, that if you earn more, you pay more, and if you earn less, you will not pay.
Under his leadership, FIRS exceeded its 2023 revenue target of 11.55 trillion naira. As chairman of FIRS, Dr. Adedeji implemented a performance-based system aligning with the service's new slogan, simplifying tax, maximizing revenue.
Dr. Zaka Adedeji has done incredibly well in transforming and reforming the tax processes and procedures in Nigeria. In a little over a year being at the helm of the affairs of the tax body in Nigeria, we have seen a significant improvement in revenue generation. His policy of not crumbling business with taxation is something that also needs to be applauded. Zaka Adedeji philosophy is taxing fruits and not the seed, and taxing prosperity, not poverty. Because if you look at the fiscal landscape of Nigeria in the past 10 years, you find that businesses have struggled to live, and that has led to the exit of so many businesses from Nigeria. But with this new reform, we're saying that the businesses will profit from the reform processes, and that will mean more business for Nigeria. We will have a lot of foreign inflow in terms of foreign direct investment that will actually drive the process of economic growth for the country. And I think he has done so well, and he deserves a kudos, especially for taking the giant stride to restructure FIRS for efficiency, for accountability, and for value for money.
He has also made the welfare of the staff a top priority, fostering a positive working environment that has brought smiles to the faces of FIRS employees nationwide. Supporters of the tax reform bills highlight several key benefits, harping on the need for streamlined tax processes that could reduce bureaucratic hurdles and foster an environment where businesses can thrive.
He has initiated a lot of reform which dovetail into the tax reform bills that is before the National Assembly. This initiative is to improve on the tax administration system in Nigeria with a view to improving on the collection systems that will be beneficial to every member of the Nigerian state. SOUQ, as is well known, has improved on a simplifying tax reform even within the federal land revenue, which in no means has improved on tax administration, and he celebrated essentially for the core initiative of the tax reform.
Under Dr. Adedeji's leadership, Nigeria's tax system has gone beyond mere policy adjustments. Its focus is on fostering sustainable growth and ensuring that the benefits of tax reforms reach both businesses and citizens.
So those that are attacking the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not go well for them on the bad allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT. And then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what do some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this if corrective measures are not taken. Graduation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the graduation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, well, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% graduation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law.
Contributing to long-term national development, Dr. SOUQ A. Adedeji's career is a testament of his unwavering commitment to improving Nigeria's financial systems and enhancing revenue generation, showcasing his exceptional expertise in corporate and public finance.
Of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain. This fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
Hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. it's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there. That they may injure themselves in the process.
Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescent and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethought. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other neurodevelopmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. And when I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there is a family history of ADHD, the child may come out with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing tasks, alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatment for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical, therapy, and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
Hello and welcome to SOUQ News Television. We're reaching you live from our studio in Lagos. I am Antonia Umor. Nigeria has cut its petrol import bill by more than half in the first quarter of 2025. The bill has dropped from 3.9 trillion naira to 1.8 trillion naira thanks to increased local supply from the Dangote refinery. The latest reports from the National Bureau of Statistics shows that this is a 54% drop compared to the same period last year. It is also a 47% fall from the last quarter of 2024. Analysts say the surge in local production is reshaping Nigeria's fuel trade as Dangote's facility ramp up output, which is now running at about 85% of its full capacity. Petrol still tops Nigeria's list of most imported goods, especially from ECOWAS countries, but the shift signals a major step towards energy independence. Still in the oil industry, Nigeria's oil production continues to fall below expectations, costing the country an estimated $5.7 billion, or in naira, about 8.7 trillion naira, and this is in just 5 months. New data from the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission shows the country produced only 1.4 million barrels per day in May, well below the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries targets of 1.5 million and far from the government's budget benchmark of 2.06 million barrels per day. Instead of improving, production dropped in April, according to the figures. Although the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited remitted 4.7 trillion naira to the Federation account in the first quarter, the shortfall in output is putting serious pressure on the 2025 budget. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited says work is still ongoing on key oil infrastructure projects like the Obiafu-Obrikomo-Ben gas pipeline and the Ajaokuta-Kaduna-Kanu gas pipeline, while several oil blocks have seen new interventions. Final investment decisions on new developments are expected later this year. Moving on now, key government officials are calling on Nigerian doctors abroad to help revive the nation's health sector by contributing their skills and resources. The appeal was made during the commissioning of the new student hostel at the University of Ibadan's College of Medicine, donated by US-based doctor and alumnus Dr. Philip Ozua. Governor Seyi Makinde, with his Enugu counterpart Peter Mba, and the Minister of Health and Education, praised the gesture and urged more diaspora professionals to emulate this move. They say giving back can help tackle medical tourism and boost training for local health workers. From the Nigerian Diaspora Commission, Abike Dabriewewa assured that the government will support diaspora-led initiatives aimed at improving healthcare back home. Nigeria's manufacturing exports have crashed by over 746 billion naira, dropping from 1.1 trillion naira in the third quarter of 2024 to 294 billion naira in the first quarter of this year. The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria says the sharp fall is tied to high interest rates and tough monetary policies. The current lending rate of 27.5% is making it difficult for manufacturers to assess credit, stalling production and shrinking export capacity. MAN's Director General Segun Ajayi-Kadura says despite some stability in inflation and exchange rates, the business environment remains too harsh for manufacturers to thrive. The sector challenges persist despite Nigeria recording a 5.2 trillion naira trade surplus in the first quarter of 2025. While exports grew overall, the manufacturing sector continued downward. The manufacturing sector trends, continues downward. Ajayi-Kadura revealed that 767 manufacturing companies shut down as of 2023, and over 18,000 jobs were lost in 2024 alone. He pointed to other lingering issues like poor infrastructure, power shortages, multiple taxes, and high logistics costs, which are all choking the growth in this sector. The National Orientation Agency in Lagos is teaming up with the Institute of Global Peace and Conflict Management to promote moral reorientation in schools. At a meeting in Lagos, the National Orientation Agency State's Director, Dr. Mustapha Tukur, praised the Institute's efforts in promoting peace and social values. Chairman of the Institute, Dr. Kenneth Rufua, raised concerns over overrising moral decay among youths, blaming it on greed, social media, and counterfeit products. He stressed the need to start value education early. Dr. Tukur reaffirmed National Orientation Agency's commitment to reversing this trend through campaigns like the National Value Charter and grassroots outreach, promising full support for the partnership. And finally, for today, China is opening its doors wider to Africa. The Chinese government have announced a new trade policy that gives Nigeria and 52 other African countries full duty-free access to its massive consumer market. The move will allow virtually all Nigerian exports, which includes agricultural products, solid minerals, and manufacturing goods, to enter China without import duties. This marks a major expansion of the previous policy that only covered 33 less developed nations. China says the initiative is part of its plan to deepen trade ties with Africa, as Chinese exports to the continent surged over 12% in just 5 months, reaching a record of $134 billion. The announcement also comes as more than 30 African nations, including Nigeria, are at risk of being dropped from the U.S. African Growth Opportunity Act, which had previously granted duty-free access to the U.S. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television. SOUQ Business Landscape comes up after this. I am Antonia Umor. Good afternoon.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ag Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself.
Today, as I entered this grand edifice built from the sweat and toil of a democratic yearning, my heart stirred. It was a blend of accomplishment and resolve. I felt a sense of collective accomplishment when I realized how far we had come as a nation. Since 1999, democracy has risen from the ashes and destitution of military rule to take its original rightful place as the only mode of governance of resilient and beloved people. With every footstep I took through this hallowed hall, up to the moment I now stand before you, I remember that we still have so much and a lot for that to go. To achieve this progress, we sought an elective office to lead this nation forward. Thus, I hereby affirm before you, our merciful and almighty God, and all men, and resolve to do all that I could do to safeguard and build our democracy as the divine hand intend for us to do. Since 2018, we have celebrated Democracy Day on this day to commemorate the sacrifices of the men and women who fought to restore democratic governance to Nigeria. Let me pay tribute to my predecessor, former President Muhammadu Buhari, for reaching back into history to rectify a national misdeed by making June 12 Democracy Day and by officially acknowledging Chief MKO Abiola and his running mate Babagana Kingibe as the victors and the duly elected president and vice president, respectively, of Nigeria after June 12, 1993 election. Year by year, election after election, every time we debate instead of battle, we discuss instead of fight, and argue instead of destroy. We preserve the institution of democracy. More importantly, we weave the culture of democracy into very fabric of our nation. We thank God for this. Whilst Chief MKO Abiola is June 12th central figure, we must not forget the long list of those who equally deserve to be called heroes of democracy. We must celebrate the courage of Alhaja Kudirat Abiola and Pa Arfe Rewani, both of whom were murdered by agents of military repression. We also remember the many civil rights activists, journalists, and politicians imprisoned, exiled, tossed aside, tortured, and beaten by the military regime. We remember Chief Anthony Enoro, Commodore Dan Suleiman, Chief Abraham Adesanya, Ayo Adebanjo, Chief Gani Fawayemi, Balarabe Musa, Ganiu Daudu, the journalist Baguda Kato, and Commodore Ndibusi Kanu. I mention these names not to exclude or degrade the profound contribution of anyone else, but to illustrate through these few heroes the universality of our pursuit of democracy. The struggle was never the province of any one group or section of the country. It was pan-Nigeria in its conception, and it will even be more pan-Nigeria as we strive to perfect it. It is fitting that I come to this chamber to you. You are the authors of the People's Law, and I must be their faithful implementer. While we may not always agree, we must forge a way to work together, because this is what democracy demands of us. I pledge myself to this cooperation and ask that you do the same for the good people of our country. Mr. Chairman, the National Assembly has acted to uphold democratic ideas at every critical moment in our nation's history. In 2006, the Fifth National Assembly protected our democracy against unseemly third-term bid that would have ripped our Constitution apart. In 2010, the National Assembly, through the doctrine of necessity, opened the door for then Vice President Goodluck Jonathan to become the acting president following the illness of his predecessor. Even under the military, the National Assembly tried to protect our democracy. After General Abacha took over power on November 17, 1993, and dissolved the National Assembly, some of us, led by Senator Ame Ebute, the Senate President of the Third Republic, defied the general and his goons, and we reconvened in Old Parliament building in Lagos and declared that regime illegal. We had the courage to do so, the determination to resuscitate democracy, but we were jailed for our defiance. On behalf of a grateful nation, I commend your invaluable role in lawmaking, oversight, and constituency representation. At this point, I plead for your indulgence so that I may put a terrible rumor to bed. To those who ring the alarm that the APC is intent on a one-party state, I offer you a most personal promise. While your alarm may be as a result of their panic, it rings an error. At no time in the past, nor any instance at the present, and at no future junction, shall I view the notion of one-party state as good for Nigeria. I've never attempted to alter any political party registration with INEC. Equally, my dear friends and colleagues, we cannot blame anybody seeking to bail out of a sinking ship, even without a life jacket. Look look at my political history, I will be the last person to advocate such a scheme. In year 2003, when the then governing party tried to sweep the nation clean of political opposition through plot and manipulation, I was the last progressive governor standing in my region. In their numbers, they boasted. In all their numbers and the false grandeur, they boasted of ruling, not only governing Nigeria, for the next half century or more. Where are they now? Yet I stood alone. My allies had been induced into defeat. My adversary held all the cards that mortal man could carry. Even with all of that, they could not control my destiny and could not control our national destiny, because fate is written from the above. A greater power did not want Nigeria to become one-party state back then. Nigeria will not become such a state now. The failed effort to create a one-party state placed progressive political party forces on a trajectory to form the APC. It put me on the trajectory which has brought me before you today. I dare not such a favor to any political adversary by repeating the same mistake of political overreach. A one-party state is not in the oven, nor shall it ever be. That said, we would be guilty of political malpractice if we close our door on those from other parties who now seek to join the APC. I sincerely welcome our party's newest members from Delta and Akwa Ibom states, led by Governor Sheriff Obowe and Pastor Moeno and other national members of this respected National Assembly. You are all welcome to the progressive fold. Nobody should close the door. Political parties fearful of members leaving may be better served by examining their internal processes and affairs rather than fearfully conjuring up demons that do not exist. For me, I would not say try your best to put your house in order. I will not help you to do so either. It is indeed a pleasure to witness you in such a disarray. Honorable members of this House, we must welcome and accept the diversity and the number of political parties, just as we welcome and embrace the diversity of our population. Our efforts must never be to eliminate political competition, but to make that competition salutary to the national well-being of working across the aisle, political aisles, whenever it is possible. One area in which democracy calls us to work together, whether in legislative or executive branch, whether in this or other political parties, is that the economy and social development of this country must not be compromised. On assuming office, my team and I moved to reform our ailing economy. We introduced fundamental reforms to correct structural imbalances that prevented maximum growth. We are already seeing results. The GDP grew by 3.4% in 2024, with Q4 hitting 4.6%, the highest quarter of growth in over a decade. Inflation is easing gradually, steadying the price of food staples like rice and beans. Our net foreign reserve have increased fivefold, and the Naira exchange rate has stabilized. Our balance of payment position is positive. Our sovereign credit rating is improving, and we continue to promote oil and non-oil gas export. State do not need to go about borrowing to pay salaries anymore. In less than 1 year, over 100,000 Nigerians, including 35,000 civil servants, have benefited from affordable consumer credit through the Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation, enabling them to purchase vehicles, light up, and improve their well-being, and purchase life essentials. This July, we will launch a bold new initiative to empower 400,000 young Nigerians, including youth corpers, with consumer credit. We are committed to giving more opportunities to young people through job creation and skill development. Through such programs as Nigeria Education Fund, NEL Fund, we are investing in education and in the greater future of our country, vocational training, apprenticeship, and entrepreneurship to ensure that our youth are job ready and future ready. In addition, we have embarked on an ambitious project to lay fiber optic cables across the nation, a transformative step towards bridging the digital divide and fostering greater connectivity. This initiative promises not only to enhance the speedy and reality of internet access, but also to revolutionize how business operates, how students learn, and how community stays connected. By extending this critical infrastructure, we are empowering entrepreneurs, enabling digital education, and providing the tools for our youth to compete in a globalized economy. Our Nigerian First policy will further enhance progress I will consolidate market-driven growth. The improved economic performance is encouraging and validates the soundness of our policy measures with collaboration with you. Our medium-term growth target remains an economy growing at a 7% clip with a stronger manufacturing base. We must learn to produce and grow most of our food, and we are on the path to achieving food sovereignty. These and other reforms have placed the economy on a more rational footing, where critical decisions regarding the large-scale investment can now be made. We are making agriculture more sexy by providing tractors, and I ask you, the legislature, to join me as we enter the second half of our term to put forth innovative legislation that further encourages industrial development and job creation in our urban centers, while also drafting laws that improve food security and production. To further underpin our economic vision, we introduced a competitive tax reform package, a vital component of our economic re-engineering. I am deeply grateful to both chambers of this House for your thorough consideration and deliberation of these bills, and I look forward to signing them into law soon. Again, your collaboration across party lines on these bills has been a model of democratic partnership. You are great. As elected leaders, we must continue to do more to make real the dream of Nigerian political and economic.
Hello and welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape, your weekly deep dive into the world of business, the evolving economy, and the forces shaping development across industries and nations. Each episode, we break down trends, challenges, and innovations that drive market forward and societies forward. I am Olumide Shokoya. We are the four horsemen. Starting from my far left, I have SOUQ's John Rogers.
Thank you very much, Olumide. It's a beautiful Friday, and this is SOUQ Business Landscape. We're here. Let's kick the ball rolling.
To my left, the ever-looking gentleman.
Thank you. For once, I will accept the compliment. I'm gentle. Thank you so much. You're welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape.
And we have, like Priya likes to call him, an institution. I call him the think tank. Dr. Idausa. Glad to have you here.
My pleasure here.
Yes.
And I know I'm very close to the extreme right, so I can.
All right, so let's take a look at the key highlights for today's discussion. Beginning with energy reforms, the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Commission will enforce a drill or drop policy, forcing all firms to produce or lose their licenses. Moving forward, banking and finance, a ProShare report has revealed that only Zenith Bank and Access Bank Holdings have met the Central Bank of Nigeria's 500 billion naira capital requirement for international banks. Good news for Nigeria and Africa, as China has granted Nigeria and 52 other African nations full duty access to its consumer market. And finally, we cast our net on energy investment, as the European Union needs 241 billion euros to reach its 2050 nuclear power target of 109 gigawatts. The European Commission says, I beg your pardon, what does this move mean for Nigeria, its economy, investors, and everyday citizens? We'll find out after this short break. Welcome back. So let's dig deep. The Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission has announced plans to enforce the drill or drop policy, compelling all companies to either commence production with specified period or forfeit their operating licenses. Now, the Chief Executive Officer of the Commission, Benga Komalafe, disclosed this during a meeting with the Independent Petroleum Producers Group at the Commission's headquarters in Abuja. Komalafe stated that the policy is designed to revitalize Nigeria's oil sector, maximize the use of undeveloped assets, and increase government revenue. He reaffirmed that any oil well left idle by operators will be taken over by the government, in line with the policy that supports active development and discourage asset hoarding. Now, the policy was discussed alongside other reforms introduced under the Petroleum Industry Act, including the automation of licensing processes to reduce delays. The delegation from the Independent Petroleum Producers Group, led by Chairman Abdulrazak Issa, pledged support for the Commission's push to raise daily crude oil output and deepen indigenous participation in the sector. Let me start with SOUQ. SOUQ, I think I should call you a Nostradamus. I remember you recommended this drill or drop sometime during SOUQ Business Landscape episode. You said that. It's as if they were actually listening to you. How do you feel about this?
They listen to SOUQ News, and they do. And we are also fortunate to have, you call him think tank. We're also fortunate to have an oracle in our midst. So when the oracle speaks, the land shakes. For everyone, if we cast our mind back, Obasanjo, when he came and had the policy for telecoms, they had to capitalize first. Then licenses were given, and they were given time frame. If you remember very well, some missed that time frame, even after paying the money. Even those that paid the money and still got the time frame, they could not get the money to start work. They had to sell. If you remember, we followed that sequence. What happened? In a very short period of time, it was just as if they lit match and poured fuel, and that industry took off. It's the same thing. Now, a group of people, they used to call them cabals. Now we've started seeing names behind those people. They've held this industry captive for so long. Unfortunately, a lot of them happen to be foreign firms. Now Nigerian companies are getting into it, and we have 50% production from Nigerian companies. But over a long period of time, we've had oil wells that have been moribund for too long, belonging to different international companies. Sadly, Nigerian names are also involved. So this policy should have been on from day one. If you cannot drill when these licenses are given to you, take it off them. Because this is our major foreign earner. This is our source of development. And some people just decide to take it and just hold. After all, we are international global companies. Sometime in 2021, if you could remember, then DPR, they took some oil fields away from ADAX. So this should not just be a one-off. Every single licensing, every single OML, every single one of them should be given a time frame. Even before the time frame, show us your capacity to bring in the investment before you can even partake in the licensing project.
All right, Kumale, now, so one of the main aims of this new policy is to boost oil production and, of course, raise or generate more revenue. Do you think that we'll be able to achieve this with this new policy?
I think we should, but the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, I would say last week or so, were known as part of those that facilitated the divestment plans of the foreign oil companies, which the local ones went to take over. So, for me, those who were given the licenses before now, at least, for you to have a PPL or an OPL license within you, there's also policy work that has been set in the frame. Definitely. Most likely, if you cannot do it within that set period of time, most of it, the Petroleum Industry Act did not specifically set 3 years, but in this case, 3 years is even considered to be standard. So if they were unable to do that, where the license is taken from those who are unable to do that previously, and now that it's coming, the same Nigerian companies that Dr. and SOUQ were singing their praise because they are going to up the ante of production from 40% to 50%.
They have already, not going to.
If they are going to do that.
They have already.
Because the development of the shallow waters and the shallow waters asset have not, it has commenced, but it has not fully commenced. So if they are going to do that, it's still going to fall back to the same local oil companies that are Nigerian, locally based. So whilst they are giving them these licenses, while they are acquiring all these assets from the multinational or from the international oil companies, they also need to show some form of responsibility that look, because it is required that if you are acquiring a PPL or an OPL, you must have a time frame and a plan, not just a plan. If you have discovered that crude in the designated area for which you are given an OPL license, and you also need to attach a commercial quantity to it, which then feature in your plan. I hope all this arrangement and all these plans are being presented to the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission for them to really consider it to give these people these licenses. If not, I think it is good that they are taking this stance, and nobody should be spared, whether foreign or local companies. But local companies should be given some form of favor so that they will have some time to
All right, over to you, Doc. What's your thought? And also, what about the smaller fishes? Would they be able to meet this deadline, the small oil drillers?
Well, I think for everything we do here, there's a whole lot that's not done very well. And I think it's because people have a way of taking government assets and using it to deal around, to use that word. And I think that's not good enough. What it means is that if you want to play in a particular sector, two things are required: your technical competence and your financial capability. We cannot be doing good to somebody and say, okay, because it's small, big, and therefore he doesn't have competence, and we just give it to him because we have to give it to him so that everybody should be inclusive. And I think that's a way to actually destroy an industry or a sector. So I think licenses should be approved and given to people who have competence, technically and financially. And if they are not able to meet up those deadlines, then of course, they could actually be surcharged. Yeah, they should be surcharged and then withdraw the license from them. Because the whole essence is that the hydrocarbon that God has given to us is supposed to profit us. So we can't leave it in the hand of a woman who doesn't have competence, doesn't have capacity, and then we are moralizing it that how are they going to survive? That should not be the argument. So people who are willing to play in the sector must be ready to put investment in there. You see, this is the argument that we have made over and over, just not in the oil sector alone. And I think it's almost all areas that are regulated by the Nigerian economy. Take, for example, you go to NBC. We have over 70 licenses in Lagos. How many radio stations are operational? Those who intend to actually do the business cannot get the license. Those who are not doing the business are holding on to the license. And then they are selling to other people at exorbitant prices. These are the kind of arbitrage in the system that is making us not to really realize our potential. I really don't care who gets license. As long as they have competence, technically, and they have financial capability to drive the business. And what that means is that many Nigerians will be employed and will be reducing the poverty level on the ground. But if you give a license to a man who doesn't have capacity, he's holding the license, employment are not created, funds are not made for the nation, and then he's holding all of us hostage. So I feel that people who have the wherewithal to do the business should be the one to be licensed. And we should stop this idea, and I keep saying this idea of trying to say, okay, we want to be very nationalistic And I don't believe in blind nationalism. There are a whole lot of nations who are making things happen without necessarily have to develop, depending on their indigence to do so. And they are relying on the best brain across the world, picks the best brain, and then, of course, make your citizen happy. I always remember United Arab Emirates, where you have over 90% of the residents are non-indigenous, and they are helping the lifestyle of the 10% indigenous who live like kings and queens. And I don't think it has taken anything away from comfort, taking anything away from development of that region.
All right, so I'd like to ask, borrowing from your word, do you think it's a matter of not having technical competence or financial capability or maybe any other unforeseen policies that is hindering, or maybe it's just corruption that is hindering some of these companies from doing
I don't think so. I don't think so. People get license and they just acquire the license because the cost of acquiring it is not very expensive. It's pittance, so you can pay the little token and then you get the license. You just imagine that you are buying a license for 20 million. And then, of course, after 2 days, you are looking for somebody who needs that license and you are selling it for 80 million. Without doing any kind of job, you are missing 60 million. That's what it means for some people. So it's really not the fact that there are regulatory hindrances. It's just the fact that a lot of people rush for those licenses, and then they are looking, maybe using the license to approach people to take money or to negotiate deals. But it's really not for the development of the sector. And I think that what has happened in the oil and gas sector required this kind of drastic measures where regulators can actually come out and say, well, if you don't have competence to do the drilling, there's no need holding on to our license.
All right, Chooks, let me come over to you. If multiple licenses are revoked, don't you think this might raise some form of legal dispute? A lot of companies might, of course, want to fight back.
Now, definitely they want to fight back. But if we look at the paper, the real deal when those licenses were given, there are written statements there that stipulate what, when, and how this thing should be done. But we've not taken it seriously. Because a lot of these licenses were given on political consideration, political favors, political compensation. You see someone that is a civil servant or someone that is in the military or somebody that is somebody's around the corridor of power getting oil license. If you tell the person to spell crude oil, the person might not even know how to spell crude oil. We've seen this happen. It's in this same country we saw a past leader boast of having licenses and not knowing what to do with it and looking for people to sell it.
It's no license, it was money.
No, this particular person had licenses.
Yes, he had the license.
Yes, he said he
had.
And
I think he was.
He was talking about Nigerian money, as in his own licenses.
Yes, what I mean is
oil drilling licenses.
He had.
And didn't know what to do with it.
No, it was the money that came from it. Didn't know what to do with it.
Okay, yeah.
He made so much money from the leasing of the license to a Chinese firm. I paid over $500 million.
Are you talking about the man that wears white? Okay. Now let's.
I heard the story too.
let's progress on it. We are Nigerians, and that license is for you to work because that particular thing belongs to all of us. So just like doctors said, you can't hold us to ransom. That is not acceptable. Let's look at another example. Some 2013 or so, no, 2015, the nation had this particular project, the Decade of Gas. If we look at the timeline till now, that decade is almost gone. Where are we? Because that was supposed to make gas the highest earner, more than crude. The plan was great. The roadmap was wonderful. But where are we right now? It's the same thing. People that should be able to go out there, explore, are not the right people that are giving these licenses.
Over to you, Kumale. Do you think that this would also encourage more investors to come in right now that they know that, yes?
Okay, first of all, to obtain a petroleum prospecting license in Nigeria, an applicant must satisfy several legal, financial, and technical criteria. And they include proper incorporation, demonstrating sufficient financial standing, and showcasing relevant technical expertise in oil and gas exploration. So there are stipulated conditions. And that technical requirement that is there is talking about the capacity to both acquire, obtain the technology that is required for drilling purposes, so that these oil wells, these appraisal wells, does not lie fallow. So if these persons are coming to acquire this license to operate, the regulatory agency or the government agency that gives this license, do they actually go on the field work
inspection
to not only inspect, to verify the fact that these companies really have what it takes or what is stipulated in the legal framework for this specific organization or entity to be given that license? Most times when they don't have, of course, they go through the back door and they will end up.
He said political considerations.
Yes, but the thing is, even if you are getting it through political consideration, you should be able to show some capacity that you'll be able to develop this, or you are in partnership with another organization that have both the technology and other requirements to be able to develop these oil wells. Because if not, that's how they will lie moribund, they will lie fallow, and some people could be holding it as assets to be traded in the future. Yes, like Doctor has said rightly. And any government that wants to leave a legacy, any government that is chasing an economic blueprint or plan that it has told the nation that it wants to deliver on, like the $1 trillion economy that we're expecting to manifest in the country, must make sure that, yes, political considerations, but that aside, I have a legacy. And this legacy needs to affect oil and gas. It needs to affect other, like mining and all of that. It needs to affect other key critical industries and sectors in the country. Because if we just put a dream in place and our actions in government is working contrary to that economic plan that we are aspiring to achieve, it will defeat the purpose.
All right, Doctor, final words. What does the future look like, talking about oil production in Nigeria with this policy?
Well, just to start from where SOUQ has left it in terms of the legal regulations. So the PIA actually has empowered the regulators to withdraw licenses that are idle. And there's a whole lot of conversion that is happening. And I think what is important for us is to see that the president is trying to see how that industry is properly run. And in the last 30 years, operators in that industry faced that we were underutilizing our capacity. Look at what other oil-producing nations are doing. You go to Qatar, you go to UAE, you go to Oman, you go to Saudi Arabia, you're seeing development. In short, Saudi Arabia is building a brand new city, the Neon City, worth $500 billion from the proceeds of oil. Is to tell that city is completely non-renewable. Everything in use there is not renewable. And they are building it from scratch with oil money. And then, of course, we are still talking about infrastructure deficit because there have been excess politicization of that industry. And I think if we'll have dogs that can bite, like what Nubric is trying to do, sanity can enter into that industry. And I think we can actually get beyond the 2 million barrel per day mark that Mr. President is trying to drive.
All right, so we hope that this will force underutilized or idle oil blocks, into active development, of course, output and revenue generation. We'll go on a short break. Stick around, it's still SOUQ Business Landscape.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Welcome back to SOUQ Business Landscape with the Four Horsemen. Let's dig deeper. Only Zenith Bank and Access Holdings PLC have met the 500 billion naira share capital and share premium requirements set by the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN) for banks with international licenses. A pro-share report has revealed Zenith leads with 614.65 billion naira, followed by Access Core with 594.90 billion naira. Other banks, tier one banks, including EcoBank Transactional Incorporated and Guarantee Trust Holding Company, are still below the mark. The report, titled Tier 1 Bank Reports, Getting Bigger, Braver, and Dominant, the class of 2025, noted that asset growth is reshaping the banking hierarchy. EcoBank, with 67.11% asset growth driven by Francophone West Africa, has displaced Zenith Bank from the top of the Tier 1 ladder. Meanwhile, Fidelity Bank, despite a recent 225 billion naira court judgment, is projected to return to Tier 1 by the end of 2025. Analysts highlighted that the recapitalization-driven reflects evolving customer expectations and new competitive dynamics. While traditional measures like asset size remain important, banks are now under pressure to boost asset growth, reduce non-performing loans, and, of course, utilize off-balance sheet opportunities. The March 2026 deadline set by the Central Bank of Nigeria remains achievable, the report concluded. Let me start off with SOUQs, just Access.
And Zenith.
And when you talk about banking and finance, one man comes to mind. He's always wearing a red tie. But what's your thought about this?
The red bow tie you're talking about. Okay. Since today we are qualifying people based on what they wear, that's nice. Years back, we had the recapitalization. Then measures came to get that done.
At each other.
Now, we are looking at an economy that needs to grow.
Definitely.
There are several things we are going to talk about, but we need a banking system that is strong and liquid enough to carry businesses. Now, are they carrying the businesses? That is a topic for another day. But right now, we are looking at 500 billion.
Seems quite small, don't you think?
That's exactly where I'm going to. 500 billion. If we go by dollar, that's less than $4 billion.
4 billion or 4 million?
4 billion is less than $4 billion.
Okay.
Now, why am I going this route? We are looking at ability of Nigerian businesses, just like typical example, Dangote yes. Refinery gulped 20-something billion. Now we're looking at ability of Nigerian businesses being able to finance that kind of project. If the president wants to get a $1 trillion economy, then our banks must, not with any kind of, must be very, very liquid. Now, how do we get the unbanked banked? This is another thing where we should start looking at, because we have a large group of people that are not banked, be it cultural, be it religion issues. How do we cross all this? Now, we have several banks. In Nigerian parlance, they're plenty. We have several banks. How do we get these banks to merge and be stronger and grow this economy? Then now, how do we get the government to get these banks to really support SMEs? How do we also get the government itself to bring down the rates and try and see if we can get a single digit?
All right.
Let me give you a typical example. China does something that the West is always angry about. China puts her own liquidity into the bank to support the industries.
Yes. Okay.
So I think we should also start exploring that. Though Nigeria needs money right now, we're still borrowing, but let's also explore what format, how does it work, whereby the nation can put her own money into the banks to support industries. They are doing that with Bank of Industry and all that, but let's also see commercial banks. How can that work out?
Priya, over to you. Should eyebrows be raised? Do you see merger, and do you think the CBN or any other should, come in or step in?
I think specifically, we know of some other banks that have merged, some that have been swallowed up, some were actually swallowed up because they are top echelon of management in there, I didn't want to, they were conspiring, or they were carrying out some unwholesome practices within the banking industry, within their banks. And some, like we read some time ago, where board members, borrow money and they don't come back. And they have not paid. But the thing is, I was shocked when Chooks was like, 500 billion naira is less than $4 billion. And we have this, we want to create a $1 trillion economy. Well, the banks alone themselves may not be able to, because they are the one to drive the economy. And we could see that if they are not up to the $500 billion mark, it's really going to we wouldn't be able to get to that mark, because as we speak, just only 2 banks. And in those 2 banks, one of them, I think Access Holdings, is having about 590 thereabout billion. And Zenith Bank is running with a 100 billion naira more than that amount, going to 600 plus. So for others, those banks are tier 1 banks. There's ego. And talking about merger, merger will not occur within the tier 1 banks. Because I don't think any tier 1 bank will want to be swallowed up by another tier 1 bank.
Let the president turn that capitalization to $5 billion. We'll see whether there'll be merger or not.
Except for that. Except if you bring in that conversation. But you'll be looking at a tier 2 bank wanting to merge with a tier 1 bank. And if we have like 6 banks that are in the tier 1 cadre, and we have 2 of them meeting that threshold, we still have 4 of them out there. And if they can have some other 4 tier 2 banks joining forces with that tier 1 bank, then they should be able to meet that threshold. But you see, apart from that, I think it's going to be a very turbulent ride for us, for the vision of the president and Mr. Olayemi Cardoso in bringing the 1 trillion naira, $1 trillion economy, and the purpose for which they want to do that. If the Dangote refinery, like you referenced, is about $20 billion, is it? $20 billion. If it is a little above $20 billion. And that means, was it financed by banks within the country?
Both within and outside.
Within and outside. So let's assume a case where we have banks within the country alone. Even if two banks were to come together to finance
with this, they can't.
Like that. If they, yes, with this they can. Then let's look at the possibility or a situation where we can have just two banks coming together to finance bank, or maybe we have one bank taking up that specific. If we can do that, then I think, yes, we can now start talking about the $1 trillion economy and something more, which would be a boost for the Nigerian economy.
Doctor, over to you. I remember you yourself made mention of a particular man, I will not mention him, who came out to boast that he made so much dividends from, he owns one of these popular banks, I will not mention that. Also.
From the sales of shares and stocks.
Yes, and all that. But I'm also looking at consumer protection.
Yeah, but you see, what has happened is government is trying to see how to actually consolidate. And I think 500 billion is not up to $1 billion naira, really. It's actually about 320 or 322 million US dollars.
Oh, it's not even up to $3
billion.
It's not up to $1 billion.
It's about $320 million. That's what it will amount to. So you know how many of that you can compute to be able to get a $1 trillion economy. And I think that question was asked by Cardoso himself during the CIBN annual event in 2023. And he said, you are all sitting down here, let's sell ourselves. President wants a $1 trillion economy. All of you sitting down here, can you fund it? And he said, the answer is obvious, no. You don't have that power. And so what is happening is opening the doors for people to actually participate. But we also saw a lot of flurries of what happened in terms of opening the door for asset sales, raising fund, right issues, federal open market issues toward the end of last year by almost all the banks, and they were all oversubscribed. In short, this is really a wonder because SOUQ had to return some money.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the offers were oversubscribed. Majority of the offer, they were all oversubscribed. So which means that you have an economy where people are hungry to invest. But I think CBN will do a lot more to allow participation. Because what I've seen recently is also to see that most of these dominant bank owners are trying to reinvest their dividend, closing the door really to the outside. So you can see the percentage that is given to people in right issues. So you are not actually allowed to expand beyond a certain limit in terms of purchase. So they have now the overall dominance of this institution. So I think the needs, SEC and CBN really need to look into the operations of what is the right issues. And the company saying, okay, I don't want to go open, so I want to go the route of right issues, so that it's only those who are already here that can benefit. But I think it will do more good than harm if we open up to the entire society so that they can come to invest. There are some banks who are not even in this tier 1 right now, who were doing offer the last time, and it was all right issues. So I don't even, they are not allowing and democratizing the space, so to speak, so that new investors can come in. And I think that's what we need to do. Just not look at investors, we also give opportunity for people to bring in money from the outside. You see, but then again, the fear that, so if you have somebody who bring in $1 billion into your bank today, you have lose the right as the, in quotes, the owner of the bank to somebody else. And I think some of all these things we need to look at. So beyond the ego of one man trying to say, oh, this bank belongs to me, is that since it's a public liability company, that of course everybody had the right to invest, people, local or international, should be given the opportunity to participate so that the banks are strong enough to drive a credit economy. You see, when the president was speaking yesterday at the joint section, he kept mentioning this credit economy. So you can't run a credit economy with a bank that is not sufficiently capitalized. Yeah. So if the credit system must work in here, then the bank must have a lot of fund. And secondly, too, we also see that banks only invest in financial related instruments, which is also not too good enough. Because what you see them today now, you see that they are in the stock, they are in insurance, and those fintech related to finance. The bank can begin to also invest in the real sector of the economy. And I think that is what would make this bank really worthwhile. So you are not just playing here, you are saying that even if the finances are going to be coming, you have to oil the wheel of the economy. We want to see bank putting money into the oil and gas that we just spoke about. We want to see bank put money into agriculture for food sovereignty, as the president called it yesterday. Now we want to see bank putting money into the industrial sector to develop this. What this means is that once these investments are done, we are seeing that the economy is strong enough. And then, of course, the banking public can increase. We can't be talking about people on bank population. People don't have money to put in the bank. Why would we be calling them unbanked? It's only those who have money to put in the bank that I can be describing as a bank. So this is the issue. A lot of people don't have money to save. So if they don't have money to save, you can't be saying they are unbanked because they don't have money to save. With over 103 million or 32 million people that you say they are living below poverty line or dimensionally poor, whatever it is. But you see, we have to also understand this, that the economy needs to be robust. We need to have farmers who are producing money and earning money, and then they are transferring the money into the bank, and that is the only way the credit system can work. Okay. And I think it's the right thing that CBN is doing, but let's see what happens before March 2026, when this deadline will expire. But I am quite pretty sure that a number of the Tier 1 bank will meet up with the deadline, because there's a lot that's happening in the offing.
Very, 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 very true, Doc. There's something you referred to, like not liberalizing the space and of closing up the space, because when someone else brings like $1 billion and like you've lost your right. But the thing is, when the structural adjustment program, when it actually failed, and most of the industries, most of the manufacturing of the Better Nigeria, most of those projects that the Babangida administration that came because of the structural adjustment program, when they failed, one thing that did not fail, or that picked up the baton and took and learned their lesson to carry out a reform within that time, was the Nigerian banking industry. And the banks, that was where the government, yes, politics came in, where the ownership of licenses of banks, were just being doled out by the government to people to set up banks. And some of the banks were unable to meet the threshold. And one thing that happened was that foreign banks actually pumped money into Nigerian banks as at that time, because they were banking. Nigerians themselves who came out to proliferate the bank, where the banks were being proliferated in the country, they were banking on the strength or the likelihood that the structural adjustment program was going to survive, was going to stand the test of time and bring in the yields as was expected by Nigerian economists, but it did not. So foreign banks themselves, they've learned their lesson, because most of them, their money went down the drain during that particular point in time. So now, I don't think the Nigerian economy can suffer the same thing that it suffered during that particular point in time, and during when Mr. Lamido Sanusi became the central bank governor of Nigeria. I don't think we are going to suffer that fate again. I think Nigerian banks have grown to a level where they can bring in more capital, they can attract in more capital and more funds from the foreign banks. Because if you remember, if you look at this very well, the 500 billion naira is to banks that have international reach, because for banks that can do regional, for licensing to acquire to be regionally licensed, they are going with 50 billion naira. Then the one for national They obtained the national license. I think they are going for about 250 billion. They are going for about 250 billion naira. So for the 500 billion naira, for banks in that international scale, they can attract capital, they can attract funds. But the thing is, probably they do not have to collect the whole amount of money from one entity or from one institution or from a consortium. Probably they will need to get that from different sources so that they could actually prevent one person, having the highest sharehold, the share in the bank, where they will be able to own that specific bank.
Oh, okay, all right. So, Chooks, I know you have something to say, but I want you to add this. I'm looking at if this tier 1 banks decide to consolidate and all that, I'm looking at closures of banks, downsizing and all that. So I'm looking at job losses. What do you think? Add that to your thoughts too.
Well, this is 2025. 2026, technology is going to be way faster than what it is as we speak. AI is waking up. Remember, once upon a time, used to be you go to the bank and you stay in queue, collect a tally when it gets to your turn. That is
even ATMs now.
If I take a poll, how many of us has been to a banking hall in the last 6 months? You'll be surprised. Yes. Maybe just a few. Right now, you don't even need a card. You can
except people like Romale that are taking it big.
They bring it to the house. So for what AI is doing and what technology is doing, that sector is still going to shrink. Big banks abroad, big banks outside this country, you don't get to see big buildings anymore. What you see is big balance sheets. That is what that's what you get to see, and there are trades in the stock market. It's certainly going to happen here, definitely. So job losses, I won't call it job losses. It's just technology is going to take over a whole lot of the activities happening in the banks, and everybody should be ready for it. Now, Doc was talking about banks' ability to get this capitalization, but one of the major things I also took out was chief executives and them not opening up. Now, the question we now need to ask ourselves is, how connected are these chief executives to the corridors of power? Because these are things that we need to be able to break down. Is our president going to go for, okay, these are my cronies, or is he going to go for, I need a $1 trillion economy? Because these are two things he has to consider. Because if he goes for the $1 trillion economy, then he's going to make enemies from this other set of people. Because the control is so much that if they open up, or let's say government says, okay, every single board, it doesn't matter what the board is, you can't hold more than 10% share of the bank or 5% share of the bank. The banks will grow astronomically. You made the I don't know if you understand. Now let's give an example. In the last 10-15 years, if you watch a lot of economic news, both from Asia and the West, you see a whole lot of probing of the final year earning of chief executives of all blue chip companies down to banks. Did they make the money legally? Yes, but people are still complaining. I say no.
It's too much. I
don't know if it happens every year. Once you get to that month of tax returns, you now start seeing a lot of obligations. For China, for some of them, they disappear. The country disappears them. Then they disappear. Then things are sorted out. This is the question we get to ask ourselves. There was a real estate crash in China for over 3 years. The Chinese government built that sector out. How did they do it? They put their own money into commercial banks and told the developers, go there and go and take money. So if they can do that, which means they have a form of control and accountability. We should start seeing that down here if we really want to build this big economy that our president is looking for.
But like you said, do we have that money? We're still borrowing.
Now, see, we don't need to have that money to get it done. See, my fear most times, when Priya was saying, let major banks outside drop their money here. Now, when they drop their money here, the profit goes there. That's the sad part of it. If BlackRock decides to drop 50 billion, they will do that. But our president shouldn't fall for that. If they drop 50 billion, which means every single profit that is coming with that 50 billion is still leaving our economy. Unlike when we source the money ourselves and open up and let people invest here. Whoever invests here gets his profit here and is here and is circulating. So do we have the money is not really the issue.
Yeah, but I think whether the money will live in profit, one thing is also clear. The government actually wants us of oxygen, and that's taxation. So we tax every single money that is living, and of course it makes money for government. But you see, why I don't really want to put too much of attention on over nationalism or patriotism is the fact that we have to develop up to a certain level our economy before we can actually be saying we can stand on our own. The truth is that as we speak today, we're seeing banks who are also extending their frontiers to other areas. Of course, government has to back up, and there are guarantees here and there. I think what is needed is that the Security and Exchange Commission needs to be much more transparent. They're doing excellently well at the moment. There's no doubt about that. NGS is dealing well. So we need to see more transparency in the system, such that not the powerful are controlling the market wholesale. Because if you look at SOUQ today, really, we have less than 160 companies registered in our stock exchange. There are very few. And there are still big companies who are actually doing well that are not there really right now regulated. But you see, the need for us to get to that level of understanding that if we have to grow an economy or build a nation of our choice, diversification is not just about moving from agric to industry. It also means the way our investments are applied. And that's the point that I'm actually raising. So if banks are putting money on real estate, putting money in agriculture, putting money in industry, then the tendency to actually make money outside of the money market is also huge. And what that also does is it has empowered the citizens who also will bring money. And that, of course, the economy, you are paying very well now. Not like when we do today. Some people, when you pay them salary today, the debt is already waiting. And so if the money just dropped today, bam, by tomorrow, whether by transfer or by ATM, the entire money is exhausted, and the bank can actually rely on most of salary. And I can tell you that you can, if we do a statistics, you'll see that not more than 10% or 20% of salary earners actually have state savings that you can live in the bank for more than 1 month. So that's a weakness in the system because people are not earning enough. And in some cases where people earn enough, what to also do with money is also a big problem. And I think these are other very ingenious ways that banks can actually be also allowing even their own staff to even be acquiring assets in their firms. Number one, that sense of ownership comes to them. And then we will not be talking about
Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing, Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the SOUQ Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ojude, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anienichi Iluebunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him passionate.
Welcome back to SOUQ Business Landscape. Let's take this story. China is opening its doors wider to Africa. The Chinese government has announced a new trade policy that gives Nigeria and 52 other African countries full duty access to its massive consumer market. Now, this move would allow virtually all Nigerian exports, including agricultural products, solid minerals, and manufactured goods, to enter China without import duties. This marks a major expansion of previous policy that only covered 33 least developed nations. China says the initiative is part of its plan to deepen trade ties with Africa, as Chinese exports to the continent surged over 12% in just 5 months, reaching a record of $134 billion. The announcement also comes more than 30 African nations, including Nigeria, risk being dropped from the U.S. African Growth and Opportunity Act, which had previously granted duty-free access to the United States. Let me start from Chuks. This should boost our exports, yes or no?
Well, when you say yes or no, for China, this is still regional dominance. They are opening ways and opening markets for them. Let me look at it positively. We had AGOA for almost over 10 years. What have we sent to the West? What have we sent to the US? These are questions we should be asking ourselves. The opportunities are there. Did we utilize it? Now, China is saying, okay, good, come do the same thing with us. Yes, they are opening the doors, but there's other underground motives. Is interest, is to their best interest. But now what are we sending to China? Majorly raw materials, not processed materials. We can't send to China what they are sending to us. Even if we decide to produce the kind of things they are producing, we can't produce it cheaper than they produce. So on that particular side is a no-no. So what I will be looking at is African countries, African nations, what are indigenous to us? What are those things that China cannot have because they don't have it?
Gary?
They are sending Gary down here.
Yeah,
Unfortunately.
you said it.
Oh, you've not seen it? And we are also buying. will are slapping some set of human beings. But now, what are those things are indigenous to us that we can send down there? And the good side of it is that there is also a growing community of Africans in Asia right now.
Okay.
So we have people to service. There's a market to service. So these are where and what we should start exploring. What are those things that we can send to them there that is not going to compete with what they already have over there? For trade deficit, we are going to suffer for it. For that is down already. We don't even need to bother ourselves about that down. So let us take this opportunity and put our best foot forward.
Foreign exchange earnings, will it boost it or not?
Oh, please. Foreign exchange. Okay. I remember I said it, that China has already started selling gari. In fact, they are going to start manufacturing where you have both the gari, the sugar, the milk, and the granite inside one pack. All in one, and they are going to start selling it to Nigerians. And trust me, their target is going to be the Nigerian campuses, university.
At an affordable price.
So at a very affordable price, and we know students will pack themselves, and they will just stop patronizing the Jebu crunchy gari from other southwestern states. They will do it. And this is not, I said it here, but I'd already been saying it while I was in the university because of the way they are going. That's why I said, whenever I see things like that, I say to Doc and to Chooks, I like these guys.
The Chinese?
No, not just them. Even when the West are making economic policies and they are churning out economic policies and they felt like, okay, they are protecting their economy. Because the way you see them, you like, oh, from 33 African countries, they've now expanded the number to 52 African countries. And if you don't look critically, if you don't think logically, and you don't really, scrutinize the dealings, you'll be thinking, these guys are good. Wow, they're so generous, And but until when you start looking deeply and you start to reference what Chuk said, previously before now, what were we are we exporting any finished or manufactured product here in Nigeria to China? And even if we have such products, how many are they? Are we feeling the economic impact of that export? But they have thousands and tons of factories over there, and the raw materials are domiciled in the continent of Africa, and they are telling you, we'll come to take that. But you see, as more African countries begin to go in there, AGOA is going to continue to fade out because the United States might want to look like, okay, what are we going to do? Because they are also, the US and Europe are also getting raw materials from the continent of Africa, so they will begin to think. So are we going to say, maybe Doctor is going to respond to that question, though I'm considering rhetorically, is AGOA going to completely fade off or go into extinction? We have to keep looking at that as well. So on the other part is this. For the US, I'm just hoping that even the US would do such like, oh, China has done that, you know what? Africa is now the most beautiful bride. It's not the most beautiful bride. Let us equally, bring down our tariff and entice them. You know what? You can bring some of your goods over here. Just keep shipping them down. We are going to accept. Then we can say, okay, maybe Africa will begin to think. But you know what? I don't think we can really think at this moment in time because we need innovation to penetrate these markets. And it's going to require a superior way of thinking and a superior product. But can we get that in the shortest period of time? I doubt.
All right, Doctor, Chooks already mentioned that China even imports far more than what Africa exports. I'm looking at trade imbalance and trade deficit, if not managed well. What do you think?
Well, I think whether to the West or Asia, African is always having trade deficits because we don't have so much that we can sell. And I think that's the point that Praise alluding to. And for us to get to that level, and I think that's the panacea. You see, when we read stories like this, what it just means is like growing up as a child, my mother used to tell me the food you don't want to give to somebody who is physically challenged, you keep it on the hanger up. And you tell him, that's the food.
Go get it.
Go take it. You know, it will be a miracle for the food to come down to the man who's sitting down. And he can climb up, he can raise up. So I think these are what some of what these look like to us. So here's the open door. But I think we can leverage it. We can leverage it. There's so much that China are coming to take from Africa. We should value them properly. We should value them properly. And while we are valuing them properly, and see how we can rechannel some of this proceeds to functional education. Because Kumala is talking about innovation. Innovation comes from intellectual environment where people are given freedom to think. So if we have money and we put into our educational system, and our children are given education that are functional, that's when, of course, they can get to that level where we can become competitive. But taking it between us and China, closing that gap, it's over 1,000 years because of where they are right now at the moment, because of deliberate policy that was put in place since 1945 to date to ensure that they are prepared for the new world order. And I think that's where the government of Africa need to actually be ready beyond the rhetorics of campaign, that we need to be doing and putting something substantially on the ground. And I believe that what Africa really need is a Marshall Plan kind of action where we are empowered, or we empower ourselves to trade with ourselves, where we look at the things that we have comparative advantage and leverage it to build this advantage around ourselves without necessarily shipping our money to Asia or to Europe or to the Americas. So we do this and build up that level of competence until we come to that level and realization of competitiveness, where we can say, okay, we can do trade together. You see, if you say this market is free entry, free exit, should just mention something. If you have a computer on the ground and the one that is coming from Nigeria is selling for $1,000, and the one that is coming from China is selling for $300, even in Nigeria, the Nigerians will buy the Chinese own, as long as the functionality are the same, because it helps them save some money. So these are the things that we need to actually work on ourselves, really, rather than be really overexcited about what level of trade we can do. Again, you see some of the things he talked about AGOA. I think it was Nkrumah who said, arguing in his book, Imperialism, the Last Phase of Colonialism, where he argued that because those Westerners had the knife and the yam, they always had cut for us whatever thing they feel was enough for us. So that was what it was. So when a particular group they see is doing and is taking you out of where you are, you will find that they will be looking for alternative to what you have. And by the time they are getting close to alternative, the narrative will come from what you are supplying. They give it one big name. You know, like they say, our cassava today can't get into London. They say it's carcinogenic. What that means, I don't know. And I don't think that we have more cancer in Nigeria than we have in UK. Because it's the same garri we are eating here. So these are conversations, and this is why we can assess their market. They put restrictions, even when they said the door is open. And this decision is done on the ground of scientific discovery. But because I have a Christian background, I like what the Apostle Paul says in the book of 1 Timothy, and said we must be careful for this thing that is falsely so-called science. You know, because that's the problem. Yeah. So you're having an Africa that don't have say in deciding what is allowable or the things that are not allowable. So they have the yam, they have the knife. So, but I think Africa must look inward. That's my argument. We must look inward. develop ourselves. China developed themselves. At a certain time, they were not liked. We saw the story of Singapore. Lee Kuan Yew was blackmailed in the Western media. But eventually now everybody has accepted him because he has done well. And I think that's where we need to up our ante in terms of investing in our own self, doing things among ourselves where we have comparative advantage rather than hoping for a meal that is high up on a hanger that our hands may never get.
All right, Priya, I'd like to ask you, I think we've discussed it before. Do you think that this economic over-reliance on China for trade, investment, even loans, may create some sort of asymmetric relationship that may also affect our sovereignty, our national sovereignty over time?
Are we not owing them? Like the national sovereignty, we are owing them. Because, we know that if we are unable to pay at the expected period of time, those conditions in that specific agreement will come into play. So we are owing them. And somehow, no matter how dire the situation is, I still have the confidence. We're talking about Nigeria. And I don't think we will can come to that place where our sovereignty will go for it.
They've seized our planes.
I don't think so. I don't think so. However, I have one other thing to say. It's not beyond, if you see currently now, they've relapsed the trade or the tariff war between the United States and China. And we can say there is truce at the moment now, some of those...
That's on the screen.
Well, it has been suspended at the moment, but you see this recent move. It was not announced by anybody but by Xi Jinping himself. He announced this specific move between Beijing and 52 other African countries. He announced it by himself. And still, if you look at the geopolitics, Beijing is wooing everybody, including former United States allies, current United States allies in the continent of Africa. He is wooing everyone. And sometimes, it could be that the conversation that can be taking place back doors could even more be, salivating than what we see in front of the media. And because they know that they are taking this action, they are trying to make even those who are, who owe some form of reliance or who have some form of alignment with the United States, they are trying to curry their favor, to make them, to bring them to a place whereby they are neutral when it comes to the United States and China, if not completely biased towards China. So China is not just using this tool to consolidate its move and its position, economic-wise and geopolitics-wise in the continent of Africa. It's also, if we look at it, it's also using it to spite the United States. Yes. So they can look at it from that perspective. And if it is working, well, let's see. I know it's working because currently the way it is, the chief executive in the United States, looks at Africa as something that can be, with a wave of hand, put them aside. Previous leaders from the United States before now didn't look at Africa or Nigeria in that way. And I think it must be advised in that line.
All right, so Chooks, give me something positive, but also, I'm also looking at, it's one thing for China to say, bring in your stuff duty-free. I'm also looking at quality. What if our products do not meet their own standard? Because yes, they would have their own standard that we also need to meet.
Well, for standardization, once it comes to exports, it's universal. It's not just meant for Nigeria.
Okay.
And we don't fall short of it. Okay. We don't. The only things we fall short of are the regulations they put behind those standardization, like Doc have said. So once there's a scientific proof on a paper published somewhere and your name is on it, that is where you're falling short because they are trying to protect their own economy. So they won't let you bring in the cassava he's talking about because they need to send medical starch to you. And their companies are producing it. They won't let you bring in some other things because a pharmaceutical company needs to come and sell vaccine to you. So I don't know, this is protectionism. So it goes around. So at what point are we going to really wake up and say, okay, let's trade with ourselves? When we get that strong,
the African continental free trade.
Yes. Now we still have it on,
we'll come back to
on paper. Let it work. Let it work. I can't. My grand auntie in somewhere in the east cannot harvest 4 trailers of cassava or process it and go and sell in Cameroon because she cannot transport it. It's not possible. But if there's a rail running from Port Harcourt down to Sokoto, and Sokoto or from down to Niger Republic, it's just one day. She doesn't even need to go there. If we have a commodity board in the east, in the west that is working, she doesn't even need to worry herself because all what she needs to do is to get somebody from there to take it off her wherever she is, and whatever happens after that is the person's business. So these are things that Africa needs to put down and make them work. And the African free trade, whatever we decide to call it, will work. But right now, it's still on paper. And the headquarters in Ghana.
Doc, African Free Continental Trade Area or China, which do you foresee?
Well, I think I really believe that emphasis should be on the free trade area where we can maximize capacity. We are operating at the same level, almost at the same level, and we're going to get more value from it. When I'm thinking Africa and China, it's like a lightweight fighting a heavyweight. So you know who is already going to win, so you are not going to except a miracle happen. And maybe the art of the supernatural, they call the force majeure, happen, and then, of course, the man will fall by himself like Goliath before David. So otherwise, what I'm going to see is that it's better you play in your category. And that's where you can maximize value. I know many African leaders are running to China because it's not just a trade. It's actually the money that's going to come in there. Because it's cheaper for us to get some fund that we can quickly turn into whatever it is in our pockets. So this is a problem. So we're not getting to China because we want to trade with them. We're only trying to say, let's negotiate so that we can get more funds from them. And of course, we know a number of African countries already sold off their sovereignty by some of the agreement that we have entered into with this developed world. But for me, we should focus on trading with ourselves. Let Africa build a capacity within itself. Europe did it. What we call the EU today, after the Second World War, was built by Marshall Plan, that they trade with themselves, and they have some form of grant from other nations, and they have built that economy. And today, that is the Europe we are having.
Who will give Africa those?
But even if they don't give us grant, we cannot do with what we have. Because you see, we are always disadvantaged in terms of conversation. You are not taking the last story. You are seeing EU talking about expanding their nuclear power to supply electricity. But meanwhile, African countries are regarded as rogue states who are not allowed to have access to nuclear.
No, they say their nuclear expansion is for the purpose of zero emission.
Zero emission. They are giving us the purpose. But they'll now come to Africa and now take the radioactive
materials. We can't use it.
They now come this way.
We can't even give access, they say, because we will not be able to manage it because we are not grown up enough. No. So those arguments are the things that are in place.
That's why I like them.
I think we should grow up enough to be able to decide things for ourselves. Okay. And that's why I'm asking that the little we have, God has given to us, we should study it and take full advantage of it to build an Africa that is resilient, an Africa that is competitive.
And while they say this, they now come to Africa to take the uranium from Africa that we can't manage to go power this.
We have factories here that can add value to the uranium.
Okay, good. Now, did they have factories that could add value to the uranium before the advent of this particular? Earlier on, they came together to start building one. I don't know if you understand. Yeah. Good. The same thing, just like Doc said, if Africa can come together, if you need it from us, no problem, you can go and use it, but you pay us the share or the price we put on it, not what you determine you pay for it, unlike what has been happening before. So if we decide, okay, good and fine, if you need a flight to go and take off from Congo, just like it's doing on a daily basis, and you are taking something, Congo might not be able to stand up for itself. But if the region comes together, they will be able to stand for Congo.
Okay. All right. Finally, guys, I'm trying to look at some positive sides to this. But if China gives this duty-free, don't you think it will encourage more investors?
Okay. I think the thing is, it will expand our non-oil exports.
Okay. Yes.
But the thing is, expanding our non-oil export is back to raw materials.
Yes, that's what.
See, let me give you a very typical example. I went to an African shop in Paris. I didn't see a white person shopping there, except our people who came from Nigeria and living there.
Yes.
I went to an African shop in Manchester. I saw only black people of Nigerian origin shopping there. So whatever thing that you're thinking you are taking in there, you're actually extending the market to your own local people that are there, because they are not going to actually use those things. So that's what I'm saying. So the trade is not as if that is going to be such a volume, because you're only serving your community in those areas. That's fair. But what I'm saying in essence is the fact that what we must focus on, Africa must see how to, because competitiveness is what it is, and that's what capitalism is about. That your product comes into the market and it's at the same entry level, point of parity, and then of course people can make a choice whether they want to buy your own or buy the other place. And then of course in terms of competition, and we are saying that because it's coming from Africa, it's cheaper than what is coming from China, because we are not at the same level of development. But can that happen at the moment? No.
All right, gentlemen, many thanks for your thoughts and opinion. This is where we will call it a wraps on SOUQ Business Landscape. It's been a pleasure. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television. Please like, share, and tell a friend. Until we meet again, I am Olumide Shokoya. Priye.
And I'm Oyin Priye Krumala. You can catch me at Oyin Priye 8 on Instagram and at Oyin Priye 5 on Twitter.
The only people who can catch you in prayer are those who play at the top. He's very high out there, so he's there, and if you can catch him, good. But I think we still remain privileged to be with him on the table this morning. I am Osama Zaid. Until we meet again on Monday, stay and have a very fruitful weekend.
Yeah, thanks for hanging in here with us and taking us. Remember, we want to hear from you, so hey, go to our social media handles, SOUQ News TV on all the platforms, and join us. Send us your conversations and we will get back to you. My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks, and you can follow me on CGUVNOR, that's C Governor, on all platforms. Thank you very much.
Today, as I entered this grand edifice built from the sweat and toil of a democratic yearning, my heart stirred. It was a blend of accomplishment and resolve. I felt a sense of collective accomplishment when I realized how far we had come as a nation. Since 1999, democracy has risen from the ashes and destitution of military rule to take its original rightful place as the only mode of governance of resilient and beloved people. With every footstep I took through this hallowed hall, up to the moment I now stand before you, I remember that we still have so much and a lot for that to go. To achieve this progress, we sought an elective office to lead this nation forward. Thus, I hereby affirm before you, our merciful and almighty God, an old man and resolved to do all that I could do to safeguard and build our democracy as the divine hand intended for us to do. Since 2018, we have celebrated Democracy Day on this day to commemorate the sacrifices of the men and women who fought to restore democratic governance to Nigeria. Let me pay tribute to my predecessor, former President Muhammadu Buhari, for reaching back into history to rectify a national misdeed by making June 12 Democracy Day and by officially acknowledging Chief MKO Abiola and his running mate Babagana Kingibe as the victors and the duly elected president and vice president, respectively, of Nigeria after June 12, 1993 election. Year by year, election after election, every time we debate instead of battle, we discuss instead of fight, and argue instead of destroy. We preserve the institution of democracy. More importantly, we weave the culture of democracy into very fabric of our nation. We thank God for this. Whilst Chief MKO Abiola is June 12th central figure, we must not forget the long list of those who equally deserve to be called heroes of democracy. We must celebrate the courage of Alhaja Kudirat Abiola and Pa Arfe Rewani, both of whom were murdered by agents of military repression. We also remember the many civil rights activists, journalists, and politicians imprisoned, exiled, tossed aside, tortured, and beaten by the military regime. We remember Chief Anthony Enoro, Commodore Dan Suleiman, Chief Abraham Adesanya, Ayo Adebanjo, Chief Gani Fawayemi, Balarabe Musa, Ganiu Daudu, the journalist Baguda Kato, and Commodore Ndibusi Kanu. I mention these names not to exclude or degrade the profound contribution of anyone else, but to illustrate through these few heroes the universality of our pursuit of democracy. The struggle was never the province of any one group or section of the country. It was pan-Nigeria in its conception, and it will even be more pan-Nigeria as we strive to perfect it. It is fitting that I come to this chamber to you. You are the authors of the People's Law, and I must be their faithful implementer. While we may not always agree, we must forge a way to work together, because this is what democracy demands of us. I pledge myself to this cooperation and ask that you do the same for the good people of our country. Mr. Chairman, the National Assembly has acted to uphold democratic ideas at every critical moment in our nation's history. In 2006, the Fifth National Assembly protected our democracy against unseemly third-term bid that would have ripped our constitution apart. In 2010, the National Assembly, through the doctrine of necessity, opened the door for then Vice President Goodluck Jonathan to become the acting president following the illness of his predecessor. Even under the military, the National Assembly tried to protect our democracy. After General Abacha took over power on November 17, 1993, and dissolved the National Assembly, some of us, led by Senator Ame Bute, the Senate President of the Third Republic, defied the general and his goons, and we reconvened in Old Parliament building in Lagos and declare that regime illegal. We had the courage to do so, the determination to resuscitate democracy, but we were jailed for our defiance. On behalf of a grateful nation, I commend your invaluable role in lawmaking, oversight, and constituency representation. At this point, I plead for your indulgence so that I may put a terrible rumor to bed. To those who ring the alarm that the APC is intent on a one-party state, I offer you a most personal promise. While your alarm may be as a result of their panic, it rings an error. At no time in the past, nor any instance at the present, and at no future junction, shall I view the notion of one-party state as good for Nigeria. I've never attempted to alter any political party registration with INEC. Equally, my dear friends and colleagues, we cannot blame anybody seeking to bail out of a sinking ship, even without a life jacket. Look at my political history. I will be the last person to advocate such a scheme. In year 2003, when the then governing party tried to sweep the nation clean of political opposition through plot and manipulation, I was the last progressive governor standing in my region. In their numbers, they boasted. In all their numbers and the false grandeur, they boasted of ruling, not only governing Nigeria, for the next half century or more. Where are they now? Yet I stood alone. My allies had been induced into defeat. My adversary held all the cards that mortal man could carry. Even with all of that, they could not control my destiny and could not control our national destiny because fate is written from the above. A greater power did not want Nigeria to become one-party state back then. Nigeria will not become such a state now. The failed effort to create a one-party state placed progressive political party forces on a trajectory to form the APC. It put me on the trajectory which has brought me before you today. I dare not such a favor to any political adversary by repeating the same mistake of political overreach. A one-party state is not in the oven, nor shall it ever be. That said, we would be guilty of political malpractice if we close our door on those from other parties who now seek to join the APC. I sincerely welcome our party's newest members from Delta and Akwa Ibom states, led by Governor Sheriff Obowe and Pastor Moeno and other national members of this respected National Assembly. You are all welcome to the progressive fold. Nobody should close the door. Political parties fearful of members leaving may be better served by examining their internal processes and affairs rather than fearfully conjuring up demons that do not exist. For me, I would not say try your best to put your house in order. I will not help you to do so either. It is indeed a pleasure to witness you in such a disarray. Distinguished honorable members of this House, we must welcome and accept the diversity and the number of political parties, just as we welcome and embrace the diversity of our population. Our efforts must never be to eliminate political competition, but to make that competition salutary to the national well-being of working across the aisle, political aisles, whenever it is possible. One area in which democracy calls us to work together, whether in legislative or executive branch, whether in this or other political parties, is that the economy and social development of this country must not be compromised. On assuming office, my team and I moved to reform our ailing economy. We introduced fundamental reforms to correct structural imbalances that prevented maximum growth. We are already seeing results. The GDP grew by 3.4% in 2024, with Q4 hitting 4.6%. The highest quarter of growth in over a decade. Inflation is easing gradually, steadying the price of food staples like rice and beans. Our net foreign reserve have increased fivefold, and the Naira exchange rate has stabilized. Our balance of payment position is positive. Our sovereign credit rating is improving, and we continue to promote oil and non-oil gas export. State do not need to go about borrowing to pay salaries anymore. In less than 1 year, over 100,000 Nigerians, including 35,000 civil servants, has benefited from affordable consumer credit through the Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation, enabling them to purchase vehicles, light up, and improve their well-being, and purchase life essentials. This July, we will launch a bold new initiative to empower 400,000 young Nigerians, including youth corpers, with consumer credit. We are committed to giving more opportunities to young people through job creation and skill development. Through such programs as Nigeria Education Fund, NEL Fund, we are investing in education and in the greater future of our country, vocational training, apprenticeship, and entrepreneurship to ensure that our youth are job ready and future ready. In addition, we have embarked on an ambitious project to lay fiber optic cables across the nation, a transformative step towards bridging the digital divide and fostering greater connectivity. This initiative promises not only to enhance the speedy and reality of internet access, but also to revolutionize how business operates, how students learn, and how community stays connected. By extending this critical infrastructure, we are empowering entrepreneurs, enabling digital education, and providing the tools for our youth to compete in a globalized economy. Our Nigerian First policy will further enhance progress and will consolidate market-driven growth. The improved economic performance is encouraging and validates the soundness of our policy measures with collaboration with you. Our medium-term growth target remains an economy growing at a 7% clip with a stronger manufacturing base. We must learn to produce and grow most of our food, and we are on the path to achieving food sovereignty. These and other reforms have placed the economy on a more rational footing, where critical decisions regarding the large-scale investment can now be made. We are making agriculture more sexy by providing tractors, and I ask you, the legislature, to join me as we enter the second half of our term to put forth innovative legislation that further encourages industrial development and job creation in our urban centers, while also drafting laws that improve food security and production. To further underpin our economic vision, we introduced a competitive tax reform package, a vital component of our economic re-engineering. I am deeply grateful to both chambers of this House for your thorough consideration and deliberation of these bills. And I look forward to signing them into law soon. Again, your collaboration across party lines on these bills has been a model of democratic partnership. You are great. As elected leaders, we must continue to do more to make real the dream of Nigerian political and economic democracy. We must be vigilant in expanding the political space. We must always value dialogue over dictatorship, persuasion over suppression, and rights over might. We be tolerant and broad-minded in our legislative action regarding speech and civil liberty. Do not be afraid to bear an unkind word spoken against you. Some of the best advice a politician gets sometimes comes from his most ferocious opponents, if they think well, though. We do not seek silence because the imposed silence of repressed voices may breed chaos and ill will. Not the harmonic of democracy in the long term. While malicious slander and libel should not go unattended, no one should bear the brunt of injustice for merely writing a bad report about me or call me names. Democracy requires a fair degree of tolerance for harsh words and stinging insults, particularly when they are pained because of their losses. Call me any name. I'm not here to make you happy politically, and I will still call upon democracy to defend your right to do so. Mr. Senate President, Mr. Speaker, distinguished senators and honorable members, our nation is not perfect, but it is strong. Our democracy is not invincible, but it is alive. And this means our dream of a prosperous, happy nation is still within reach and worth fighting for. Mr. Chairman, Nigeria is at an inflection point, undergoing structural and fundamental change towards a secure future. Our administration is fully committed to boosting the economy and productive base through investment in critical infrastructure, roads, expansion of port operations, rail, and power. We are creating a new environment in which industry and manufacturing can thrive. Our tax and fiscal policy reform will streamline taxes, administration, and eliminate burdensome or multiple taxes, enabling our industrialists and entrepreneurs to operate in a more conducive environment. Governors must work and deliver value to the people. As part of our tax reform, we have provided small businesses with an exemption of tax, established the Office of Tax Ombudsman, and ensure transparency and protect taxpayers' rights. Digital tools now help us track performance and reduce waste. The diaspora's bond and non-resident BVN are bringing Nigerian abroad into national development fold. In line with my promise during the New Year address to the nation, I recently appointed the board of directors of the newly established National Credit Guarantee Company. The company backed with 100 billion naira in an initial capital. with the Bank of Industry, BOI, which, by the way, is performing very well in supporting SMEs. Next year, Credit Corp and Murphy as stakeholders. BOI will play a significant role in transforming the nation's industrial landscape and reducing corruption. National security is the foundation of peace and progress. We have intensified security operations to reclaim communities from criminals and terrorists. We are better at coordinating intelligence and interagency cooperation. It has proved well for us. Our highways are safer now, and we invest in technology and training to secure every inch of this country. Let's take this opportunity to thank the men and women of our armed forces for their bravery in service of the nation, their selfless dedication to protecting our sovereignty and ensuring the safety of citizens to serve an inspiration to us all. As we celebrate the progress of our democracy, we must not forget the pivotal role they play in safeguarding our freedom. For their courage and commitment, they deserve not only our gratitude, but also our continued support, prayers, and recognition. May God continue to keep our men and women safe. Fellow compatriots, our achievements are not the work of one man. They are the result of a collective effort to make possible the Nigerian dream. Yet the journey is not over. We must work even harder to translate broad macroeconomic gains into tangible improvement in the lives of ordinary Nigerians. We must stay the course, reject cynicism, and believe Nigeria can and will rise again. As we mark a 26th year of unbroken democracy, it is right to honor those who have made sacrifices in the past, braving all odds and the guns to ensure we have a regime of democracy in our country. In this light, I announce the conferment of posthumous honors of CAFR on Kudirat Abiola. The heroine of our June 12th struggle. I also confer posthumous honor on Shehu Musa Yar'Adua, GCFR, and Professor Humphrey Nwosu, CON, Admiral Kano, CON, Balarabe Musa, CFR, Paul Alfred Iwani, CFR, Bagabda Khato, OON, Shimaubani, OON, Dr. Bekora Somkuchi, CON, Alao Akabashorum, CON, Chief Franco Kori, CON, Ima Ezeazu, Bamin, COON, Bamindele Aturu, OON, Frederick Fashem, CON, Professor Festus Iyayi, CON. Dr. John Yimasen, OON. Alaja Sawaba Gambo, CON. Dr. Edwin Madunagu, CON. Dr. Alice Ibru, CON. Shibola Ige, CFR. Paharuben Fasoronti, CFR. Senator Ayo Fasomi, CON. Senator Polycarp Mwite, CON. And Dr. Nuruddin Oluwopopo, CON. I also have the honor to confer on Professor Wole Soyinka, GCON. Professor Olatunji Dare, CON, the journalist and journalism teacher. Kunle Ajibade, OON, Noza Igebo, Dapo Olonyomi, Bayo Nanuga, CON, Ayo Obe, Oni, Dare Babarinsa, CON, Bishop Mazi Azam Kuka, CON. Senator Sonny Shehu Sonny, CON. Governor Basoni, CON. Barrister Femi Falana, SAN, CON. Professor Shafidin Namowo, CON. Owe Lakemfa, OON. Barrister Luke Aganenu, OON. Senator Tokumbo Afikuyomi, CON. Labra Maku, OON. Kade Komolafe, OON. Dr. Tunji Alausa, OON. Honorable Abdul Oru, OON. Odia Mfem, OON. Sheye Kainde, CON. Barrister Felix Muka, CON. Barrister Ledumite, CON. Honorable Olawale Osun, CON. Dr. Amos Akingba, CON. Professor Segun Gbadegesin, CON. Bolaji Akeyemi, Professor Bolaji Akeyemi, CFR. Dr. Kayode Sonoike, CON. Julius Inyonbere, CON. Lieutenant General Ikpola Alani Akenriade, retired, GCON. Professor Bayo Williams, CON. Senator Abu Ibrahim, CFR. Senator Ame Bute, CFR. Additionally, I confer the national honor of CON on Uncle Sam Amuka Pemo, a legendary journalist and the publisher who remained true to his lifetime calling as he marks his 90th birthday tomorrow, June 13th. Furthermore, I also confer posthumous national honor on Ken Sarawiwa, CON. He was the leader of Golden 9 with his fellow travelers, Sunday Dobby, OON, Noduewo, OON, Daniel Boko, OON, Paul Levera, OON, Felix Owetri, OON, Barbobera, OON, Barian Kobel, OON, John Kupen, OON, I shall also be exercising my prerogative of mercy, under the prerogative of mercy, to grant these national heroes a full pardon. Together with other names that shall be announced later in the conjunction with the National Council of State. Finally, it is my great privilege to now decorate the presiding officers of this National Assembly with the national honor earlier announced. Presiding officers, so please.
For Senate President.
Senate President. Put the pen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
PhD, that's the thing about.
Yes, sir.
This is right.
Thank you, Excellency. Thank you very much, sir. Deputy Senate President.
The Deputy Senate President.
Thank you, sir.
Well, that of Prof will come later. In conclusion, let us review 12. Freedom, transparency, and accountable government. Social justice, active citizen participation, and a just society where no one is oppressed. We must strive harder to hand over a banner to our children and grandchildren without stain. Happy Democracy Day. And may God continue to bless Federal Republic of Nigeria and protect our troops. God bless you all. Thank you.
According to the former UBA Group Managing Director, Mr. Kennedy Uzoka, he's a man that knows it all. Also, another described him as an encyclopedia of knowledge. The both are now farther from the truth of a man whose career has spanned over 4 decades, being part of a dozen organizations in both the banking and manufacturing sectors. Serving in different capacities as either a director, board member, or chairman of organizations such as Honeywell Flour Mills PLC, PZ Cussons PLC, Nigerian Breweries PLC, and United Bank for Africa PLC. In the same vein, he also had some link with the British American Tobacco Nigerian Foundation and Nutrisima Limited. He was once the president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, where he clamored for the patronization of local content by all well-meaning Nigerians. Also, he served as chairman of the former Universal Trust Bank PLC (UTB) before the administration of former President Olusegun Obasanjo implemented the recapitalization of banks in Nigeria. Born Kolawole Babalola Jamodu on February 9, 1944 in Odo Ere, Yagba West local government area of the present Kogi State. Kola Jamodu attended St. Paul's Primary School in City from 1958 to 1961. Harvard Business School, Boston, Massachusetts, United States of America from 1986 to 1987. His mother was Mrs. Fumi Olabinwonu. Not much was known about his father. At an early age, Kolawole showed an uncanny drive for knowledge and learning, which will form a greater part of his adult life. His rise to fame hasn't been without its peculiar episodes of challenges. He started his career with the United African Company of Nigeria, UACN, in 1962. 3 years later, he moved to Lever Brothers Nigeria Limited, now Unilever Nigeria PLC, and in 1965, where he received many years of experience of over 10 years in production, commerce, and finance. He later joined PZ Customs Group in 1975 as a group accountant. Chief Kolawole Jamodu, for many who work closely with him, he is a go-getter, both in the business arena and an exemplary leader in achieving the corporate governance with a litany of portfolios in diverse sectors. He's a trailblazer practically in many areas. He was the first Nigerian to be appointed as Group Finance Director at PZ. In 1980, he was appointed Chairman, PZ Nigeria Limited, then a trading subsidiary of the PZ Group, while still holding his position as a PZ Group Financial Director. In 1987, he became the first Nigerian Deputy Group Chief Executive, and in 1990, he became the first Nigerian Group Chief Executive of PZ Cussons. Still in 1990, he was appointed Chairman of PZ Cussons PLC, becoming the first Nigerian to combine the positions of a chairman and chief executive. He, in 1999, after he had served in that capacity for many years, meritoriously retired but remained on the PZ Board of Directors as chairman in a non-executive capacity. known for his strategic touch of class. Take 2. Although his first appointment as executive chairman of PZ Cussons was interrupted by his appointment as Minister of Industry in 2001, when PZ went through a tumultuous season in 2013, when revenue nosedived and profit hemorrhaged, Kola Jamodu was on every shareholder's lips, underscoring the confidence reposed in his ability to provide effective leadership hitherto wanting for the company at that time. Known for his knack for having the right strategy to grow business in a difficult market. In his capacity as chairman of Nigerian Breweries PLC, Kola Jamodu led the strategic investment and acquisition that have enabled Nigerian breweries seize key markets from competitors, positioning the company to maintain leading market share, moderate operating costs, and grow wealth for shareholders. In 2014, Nigerian Breweries acquired Consolidated Breweries Limited, with which sales revenue grew by 10% in 2015, even as the total brewed market declined. The company saved cost and defend profit drop in 2015. Jamodu also served as chairman of Universal Trust Bank PLC, a director in Ashaka Cement, and a director in Honeywell Flour Mills PLC. And also, he's been a director of United Bank of Africa since 2007. He's a fellow of Chartered Institute of Accounting, Nigeria, fellow of Chartered Institute of Management Accounts, London, and fellow of Chartered Institute of Secretaries. The name Jamodu trumpets loud and clear in Nigeria's boardroom leadership, owing to his dedicated work and great accomplishments in building businesses. Jamodu has only been a seeker of new challenges, set to brave and break new grounds. Our key takeaways from his tenure as minister highlighted the introduction of various innovative backward integration policies that enabled self-sufficiency in the production of goods like cement and other staples. These moves led to increased foreign direct investment, job creations, and a major boost to national economy and GDP. Dr. Jamodu, after a hiatus from the private sector, was appointed to numerous board positions with reputable multinational companies in Nigeria. For a start, he was reappointed chairman of United Bank for Africa PLC as a non-executive director in 2007. It's worth of note to say that in 2006, Dr. Jamodu was appointed to the board of Nigerian Breweries PLC as a non-executive director and later moved to become chairman in 2008, where he served 17 years meritoriously, spending 15 of those years as board chairman, and on April 30, 2023, retired as chairman of the organization, leaving a legacy of growth, innovation, and continuous success. Under his watch, the Nigerian breweries grew in leaps and bounds, strengthened its brand presence, and continued to drive positive change in the Nigerian breweries sector.
What was achieved during my period was a joint effort, because you can't say a leader if there are no followers. There are committees, and these committees are made of members of mine.
Chief Dr. Kola Jamodu is a recipient of several national honors, including member of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, MFR, commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, CFR. Also, he's a recipient of the National Productivity Merit Award, NPMA. Additionally, he's a Chartered Global Management Accountant, CGMA, a Fellow of the Chartered Institute of Management, London, and Fellow of the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators. He's also a Distinguished Fellow of the Institute of Directors, Nigeria. During his 4-year stint at the helms of affairs in the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, he served in different capacities like the National Treasurer, Chairman of the Economic Policy Committee, Chairman of the Policy Advocacy Committee, Vice President and later President from 2010 to 2014. Also, he is the past president of the Harvard Business School Alumni Association of Nigeria, a former president of the Chemical and Non-Metallic Products Employees Foundation, and an honorary member of the Nigerian Industrial Policy and Competitiveness Advisory Council, chaired by the Nigeria's Vice President. He's also served in various capacities such as Member of Council at the Nigerian Employers Consultative Association, NECA, Member of Council at the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, LCCI, and Distinguished Member of the Board of Fellows of the Nigerian Institute of Management, NIM. He is an active member of Ikoyi Club 1938, Lagos Island Club, Lagos Metropolitan Club, Lagos Motor Boat Club, Moderates Club, and Lagos Dining Club, some of Nigeria's most prestigious social organizations. Not many people, prominent or otherwise, could be suitably described as detribalized nationalists like Dr. Kola Jamodu, whose great likeness for all and sundry cultures and tongues, coupled with his numerous contributions to the growth and development of various communities nationwide, earned him several chieftaincy titles such as Ashiwaju of Ere Kingdom in Kogi State, Are Apashewa of Ere Land, also in Kogi State, Babalaja of Lagos, Boba Gunwa of Henry Land, Kogi State, Maye Bobajiro of Ibadan Land, Oyo State, Barakoyi of Oshogbo Land, Osun State, Mayegun of Ayetoro, Wede, Kogi State, Fiwajoye of Mulipa, Jebu-Ode, Ogun State, Ikemba one of Oba Nsuka, Ari of Eruku Land, Kwara State. Jamodu is nothing short of a legend. Although with limited experience in partisan politics, he stood tall and stepped into the plate when occasion presented itself in Kogi State, when he took leadership of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) as minister, serving in the cabinet of the ex-president Olusegun Obasanjo. In the middle of 2020, Chief Dr. Kola Jamodu served as the pioneer chairman of the Elders Advisory Committee (EAC) of Pan-Okun Relief Response Agenda, which played a pivotal role when the world was faced with the coronavirus, mobilizing resources to provide relief materials for the entire Okun people, as well as address various issues relating to the pandemic in the land. He, through the Kola Jamodu Foundation, KJF scholarships are provided to several poor students through all levels of education, primary, secondary, and tertiary levels, medical support to indigents who have genuine medical conditions but couldn't afford to foot the bill. Chief Kola Babalola Jamodu, over the years, his hobbies have been the same: reading, traveling, golf, and badminton. He is married to his sweetheart, Olori Asiwaju of Ere Kingdom, Chief Mrs. Fumilayo Jamodu, and they are blessed with children and grandchildren. Chief Dr. Kola Babalola Jamodu. The National Theatre, Igomu, built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theater holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged FESTAC 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Experts Troll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theater complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre. SOUQ Enlightenment.
Lawyers are concerned about several issues when it comes to artificial intelligence, AI, including data, privacy, compliance, and job displacement. Will AI really take jobs away from lawyers? In this special report, Bayo Olaoye addresses one of those concerns, job displacement for lawyers, as a result of the introduction of artificial intelligence. Will artificial intelligence make lawyers jobless? The short answer to that question is no. There are 3 reasons why AI will not take away jobs from lawyers, according to experts. First, AI systems being developed for the legal industry are primarily co-pilots. Secondly, there are numerous tasks AI simply won't do because legal implications prevent it. For example, litigation. AI cannot make court appearances, unless, of course, nations radically change their constitutions to allow robot lawyers to stand in court, which is highly unlikely. Additionally, for lawyers involved in strategic work, such as security, meeting new clients and existing ones, or serving on boards, AI cannot replicate the human touch. AI lacks the commercial acumen required to build relationship with clients and navigate complex problem-solving tasks. AI cannot engage in the strategic aspects of legal work that require understanding human behavior, negotiating, and making judgment calls. According to experts, AI systems built for the legal industry are designed to function as co-pilots, helping lawyers become more efficient but still requiring human oversight. For instance, AI can draft a clause for you, but as a lawyer, you must ensure that the clause makes sense. AI can assist with tasks like legal research, drafting legal documents, contract review, and identifying red flags. However, human involvement and judgment remain essential, as all systems, particularly large language models, can sometimes be confidently wrong. Despite its potential to assist in many areas, there are numerous tasks AI will not do for lawyers, either because it lacks the necessary capabilities or because it is unnecessary. Some might argue that AI makes lawyers more efficient. A law firm that would typically hire, say, 8 legal associates annually might now only need 5, using AI to assist those remaining associates. While that may be true in some cases, it does not necessarily mean lawyers are losing jobs, as AI will create new roles and open up career paths for lawyers, according to AI industry experts. For instance, AI companies build products for lawyers, require legal professionals just as much as they need AI researchers and engineers. Lawyers are domain experts who know the pinpoints and can guide the development of legal AI tools. In addition, there is a need for lawyers who will build a career in AI governance, working on AI policy auditing, AI existential skills, and AI enlightenment. In fact, lawyers will play a bigger role in AI governance than we can ever imagine. For instance, the AI alignment problem is one of the biggest challenges in the industry. There is ongoing research on whether we can solve the alignment problem using the law. As it is known, law is the most democratic aggregation of human values. How do we evaluate the ability of AI systems to follow the law? Or how do we ensure that AI systems do not misinterpret the law in case of unforeseen contingencies? Humans have the Supreme Court to interpret laws when faced with complex scenarios. What will be the Supreme Court for AI systems? These are questions that require both lawyers and AI engineers alike to ensure compliance. In fact, universities are recognizing the growing need for lawyers to build careers in AI. Many institutions are now offering master's programs that focus on intersection of artificial intelligence and law, preparing the next generation of legal professionals for the evolving job market. To wrap up, while the rise of AI will undoubtedly transform the legal profession, it will not cause the widespread job loss that many fear. Instead, AI will make legal teams more efficient and open up new career paths for lawyers. Bayo Olaoye for SOUQ News.
Elon Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
very good afternoon to you and welcome to SOUQ News World Television, reaching you live from our studios at SOUQ News TV. I'm Oyinpriye Krumale. First, let's begin with today's top stories. Nigeria plans robust creative property tourism policies. Now, Dangote retires as chairman of sugar refinery. Ghana unveils climate insurance to shield farmers from weather shocks. And oil prices surge over 7% after Israel-Iran strikes. Now, Nigeria's Minister of Tourism, Art, Culture and Creative Economy, Hannatu Musawa, has announced the development of new policies to protect Nigerian creatives through strong intellectual property frameworks. Speaking at the 68th CAF United Nations Tourism Commission for Africa, she said the initiative is part of President Bola Tinubu to drive economic growth and position Nigeria as the world's top tourism destination. Musawa revealed that 2 major policies on intellectual property and tourism have been completed and will soon be presented to the National Executive Council. She emphasized the importance of soft power through initiatives like Destination 2030, Nigeria Everywhere, to attract global investment by showcasing Nigeria's talent, speed, and creativity. Now, billionaire industrialist Aliko Dangote will officially retire as chairman of Board of Directors of Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, effective June 16, 2025. The announcement, made in a corporate statement signed by company secretary Temitope Hassan, marks the end of a 2-decade leadership that significantly shaped the company's direction, expansion, and governance. Dangote, a founding director, played a central role in positioning the company as a market leader, overseeing major backward integration projects across Adamawa State, Taraba, and Nasarawa State. Under his guidance, the company enhanced domestic sugar production, boosted supply chain resilience, and delivered consistent shareholder value. Following a planned transition, the board has positioned Arnold Ekpe, a seasoned banking executive and independent non-executive director, as the new chairman, also effective June 16, 2025. With the extensive industry experience and a strong corporate governance record, Ekpe is expected to drive Dangote Sugar's next growth phase, according to reports. Now, trade between Niger and Benin continues to suffer as the border remains shut nearly 2 years after Niger's military seized power. Niger accuses Benin of hosting French troops bent on destabilizing its regime, a claim Benin strongly denies, despite Benin's effort to restore ties, including sending envoys and issuing public apologies. No breakthrough has been achieved yet. Trackers and traders say that the closure is hitting both economies hard, with long queues as the main veil crossing and some risking dangerous detours through conflict zones in Burkina Faso. Now, while some goods still move unofficially across the river Niger, businesses and transport unions are calling for urgent talks to normalize relationships between both countries. Now, Ghana is taking a major step to protect its farmers from the devastating effect of climate change. The Agricultural Development Bank of Ghana has partnered with Malta's High Commission and a fintech company, Mayubuntu, to introduce a parametric insurance model that provides quick compensation for farmers affected by drought, flood, and other extreme weather conditions. The system relies on satellite data and smart climate indicators to automatically trigger payouts, cutting down delays and bureaucracy. Currently, fewer than 3% of Africa's 200 million smallholder farmers are insured. Both officials said that this new model could close the gap and boost long-term agricultural growth. The pilot phase will begin with 5,000 Ghanaian farmers, and the bank hopes to scale up it nationwide. The Agricultural Development Bank's Managing Director, Edward Afo Sapong, says the move aligns with the bank's goal of leading innovation in agricultural finance. He believes that initiative will reduce risk in the sector and attract more investors. Now we're going to break. I'll be back with more stories. To stay with us. Moving on, South Africa, the country has banned the use and import of tuberphos, a toxic pesticide known as locally as haleferimi, after it was linked to the deaths of several children in Soweto. The children reportedly fell ill after eating snacks bought from a local spaza shop. Investigations believe the food may have been contaminated with tuberphos, which is classified as a highly toxic organophosphate. Minister in Presidency Khumbudzo Shaveni says the evidence points to contaminated food sold informally as the most likely cause. The incident sparked public outrage and prompted a nationwide investigation into food safety. In response, President Cyril Ramaphosa has ordered registration of all spaza shops to help regulate informal food trade across the country. The pesticide commonly used by farmers to control pests will now be phased out. The Department of Agriculture has been tasked with the responsibility of leading consultations to find safe alternatives. Now, several neighborhood countries, including Mozambique and Namibia, have already outlawed tuberphos, raising pressure on South Africa to act swiftly. We're still in South Africa, where the Development Commission has begun the final phase of withdrawing its troops from Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo. In a statement, the regional bloc said that troops and remaining equipment will be repatriated. This follows an earlier phase that saw hundreds of soldiers flown home through Rwanda and Tanzania. Although the peacekeeping mission is ending, South Africa Development Commission said it remains committed to working with the Congolese government and regional partners to promote peace and stability. The Commission deployed troops in 2023 to support the Congolese army against rebel groups, including M23, whose resurgence has deepened insecurity in the mineral-rich region. The mission officially ended in March, following months of heavy casualties among South Africa, Malawian, and Tanzanian forces. Now, the United States President Donald Trump is urging Iran to negotiate a deal over its nuclear program to avoid further bloodshed following fresh military strikes by Israel. In a post on his social media platform, Truth Social, Donald Trump warned that while there has already been great deaths and destruction, Iran still has a chance to stop what he described as planned attacks that could be even more brutal. The warning comes after Israel launched targeted strikes inside Iran on Friday. Israeli officials say that the attacks hit nuclear-related sites, ballistic missile factories, and the homes of top military commanders. Israeli authorities have described the operation as a strategic move to stop Iran from developing nuclear weapons. Tehran has not confirmed the full extent of the carnage, but has condemned the strikes, calling them an act of aggression. Tension between the two countries have continued to rise, raising concern of a broader regional conflict that could crawl in allies on both sides. Now, after business news, oil prices soared more than 7% on Friday, hitting their highest levels in months after Israel launched a major strike on Iran. Brent crude jumped 5.10% to $74.4 for the dollar as a barrel, while United States West Texas Intermediate rose to $73.15. The spike followed Israeli attacks on Iranian nuclear and military sites, including damage reported at the Natanz facility, while no radioactive leaks were found. Concerns grew over the potential impact of the Strait of Hormuz, a key route for nearly 20% of the world's oil. Analysts warn that if tensions escalate and the strait is blocked, oil prices could surge from the $120 to $130 a barrel. So far, oil flow remains unaffected, but markets remain on edge as the region watches for Iran's next move. Now, executives from the United States host city committees for the 2026 FIFA World Cup said that immigration enforcement actions and visa issues are creating uncertainty as they prepare to welcome millions of visitors from around the world. Speaking at a gathering in New York City, representatives from several host cities acknowledged the impact of recent immigration and custom enforcement raids, visa blockages, and travel bans on our ability to plan for the global tournament. The United States is set to host matches in 11 cities as part of the joint World Cup with Canada and Mexico, with more than 5 million visitors expected over the 40-day event. The chief executive officer of the Philadelphia Host Committee, Meg Kane, stated that there would be geopolitical issues and the uncertainty of how it could affect the tournament. Several host committees expressed confidence that FIFA and the United States federal officials are in active discussions to ensure the competition will be successful despite the challenges befallen it. And that's a wrap on the world news. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television. I am Oyim Priya Krumale. We're saying goodbye and good afternoon from the city of Lagos.
Well, I think as the name goes, we are still faring very well. We are still holding on. Basically, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited is a Nigerian company owned by the federal government of Nigeria, the 36 states, and the 774 local governments. The federal government has 47% shares in NDPHC, and the 36 states and federal capital territory, plus the 774 local governments, own the remaining 53%. Originally, it was supposed to be a stopgap, build and sell power plants to increase the power availability. But in the process, as the company moved along, they discovered that if you build power plants, you also have to build complementary transmission networks. And then if you have transmission networks, you will also need the distribution network so that the power can ultimately get to the consumers. And so because of the gap that was in the sector at the time, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited was asked to build more power transmission networks, substations, injection substations. So over time, we had grown into the behemoth that we are today. Principally, we have 8 power plants functioning now, and then 2 are in the process of being completed. So that's what Niger Delta has been. But basically, I can say without any iota of contradiction that Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited has been able to increase the capacity, the network capacity, by about 50%, and of course the distribution capacity by about 60%. We are capable of producing up to 4,000 megawatts now, but there are still some constraints in the transmission network, which is being addressed by the various arms of government and the various stakeholders in the sector. If I want to talk about the problems in the power sector, you need more than an hour program. They are multifaceted. And each time solutions are being found, they are not far-reaching enough. For instance, before the enactment of the Electric Power Sector Reform Act, it was thought that the problem was we didn't have enough generation power, and that's what gave rise to the NIPP, which is the National Integrated Power Projects, which was basically to increase the power availability in Nigeria. And there were gaps because at that time, I don't think the solution was holistic enough. I'm talking of during the time of President Olusegun Obasanjo. You remember the National Integrated Power Project was conceived at the time. And it's strange that for the past many years, we are talking about 4,000 megawatts, 4,000. In reality, the available power in Nigeria is about 16,000 megawatts now, between 13,000 and 16,000 megawatts. So you wonder, why are we producing or generating or putting on the grid about 4,800 megawatts? So there's a gap. And the gap is basically the fact that the present network is aged. It's inadequate. There is fragmentation in the sector. You have, as of today, about 26 different bodies in the power sector. And it's a typical Nigerian problem. Once Nigeria identifies a problem, they create another agency to deal with that problem, rather than looking at the problem in the eye and say, this is the problem. And I can give you so many examples. For instance, traffic, which is very basic to everybody. When after the Ojude Award in the early 70s, I think it was in the early 70s, and people had phone to purchase cars, traffic began to grow. Now, instead of taking a holistic attitude and train the police to do what they're supposed to do, expand the road networks, and begin to put a culture of driving properly in the country, we created the yellow fever, the traffic wardens at the time. You remember at the time, traffic warden was separated from the Nigerian police. That's right. And the problem was not solved because the people were still constrained to virtually the same network of roads, more cars on the same network of roads. And then we stopped training drivers. So Federal Road Safety Commission was formed. And of course, I'm sure that you all know that the problem became worse. And now all of the state governments are creating their own variants of the Federal Road Safety Corps. An example is LASMA in Lagos. And the people are still on the same roads. You know, so whereas we had 200 cars on a stretch of road, now we have 1,000. Now we have drivers who cannot read traffic signs, which are not even there. So today, when people see traffic lights, either in Abuja or in Lagos, I mean, they don't even know what to do. I'm sure that, I can't remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. I cannot remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. You know, it's the same thing with the issue of corruption. When we detected, corruption was increasing, we started creating so many variants of, and I always ask the question, where is the equivalence of EFCC in the countries that we're trying to be like? So we have created EFCC, we have created ICPC, we have created Bureau for, what was that other agency? Sorry? No. Those are another problem entirely. The BP and the BPP, you know. I mean, I'm talking of Code of Conduct Bureau. Okay. But in all honesty, can we say that corruption has reduced in Nigeria? Can we say that? So the problem is that we don't look at problems in the face and deal with the issue rather than creating bodies and bodies and bodies and bodies. We don't have the variants of EFCC, ICPC, and Code of Conduct Bureau in the countries that we're trying to be like. In this age and times, honestly, there are no, you don't need, it's not rocket science. There is hardly anything you want to do that has not been done before or that is not being done in some other places. I mean, so you see in various sectors that once we identify a problem, rather than look the problem in the eye and providing solution to it, we create another body. It will appear to me that it is finding job for the boys, you know, and that is one of the reasons why we are where we are today. I cannot remember the last time anybody had to do driving tests to obtain a driver's license. I can't remember. In the US, if you want to obtain a driver's license, it's a long process. And I remember my daughter, when she went to the US at the age of 18, I remember when she wanted to go and obtain a driver's license, she called me and said, "Daddy, please pray for me." And I think the first time she went there, she didn't make it. And it was one slight error. And eventually, she had to go back, you know, to retake the test. So that's what I see that we're doing wrong. And that has virtually destroyed all the sectors. The power sector is faced with so many problems. I was trying to explain to you, for instance, that the discos have various coverage areas. And if you take them one by one, you will see that some of them are covering a landmass that is bigger than 2, 3, 4 African countries together. You know, somebody was on my secondary school classmates forum. Somebody was trying to do a comparison between Botswana and Nigeria. And I said, Botswana has 581,000 kilometers, square kilometers. But 70% of that is Kalahari Desert. So effectively, what they have is less than 100 and something thousand kilometers. Nigeria has a vast land. Botswana has a population of 2.5 or 2 point something million. You can't compare that to, there's no basis. There's no basis. And so if they have 1,000 naira, their GDP is likely to be higher than that of Nigeria. You know, Nigeria has 210 million people. Officially? Yes, officially. You know, you can see the population of Lagos. I'm sure that the population of Botswana is not as thick as Surulere alone. I'm not trying to give excuses for what we are in Nigeria or how we're doing things badly. But I'm saying that we have a giant problem. We have giant problems in all of the areas. And we need to put our heads together to provide solutions to these problems. You know, you can say that Nigeria is a country in progress. I know that we have enough human resources. We have enough intellectuals to find solutions to our problems. And I'm beginning to see that the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is tackling the problems headlong. I don't want to say that they work in silos. I mean, it would not be absolutely correct. I don't want to say that. That would be too negative. I would like to say that there's need for better collaboration between all of us. And then one of the greatest things that we need to do is that there must be a coordinating agency that is not encumbered with or by bureaucratic procedures. Okay, NEC is supposed to be the regulator in the society. Now, like I said before, if you have a regulator, they must be trained. And we shouldn't be ashamed to train our regulators and to ensure that we have the right people in those positions. But like I said, almost all the agencies in Nigeria, you find a lawyer heading an engineering company. You know, I mean, it's not done. And what happens is that I don't want to create a war between professions. But the truth of the matter is that if you are a lawyer and you have you're doing legal consultancy in the sector, that doesn't make you to be chief executive of a purely engineering company. You know, the last time it was an accountant that was in charge of one of the parastatals in the sector, and you know, even now that there's a new government, you see all kinds of people trying to outdo each other here and there. TCN, for instance, is supposed to be in charge of the transmission networks, okay. But you have the independent ISO under them. How is that going to work? I mean, that is supposed to be an independent, and it cannot be under TCN. You know, the discos, for instance, who is supervising them? NERC is supposed to supervise them, but you have on the board BPE, you know, that has 40% of the shares, and they're supposed to monitor them. Are they doing that? And then, now the Yoruba people say amukun eru ewo oni ewo saleni. That is, if a man is crippled or has bent knees and is carrying a load, it's not likely that the load will be straight because the legs are bent anyway. So that is the problem that we have. You know, the root cause, we are not attacking the root cause. You know, the electricity power sector reform has a transition program. But unfortunately, because we didn't do the privatization properly, we gave it to people who have no financial resources. They borrowed money from the banks to purchase the concession anyway, or you know, because they borrowed money from the bank, they don't have enough funds to repair the aging facility that they inherited. So that is a problem. Now the bank is on them. The bank lent them money for 5 years, or you know, whereas this is a sector that is, I mean, you need long-term fund. You know, you need to have enough money to lay new cables, replace transformers. Some of these transformers have been there since 1960-something, to replace them. Look, where I come from in Ondo South Central District, we have not had power for up to 15 years now from the national grid. Everybody is an electricity generator company on his own. When we stepped into it to see what was happening, we discovered that the distribution company did not have enough money to repair the damaged distribution networks. So NDPC stepped into it, and we've spent almost 3 billion to repair all of that. 3 billion. Or almost 3 billion. I mean, we're talking about 6 local governments. At a point, by the time we had finished the reticulation of the networks in 5 of the local governments, we discovered that the source of supply is from Ondo. Ondo has a 2 by 30 MVA substation. One of that substation is gone. So it means that the distance of almost 100 kilometers from Ondo to Ore and to Ilaje, to Igbokoda area, to Mahin and Co. Just one single 33 kV line is coming from that. So by the time the light gets to Okitipupa, what you have is candle light. It's the same thing we saw in Lafia, for instance. For years, Lafia, even the government house in Lafia, was being operated on generator because the single line feeding Lafia and the entire Nasarawa state is from Abuja. So that's why we stepped in and built the 330, 132, 33 kV substation, which was commissioned early last year by President Muhammadu Buhari. And you can see the joy in the faces of the people. Now, in Ondo South Central District, for instance, they built the NDDC, not NDPHC, is building a 132 kV substation in Uderinije, which should help to bring power from Omotosho and to that area. But they have been on it for years now. And without the completion of that, there's nothing that can happen in the place. They will still have candlelight. So these are the problems. Now, NDDC is independent of NEC. It's virtually independent of the DISCO. It's independent of but they are doing a good work because they have offered to do, they have identified the problem and they have offered to do it. But who is coordinating these activities to ensure that everybody is working? And you know, one of the things I always complain about is that since this past 6-10 years, for instance, TCN has many of its projects are 85-90% completed. Some of the problems are just way-live, that the government should collaborate with the state governments to resolve. But what do you have? A substation is ready in Akure, for instance. A 330 kV substation is ready in Akure. The transmission line is supposed to come from Oshogbo to Akure, and another transmission line is supposed to come from Benin and drop in Akure. Because of way-live issue along the route from Oshogbo to Akure, that project has been stalled for almost 6 years. So there has to be an organization that is above neck, that is linked only to the president, that will look at all of these things. I talked about the fragmentation in the sector. You know, look, and let me tell you something. I know that electricity is a commercial venture. Yeah. And when you put your money there, you should be able to recover your investment. However, it's also a social contract between the government and the people. It's a social contract. You know, so if you have such a transmission line, everybody should be involved. And I remember that it has to be a responsibility. I remember when we were doing a project in Ojude, and because the transformers have been there for a long time, we needed to remove the transformers to a workshop somewhere in Ojude there for repairs, so that when they take them back, it can function properly. And we had given authority to the EPC contractor to go and remove the transformer. But of course, when the community saw that they were removing their transformer, this was a transformer that has not been functioning for the past 10, 15 years. They refused to let them go, and the governor had to intervene. The governor also refused to let them take the transformer away. I had to personally intervene with the governor, speak with the governor, write an undertaking before the transformer can be moved to the workshop for repairs. It's not repairs, but you know they need to change the oil and make sure it's in good working condition, because it's been on the plinth for 15 years. So there has to be a coordinating agency that is devoid of bureaucratic encumbers. Initially, NDPC was created from the Federation account. The initial seed money for NDPC was from the Federation account. However, since we started producing electricity, let me put it that way, we don't receive subvention from the government. So our revenue is from the sale of electricity, sale of energy to the network and to what we call willing buyers. For instance, you will see that we still, even outside the country, we sell power to countries outside Nigeria. Yeah. So that's how we derive our... But because also we are owned by the 3 tiers of government, we have also embarked on working with the other sectors to improve the networks. For instance, we build distribution. So from the profit that we have, we build distribution networks virtually in all. There is no state in Nigeria that has not felt the impact of NDPC. And then we, like I said, the transmission substation in Lafia was constructed by NDPC. It's like LNG. LNG cannot receive subvention from the federal government anymore. Of course, initially, government put in their own investment and the private sector put in their own investment. I'm hoping that we will move away from this structure in NDPC. I'm really hoping that we'll and adopt the NLG structure, for instance, and bring in a huge investor to acquire 49% so that we can start operating like an LNG. There's a lot of confusion in the society, and even those some high government officials don't even know the functions of NDPC. They don't even know. We were in a gathering some time ago, and a former minister who claimed to have been a part of the conception of NDPC was annoyed when somebody threw a question at him, and he said, "What are you talking about? I don't have power in my house, and you guys are sitting down there." And I had to lecture him and say, "Hey, I'm not supposed to put power in your house. I'm just a businessman you know, in the sector, producing oil, producing power, electricity, like every other person, like, what's the name of Elumelu's Transcorp Power, and selling it. That's all we are. The problems are enormous. But I believe very strongly that the discos, as they are now, don't have the capacity. There has to be a restructuring of that sector. Under whatever you want to call it, maybe breaking their franchise into little bits. One or two of them are doing well. Eco, Disco, Ikeja Disco, yeah. Because, and also, you know, the problems are different. So, but for most of them, look, let me give you an example. If you need to, under Yola Distribution Company, you know how wide that sector, that part of the country is. If you need to take a 33 kV line from one town to the other, you may be doing 100 kilometers. Whereas under the Eco Disco franchise, 100 kilometers will do 2, 3, 4, 5 communities. So we need to restructure this discourse. We need to support the discourse to develop a new program tailored to reduce ATC and C losses. What is ATC and C? Aggregate technical, commercial, and collecting losses. Now, when you take power from Ondo, for instance, to Ilaje, 100 kilometers, by the time, and don't forget that along that route, you are dropping power for Ore, for Ajebandele, for this, for that. By the time you get to the end, what you have is candlelight. So you will need to, and the discos don't have the finances to do these things. I said earlier that the privatization was not properly done. Okay. I'm not sure that those people have an understanding of what they were getting into. Everybody thought the power sector was like the telecommunications sector. But it is not. The amount of infrastructure that you need to put in place, physical infrastructure that you need to put in place for power is totally different from that. Because apart from your cell in telecommunication and the handset there's nothing that you need to do. You probably don't need to put poles, pay compensation. Fiber optic is for specific areas. For specific things, and it doesn't stop the telecommunication facilities.
After all, they can use satellite.
Yes, exactly, from functioning very well. Okay. So that the difference is, but you cannot send power remotely. You need cables, you need poles, you need transmission lines, you need all sorts of things. You need transformers. The discos should be responsible for them. But when they don't have the fund, what do? You can see that many of them, about 7 of them, are under receivership now. Some sort of receivership or the other. You can see. Because they borrowed money from the banks and they were not able to pay back within the time they thought, they were going to be able to pay back.
They were taking over.
You have to deal with each one of them, on it has to be a tailored solution to each disco. You cannot apply the same brush for all of them. Well, the truth of the matter is that at some point, there will be increase in tariff. However, this is not the time for it. I mean, Nigeria, I mean, we are doing a lot of reforms now. The removal of the subsidy has increased the cost of living in Nigeria. The exchange rate, harmonization of the exchange rates is also going to affect the economy and the earning power of the common Nigerian, even though that should not be the case, because I can tell you for free that no business organization was charging their customers based on the 400 and something naira to the dollar that the CBN was and that's a fraud on its own, because CBN knows that there's nobody who is selling anything in Nigeria decides the cost of that good based on the CBN exchange rate. It's simple, because they are not sure that they will get, I mean, when they need to replace machinery, raw materials, they were not sure that they could get the dollars from CBN. So this is the best thing that could have happened.
The Naira float.
The Naira float is the best thing that can happen to our nation, Nigeria. And I'm surprised, because every expert and non-expert had been advising CBN to do this for so long. So I'm surprised that the CBN was reluctant to do what is needful, and that's about the corruption in the system. So this is not the time, and I'm advising government too, this is not the time to increase tariff. Honestly, subsidizing the power sector is not good for the economy, because the truth of the matter is that 80% of the subsidy in the power sector is being enjoyed by people who can afford to pay for electricity. That's the truth. The low tariff pays only the rich. You know, the poor people just take advantage, just like in fuel too. Look, if you have 10 cars and you put all the 10 cars on the road, the poor man has only one way to go, just to go to office and come back, and you know. But the man who has 10 cars will want, the wife will take one, the children will take one, the workers will take, and that's what is happening in the sector. So yes, this is not the time to think about increasing tariff. It will look. In the past, everybody, the cost of diesel was very high, right? Now, a lot of people migrated to using petrol generators. Yes. Now the cost of petrol is even almost higher than the cost of, because petrol burns faster, you use more petrol for your generator than diesel. So, generating power in your house now, where you don't have power supply from the national grid, is a big problem. No, there is no doubt in my mind that we need to migrate to prepaid meter. Okay. I mean, not only intelligent meters, okay, so that when we have intelligent meters, nobody can manipulate their consumption. You know, if you go to some hotels in the past, all of the heavy-duty consuming equipment, their laundry, their air conditioners are connected directly, or they bypass the meters, you know. But if you have intelligent networks, that cannot happen, because it will be discovered and then you will be dealt with appropriately. So there's no doubt in my mind that everybody, and it's in the interest of the consumer too, to acquire prepaid meters. And it's not the only prepaid meters that the discos should supply. It should be intelligent networks. Of course, I said earlier that they don't have the money to do it. They don't have the funds.
What will the intelligent network, or what will it do?
Look, if you had an intelligent network in a place like this, for instance, you can determine what is happening without you being there. Even on your phone, you can control your this thing. So I'm just trying to use that to explain what it is. So if you have an intelligent network, the discos in their control rooms will be able to monitor and ensure that energy theft is reduced to the barest minimum, and they can ensure proper operations in their own sector.
Declaring a state of emergency on the education sector in the state was a bold step, perhaps the only way for Governor Abba Yusuf to clean up the rot he said he met upon his assumption of office on May 29 last year. The first thing that motivated Governor Yusuf to take the action was when he heard that a staggering 4.7 million pupils were sitting on the bare floor in primary schools in the state. But the worst is the alarming proliferation of 989,000 out-of-school children of both genders, a situation that threatens to rob an entire generation of their right to education and a bright future. Governor Abba Yusuf did not just wake up in the morning to declare a state of emergency on education. He studied the situation and understood the problems. The governor said the Kano educational landscape, once a beacon of hope and opportunity for the youth and an example for other states to copy, now stood shrouded in the shadows of unacceptable neglect and decay. These problems are multifaceted: shortage of qualified teachers, inadequate teacher training program, and lack of basic amenities such as clean water and sanitation in many schools. These issues, coupled with the socio-economic challenges that many students face, create an environment where education is not just difficult, but nearly impossible. Governor Abba Yusuf lamented that schools, which should have been sanctuaries of knowledge, discipline, and growth, were in a deplorable state, as dilapidated infrastructure was a common sight. Roofs were caving in, walls crumbling, and classrooms that could no longer provide a safe and conducive learning environment. The governor stated that he will tame the decay by building additional 300 state-of-the-art laboratories in 100 schools across the state, among many other initiatives. The provision of facilities, he explained, will provide the students with hands-on problem in scientific inquiry, fostering a culture of experimentation and discovery that is essential to their future success. The building of more classrooms will no doubt mitigate classroom congestion that has become a feature of most of the schools. The governor has also directed that all contractors handling inherited and abandoned institutions' buildings to go back to the site immediately. As part of the emergency action, the governor has directed the recruitment of 10,000 teachers, adding that teachers in the employment of the state will enjoy periodic training and retraining so as to achieve the vision of making every teacher what he called a caring educator. Over 1,000 academic and non-academic staff will be employed into tertiary institutions, signifying the commitment of the state to overhaul the entire educational system, in addition to government investment in the welfare and well-being of teachers in all forms. Governor Yusuf said he will substantially increase budgetary allocation to the education sector, and in this regard, he disclosed that his administration has allocated 29.95% of the state budget to education, based on the realization that only significant allocation of financial resources will address most of the hydra-headed problems afflicting the state's educational system. The governor reminded everyone that the responsibility of improving the educational sector does not rest solely on the shoulders of government, adding that it was a collective endeavor that required the cooperation of parents, communities, and shareholders. This is Bayo Olaoye.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Hello and welcome to your show, welcome to your staple. This is SOUQ Sports and we are glad to be back. My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks, that you know already. We're going to have a whole lot of platter to serve today, so hey, you don't need to go anywhere. Sit tight, grab your popcorn and let's have some fun. Today we'll go to tennis. A lot have happened. While we were away, French Opens came, French Opens left. The beautiful lady won, and the guys also won, took a whole lot of money. We'll talk football, we'll talk transfers, we'll talk F1, we'll talk UFC, a whole lot. The platter is full. So don't go anywhere. Remember, this is where you are meant to be at this time of the day. So hey, call up your neighbors, call up your friends, and call up those particular people you get to hear when they lose. That's a good Nigerian balance. Let's have some fun. It's SOUQ Sports, and I'm not here alone. I have my man, Chike. This is like the first I'm going to see him behind the camera on SOUQ Sports on this side. But hey, he has always been here in the studios making things happen. Chike, how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here in front of the camera for once. Yeah, it's actually nice.
Said for once. Remember, there's something we all have in common. Okay. I get to bring you eligibles. Then, yes. Now, Chike is also an eligible. So if you're out there and you know that, yes, you have what it takes, come through me, and we'll make sure you get to meet the man behind the cameras this day. Now let's go straight to what's happening. Tennis. Wimbledon is heating up, and it's all about money. Now the prize money has increased by 7%. To be specific, 53.5 million. That's what the prize pot is today. Total prize money at this year's Wimbledon will increase by 7%. That's good.
Yeah, it's actually very good. Like last year, the one, I think the winner won like 2.2 million. And now it's actually having an increase of like $4 million.
One person. Okay.
That's money.
That's good money. Now what for last year, 2024, it was 50 million, now it's 53.5 million. Yeah, they are from just 10 years ago, it was 26.5 million. How time flies.
Yeah.
So for Carlos Alcaraz and Barbara, they won last year and they took 2.7 million pounds home. That's some very good money. So imagine what they'll be taking home this time around. This year winners will receive 3 million. That's an increase of about 11%. Players knocked out from the first round will receive 66,000. That's an increase. So it doesn't matter where you play. As long as you qualified and you came, you go home
to
with
get your money. That's the main thing now. But I think what was on their mind is the glory of actually winning the championship, getting ahead. But money is also the same part of the whole thing.
Getting ahead is very important. Now, a whole lot of them will be there, but one person will win. The beautiful thing about this is also about ranking. Ranking, you can't take that out. There will be also a 4% increase for men and women double winners who will earn 680,000.
Wow.
That's good money. So you can play singles, play mixed, still come and play together. So if you can win both, a whole lot of money is there. Now, we look forward to this particular tournament, and it's starting this month.
I think that's the 20th.
This month.
That's the 29th, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, it will be starting this month, and by the first week of July, we will know who exactly is going to be on the billboard. We've got a very short break that's more like a teaser. When we come back, we'll run you down where we are, where we'll be going to, and where we want you to be with us. Don't go anywhere. This is SOUQ Sports, and we are glad to be back.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome back. It's still SOUQ Sports, and I'm Chooks. Chike is still here. He's going nowhere. Let's go straight and tell you what's happening. What happened? Do you know this? And you you were wondering, like, did they really do this? F1, Formula 1. Now, at the concluded Spanish Grand Prix, Verstappen, you saw it. Yeah, he collided with our Mercedes driver, Russell. And now we've come to see that it was deliberate. Now, Russell on his part is saying that, well, he was shocked that Verstappen had to come out and take responsibility and say, yes, I did it. I am responsible. I did it.
Well, I don't know. The way I look at it, like, I feel the accident was, well, in the heat of the moment, because I think he was taking a curve when he was driving, and it just kind of nudged him. Because even the guy that got nudged, like, I actually read some time ago that he met him at the airport, and he nearly forgot about the whole thing itself.
Yeah, he wanted to go watch tennis match. And they met themselves.
Yeah, they met themselves. He said he kind of forgot about it. He's actually surprised that he admitted to it.
Yes, it's good. It's good when you do things that are not things doing good. It's always nice to admit to it. And well, he is still the reigning champion. And well,
and he has a penalty. I think Verstappen has a penalty. I think that's his third.
Right now, he has one more penalty, and he will receive a ban.
Yes, I think he has received that already.
He has gotten 3.
Yeah, 3. Yes,
one more penalty, he will have a rally ban.
Yeah, so that means more of the lesson. If you're actually taking a turn, not to crash into the other player, the other opponent, because you get it done in the fourth one.
For Russell he's happy. He said, well, that's bad luck for him, good luck for him. Bad luck for Verstappen, good luck for him, because at the end of the day, he was one that had to get the gain. So, hey, let's move on from Formula One. We take you straight to our next story, and we talk golf. US Open. It's happening live as we speak. Day one is just concluded. For those that are wondering, you know how these things happen on the first day? Scotty Scheffler and Rory McIlroy. That's always the words that come, the names that come to everybody's mind. World number one, world number two. And Oakmont Country Club is not making it easy for anybody right now. Now, for McIlroy, he started well, was 2 under after 9 holes, but then some shaky things happened, and he went 4 bogeys and a double bogey as he posted a 4 over 74. Scheffler came into this particular tournament, well, 3 full titles. Everybody was looking at, yes. But this is still the first day. And this winning ways gave him up. He had 3 over par after an uncharacteristically ragged round that featured 5 bogeys. Don't rule them out. These are the ways of champions. Don't rule them out. Now, let's get to where it really concerns me, the prize money. The pot for this particular one is 21.5 million.
Oh, wow. Well, I always regard golf as the big man sport. Big man sport. Like, golf is... Well, golf is the kind of a sport that it looks very simple when you actually watch on TV, but it's nothing.
Elitist?
No, I'm not saying that. It looks... It's actually much more harder than it looks when you actually look at it. But it's a very competitive sport, as most people that who actually play it have, and a lot of money, even compared to other sports, like even football.
A lot of money compared to other sports. Now, the winner is taking home 4.3 million. Let that sink in. 4.3 million. So can you swing a club?
Yeah, I've tried it once. And I can actually tell you that it's not an easy sport. That's why I say it's not an easy sport.
It did not go well.
Yeah, it took a lot of practice, but I got the hang of it sometime. I think I have a picture of that. I'll show you sometime after this show.
Okay. He will do that. Now let's get to what's happening in the UFC. Your boy, your very homeboy, Kamaru Usman, he is back and he will be on the floor, not losing, but he will be in the cage this particular Sunday, and he's going against Joaquin Buckley. Now, statistics-wise, he has 20 fights. He lost 4. The last 3 fights he lost. For Buckley, he has had 21 fights. He lost 6. Is everybody looking for something new with Kamaru Usman?
Well, like you said, the stats. Buckley actually has more wins, 5 straight wins in a row, while Usman has lost like 3 out of 5.
3 straight losses,
and
all in a row.
Yeah, I'm also looking at the ranks. Like Buckley is ranked 3rd in the welterweight division, while Usman is ranked 50-something. Actually very low, but in the lightweight decision. For someone who doesn't actually, for an average person who doesn't know much about UFC, will actually be going for Buckley to win this fight. But
for someone with emotions,
someone's emotions, like we always say in sports, fights are not done on paper. Or football is not done on paper. What about time you want to use it? But you use
what about UFC? You could be winning, and just 2 seconds to the end of the round, you get knocked out.
Yeah.
That's what happened to Usman.
And it depends on where he actually aims when he's actually fighting you. You can actually aim for the head or aim for the wrist and the waist, and you're knocked out.
Dear Usman, please win this for us. This is happening at the State Farm Arena in Atlanta. Please, we don't want any more losses for you. You are ours. So please, now let's get to what's happening. Let's talk money. Let's talk business. It's sports business. Now, for those that are wondering, the UEFA Women's Champions League will be streaming across Europe to Disney Plus subscribers during the 2025 and 30 cycle, while the European Broadcaster Union will deal will ensure a level free-to-air exposure. Now, for those that are wondering, it's all about viewers' rights. Viewers' rights. Viewers' rights. Right is money. So whoever owns the right to a particular championship, to a particular stadium, yes, you heard me there, to a particular carve of the niche, is going to milk it for a very long time. And this deal has been signed to 2030. They mean business.
Into Disney. Yeah, into Disney.
That's not even cartoon. Sports streaming. That's good. Now, let's still tell you. Now, for those still thinking, another one, FIFA, that's sponsorship. FIFA and Airbnb, they are telling you that we are going nowhere. Top Olympic sponsors Airbnb has struck a deal with FIFA to become a supporter of 3 major tournaments in Americas over the next 3 years, including the Club World Cup. Club World Cup is happening just
Sunday.
hours away.
Yes, and it's actually a very big tournament. Champions clashing against each other, and it guarantees the first 2 games in the groups A, B, and C all happening on Sunday. Proves to actually be a very big one, especially the 2 games, PSG versus Atletico Madrid. That's one thing I noted. And Bayern Munich playing a certain team.
I didn't go there. I didn't go there.
Yeah, we don't have to go there, but we know where I was actually going. But
who exactly are they playing?
Well, forgive me, sir. I'm actually not remembering the name right now.
Okay, but while you refuse to remember the name, now, just you imagine what it will look like for corporate organizations to have their banners flying when these matches are being played, because this is going to be aired worldwide. So, hey, it's all good. Now, another part of the sponsorship, this has to do with Man U, Marriott, you know them, Marriott International. They have decided not to extend their sponsorship agreement with your club, Manchester United. Now, after targeting 80 to 90 million in annual cost savings as part of a significant restructuring effort, Marriott is saying, hey, our business is not doing well. We need to save money a bit. So now they are telling Man U, please, sorry, but this deal will have to cut.
I think it's the case of who is losing between both of them. Because Marriott, yes, is actually a very big company that hosts hotels and all sorts of big enterprises. Manchester United, one of the biggest clubs in the world, not just Europe.
Okay.
And of course, Marriott has been benefiting from them for years. Like, because of their popularity, Man U's popularity, they've actually gotten their brand
worldwide, everywhere.
So them actually cutting off now just up for another 10 million. About 10 million, they actually refuse to pay. It makes you actually wonder who's actually losing between both of them in terms of income and publicity.
And there are likelihoods are there that somebody else will just take that space.
Yeah, very, very sure, because like I said, as though Man U fans, I don't want to escalate Man U fans' heads, I know, because of where that's been, but Man U is a big club. That is for a fact. And possibly they have other options and other plans for cutting up ties off with Man U, but good luck.
It's an open market, and right now the market is open, so somebody will take it. Let's tell you what's happening with Visa. Visa has expanded its sponsorship arrangements with Red Bull Racing to support the launch of its premium Visa Infinite card. This is for the big boys. Now, pressure is also mounting for World Cup host cities. This is the side I really did not want to hear. Now, for World Cup host cities, it's just a year to the World Cup, 2026 World Cup. Now, many of the 16 host cities are struggling to sell their host cities' supporters' inventory. What is happening? Are people holding on to their money till the end of the sales period, or they want to just get to the stadium and say, we'll buy one day at a time? What's happening?
Well, this Visa thing, though, like I feel it's more than just Visa, because the immigration status of people moving to the US and it's actually going to affect how the World Cup is going to run. They have those kind of challenges as well.
Okay.
So Visa.
Okay. You're looking at it from the immigration side of it.
Yeah, the immigration side, it actually affects the Visa as well.
Let's be specific. The Trumpy side of it. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't want to bring in more, but there we have it. Chopper.
Why didn't I think of it? Okay. People are holding on to their money to make sure that Trump will not send them back if they go to watch the World Cup. But what's happening with Mexico? Mexico is also part of the
Yeah,
West.
Mexico and Canada too. But the thing, US are hosting 16 games.
Okay.
US, Mexico and Canada, I don't know how many, but it's a tournament. And of course, if some of the games don't actually go well, it affects the whole tournament as well.
Okay. So as we speak now,
it's basically America deal with your own issues and your own things heading into the World Cup. Mexico and Canada will handle theirs. So everybody just can't handle your own thing, even though it's a joint hosting between those three nations.
But as it is right now, the Trumpy issue is affecting everybody.
Well, I believe you sorted it out. So you have how many months? 6 months left, and an additional 5 into June. I think it's be paid in June, 2026, the World Cup. So he has lots of time to actually amend whatever he feels he needs to amend.
Okay. Okay. Now, while we'll talk about guys that need to get those World Cup tickets sold and those cities, now let's tell you what's happening with NFL stadium sponsorship. This is one particular piece of business that just refuses to go down. Every year, every month, it just keeps climbing and making profits all the way. Stadium sponsorship markets in National Football League is worth around $289.5 million per annum. That's according to research. They are not slowing down.
NFL is a huge tournament in America. So you can imagine how the wages are actually, the money keeps on climbing. Americans are very passionate about it as well. The NFL is as big as the World Cup to them in that country. So it's not much of a surprise for me.
This is just stadium sponsorship.
It's not sponsorship. We have actually looked into the players' wages and coaches and even the teams. We haven't even looked at all of that, just the stadium.
Just the stadium. Naming right. Wow. And we'll have a whole lot of stadium in Africa waiting for somebody to hunt rabbit. Sorry. Waiting for somebody to take over and just make them active. I was thinking the other time, we said, why don't we just look at the stadium we have around here and lease it out to local clubs? Let it be named after local clubs.
No idea, but if you look at all the stadiums, even around Nigeria, you can actually borrow Lagos for a second. Like, I'm actually thinking NFL here. Like, they don't actually have too many stadiums for their leagues. I think they use some of the few that we have.
Is it for us?
Yes, like for us.
The stadium here. Officially, there are 2 in Lagos. Officially, 2 big international stadiums in Lagos.
Yes.
One belongs to the federal government, the other belongs to the state government. And they both are facing each other. Just behind us here, so we can see it from this building. Then we have one very close to us here.
Yes, and on the corner. Yeah.
Good. Then there's another one somewhere on the mainland too. So, hey, then Ibadan. That's a big one. There is virtually a very big, massive stadium everywhere. And thanks to politics, people build and name after themselves, and when they are gone, it turns to a forest. You didn't hear that from us. Now, this is where we are heading to. Let this infrastructure, let these structures make money. Let them have a life of their own. Let the clubs in the states have it. So people can know where, okay, this stadium belongs to Shooting Stars. I can go to the stadium to watch my club. And
I was driving up, like, there are 20 clubs in this, let's use the NFL. And most of them, some of them, they don't actually have particular stadiums they play inside.
That's okay for
yes, that's for NFL team club.
Nigerian Premier.
Yes.
Okay.
And these stadiums you mentioned, just in Lagos, you said there are 3 or 4 stadiums. And you now look at other states in the country. How many do they actually have? They don't. I'm sure they don't really have much for anything.
Yeah, there are.
Well,
there are. A lot of the governors just go and it just state projects. You understand? They just build the thing, and the thing is there.
Well,
so hey, we need to learn. Sport is good business, and things have to happen. Let's get down and tell you what's happening in the transfer market. Everybody have their shoes, boots, canvas list, and waiting for miracles to happen. Your club is not buying. Just keep quiet and follow those that are buying. Then complain later. Thomas Frank, who can authoritatively tell you that he has gone to Tottenham and he will be there till 2028 if he is not sacked. But that's the truth.
First of all, we have to post a logo. Why he actually left in the first place? The man has been going through a lot with Tottenham, all through the seasons. I'm talking about season, not just the season. For the past 3 years, Tottenham have flopped. I can't actually blame him because he's working with what he had. But he actually got a trophy, Europa League trophy, and he took those ball home where he could with that victory. Now, so good luck to Franklin. He's actually managing Tottenham. Hopefully, he'll actually have his own players, his own money to actually spend during the summer and get his own players. Franklin is actually proving to be a very good coach. I think his last club, Brentford has been doing very well for the past few seasons.
Well, that particular club was his first fire trial.
Yeah, and they're actually in top 10 most of the times in the past 3-4 seasons now.
And they turned to be serial giant killers. Okay, congratulations to him all
and good luck.
I think he will need a whole lot of it. He will need a whole lot of it. Thank you very much. Now, let's get to our next transfer news. For those that are still in the know, Trent Alexander-Arnold. Now, for every Liverpool fan, they don't want to hear the story. But it is what it is. The young man has
Real Madrid
and has gone to the guys that has the money. Now, Trent, who knew that the man has been studying Spanish all this while? He knew what he wanted. He knew where he was going to.
Well, I think he deserves to get what he wants. He has spent probably his whole career in Liverpool.
Yeah, but
it was straight from the academy.
Yeah, from the academy. But why did you leave?
Well, in his own statements, quoting him, he wants to try different challenges. He wants to see other places. He wants to experience more in his career.
Exactly. That's why we talk about polygamy. When we tell you that polygamy is... Oh, sorry, we're talking about sports. Sorry. Go ahead.
All right. So, basically now, he left, and unfortunately how he left, he didn't actually live in good terms with most Liverpool fans.
Yes, but look, they see in Trent what they see in Gerrard. Even more in him than what they even see in Gerrard.
So they must have been betrayed, huh?
They saw him as a child, a boy. He passed through the entire, from ball boy down to what he is, and he just wake up and say,
he's leaving.
Hala Madrid.
Hala Madrid. Oh, he's there for the big bucks, man.
Now, this is the side I don't understand. He went to Madrid for 10 million euros.
God, because he went for free. Basically, he left for free in Liverpool. He actually managed to get that money.
Right, you are wondering why I'm pausing. He's not the only one that have done this. Which means whoever is in charge of the transfer in Madrid, that guy is a genius.
Yeah.
Or a witch.
Well, of course, when you consider the kind of players I've been bringing in since.
Not just bringing in on free. Alaba came to Madrid on free transfer.
Oh, the guy, I don't know what he tweaks. Bayern Munich.
What is that? This guy that came from PSG.
Mbappe.
He almost got there of completely free transfer.
To be fair, Mbappe wanted to leave.
Yes. Now, this is the issue. A lot of the big names Madrid has been taking, they run down their contracts wherever they are, if you observe.
Yes, I think Madrid are actually just flying at that big name. Because most players, what they tell you, like if Madrid comes calling, you answer. Like it's not really debatable. But for most players, they actually admit it themselves during interviews. Trent, like even Zubimendi, the Arsenal just, I think Arsenal have actually recently acquired, but it's not been official yet. He also admitted in the club.
Who told you?
Sky Sports and the rest of them
They told
confirmed it.
Okay.
But it has not been official just yet. I mean, he hasn't held the shirt.
Okay.
So he admitted that if Real Madrid actually came, we have actually considered to go to Real Madrid. It's a general thing for most big players that want to actually put us on the stage.
Okay. We'll be going to the next transfer story, and we are going to Man U. Yes, they have spent some good money. Cunha. Brazilian forward Martin Cunha. He said that was a dream, and he is living that particular dream that's become a reality for him. He has completed a 62.5 million move to Man U.
So much
now,
worth it.
This is the biggest we've had so far in this transfer season.
Yeah, the biggest.
And Man U is responsible for that. Now, Man U deactivated his release clause and Wolf made a whole lot of money.
62.5 mil.
Now, I guess there will be some other clubs that have some attached here that will share part of that money.
Yeah, still.
Where it's coming from or his boyhood club. We'll get to give you that full gist. But Man U spending 62.5 million.
Yeah, I think it's so much worth it. Like Cunha is a very good player.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the Cunha being a very good player. Is Man U in Europe next season?
No, they're not.
Are they playing FA Cup next?
No, FA Cup is kind of
It's open for everybody.
Yes, for everybody.
Are they playing, what else are they playing? Are they the women's?
Will women have them?
Okay, but they are spending this amount, 62.5 million. Okay, it's really going to be interesting.
Yeah, he's going to be a great player for them.
Signed a 5-year contract, and he has an option to also add 1 more year to it. That's good. Congratulations to him.
Best of luck to him.
Okay,
he actually makes an impact.
Best of luck to him. Now, let's get to the big boys that are actively active. Kelvin De Bruyne. He has moved to Napoli.
Well, I think Man City might have made a mistake letting him go. He's still a gem. That guy, you can argue he's one of the best midfielders in the world. And Napoli, I feel they've actually gotten a very big deal. Despite his age, class does not fade.
He's 33.
That's it. Despite age, class does not fade. If you like examples like our old examples of Maldini, he was still born to the age of 40. De Bruyne, I feel he still has a lot of tricks up in his boots, and he will actually deliver very well for Napoli. So Napoli got a very good guy. Bye.
Okay, so Napoli won the league, and now they are showing up more strength and more firepower. They have something up their sleeves.
Yeah, they do.
Okay. Now, for City, Chike believes that you didn't do well. We'll get to see.
I think they made a mistake, but they are making up for it with all the 3 players they've signed already. So.
Are you sure?
Who knows? Maybe they'll actually put a crow in my mouth. Maybe swallow crow. I'll actually do well next season. But Kevin De Bruyne is a gem that Guardiola, I feel, kind of let go too easily.
Okay. Now he'll be teaming up with his old manager, Conte. So, hey, we wish them the best. We wish them the best.
Good luck.
Now, let's get down to the last story for today. Still on transfer. Brighton. Brighton, they've signed a 18-year-old forward, Karalampos Kostolas.
Okay.
Now, this is £29.78 million.
That's a considerable enough for an 18-year-old.
It's not. This is okay. Now they signed him from Olympiacos, and he happens to be the highest, not the highest paid, highest transfer contract money player from Olympiacos. History. Wow. 18-year-old.
18-year-old.
What exactly did Brighton say?
Well, I don't know much about this player, but for them to actually play that money, we have seen something really big. But who knows? Like we have 16-year-olds stealing the show today. Yami Yamal.
So it's not the age why. It's not the age now I've been looking at. Have you seen what Brighton have done in the last 3 seasons?
Yes, they've actually been great underdogs.
They bring in, they grow, they sell.
Well, that's the point. They actually have been doing that.
But that is what that's literally what everybody has somebody from Brighton. They sell even the coach.
Well, so that's
down to the coach. Don't you think there's some Igbo blood somewhere around that management?
I feel the scouts are actually doing the work very well. We don't know. The scouts actually have good eyes to actually get those talents and are selling. Okay. So I hope they have a raise for the kind of transfers they've been doing up and down for the past 3 years for Brighton. And this is a new gem. So basically, I think we should be looking out for him next season.
Next season is not far away. It's just a few months away. We're looking at what's going to cook up in the transfer market, and I promise you it's going to be hot. Everyone is still looking up and watching, okay, Arsenal, who are you going to buy? Who are you buying? Who have you bought? And not wait to complain next season again.
No more complaints, no more excuses.
No more excuses.
Nope.
Are you sure?
No, I think we've run out of excuses for most managers, especially Arteta. So Guardiola gets a free pass. He has won the Premier League 4 seasons in a row. Just had a very bad season this last season. So he gets a free pass, even if he does bad in the second one next season as well. You have new managers now coming in. Like we just mentioned, Tottenham's new manager. He can actually, see how he performs under the team.
Are they in contention for the coming season?
Nah, Tottenham. When I was Tottenham, will be in contention.
Okay, let's keep this conversation running. To everyone out there, remember you can follow, join, talk, speak with us, communicate, and we'll get back to you. Just go to all social media platforms and look for SOUQ News TV. Follow us, and we will follow you back. Holla at us, and we will Madrid you. But hey, just be friendly. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. Remember to always be nice. Treat your neighbor as yourself. Chike, any parting words?
Yeah, I'm Chike Okolo. It was a great show. We have a lot of things we're looking forward to in the next season. But things are really kicking off from here, like with the transfers, the deals happening behind the scenes, and it's going to be an exciting season come August.
Promise exciting season. Stay live on SOUQ Sports. And hey, remember, this is SOUQ News. We're all about business, development, and the economy. We'll do this again next week. Till then, be nice.
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from Rivers State, from Opobo in Rivers State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married, and I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university. And we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, no. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but we kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king. And he gave me a hug and he gave me a pick, and they were like, whoa, the upper Benin won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all, I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. When they came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Dada of Opobo, they taught them about King Dada of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-granddaughter. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them, for us. Absolutely, upbringing. Upbringing are my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this. You're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, of course, get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you say. If you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for rich. So what is it? You understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point of carrying all the air and chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Journey 7 is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I wanted them to make for me. I didn't have tailors. But when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. You know, my parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. You know? So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Labor Brothers. And for 5 years, but you know, the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one. So it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linkers, the advertising agency used to be here. All the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC, we're all Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we are hosting. And with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children you will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy, whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family. And I decided to go back. And I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation. So I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids said they're having something in school, I'm there, okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, actually made more money than my 5 years stint in Unilever. So that was the normal encouragement. You make more money, do your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gifts. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from BIC that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. And which corporate body do you want to give as end of year gift? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking inwards. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like SOUQ and Adira. I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year, so that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah, this is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching, would do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, looked around like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her, and I modeled the clothes actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week, you know. I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close this. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will back me the top fashion designers there when the Alfadi does this thing once every 4 years. Alfadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and SOUQ, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my two boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing is not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years. I kept them. I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of man goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that now. When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that's spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? Then those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is, wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well. They love you. They want to take care of you. But nature calls. They part ways. Some marry other women. Some leave. Some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I will advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can. Financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. A man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy. It makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you to earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving. You have to be forgiving. You understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious. When you offend them once, oh my goodness. They will carry it in their chest and the chest will be expanding and they won't sleep well and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes. And always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately or because I will tell you the truth, no matter whose house is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times, I'm the last girl in the house, so maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I don't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of, I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And you know, when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. You know, some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do this? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, you know. It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of. The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come in. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people. I believe in education a lot. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay, and they do very well. Some of them I train from a distance and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have the levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love, an act of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, you know, it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. We are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.